I'm feeling good. I'm feeling so good. My idea was, if I'm patient, then opportunities will come to me, and I can win off of those. I'm fine with DragOn. That means I get to play Protoss again, and I'm happy with that. They don't make enough Sayers. I want them to be scared of me, though.
Why? Apparently TT1 died, so I guess it's just me. I guess it's a big responsibility, man. Even if you sniped all my Templars there, I still could have made like a full round of Templars again. I was not afraid of mutas. Feeling amazing. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna lose this now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to a very, very special night. Today, we're going to have our finals of Rogue City Rumble between DragOn and Hawk. And these are like two of the most fabled players of NA of all time. So it's going to be hype as fuck. But before that, we have a great third, fourth place match between BoA and Crossy. Both of these matchups are like insane, so I can't wait to get to them. With me, as always, I have my trusted co-commentator Keen, and observing for us tonight, we have the all-seeing Tim. This is Rogue's Gallery, and welcome to our finals of the Rogue City Rumble. Keen, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great, man. I mean, I feel like I say this every week, but especially this week, dude. Like you said, both matches are going to be absolutely insane. So it's going to be a blast to watch. I mean, honestly, both of these matches could have been the final match, in my opinion.
Yeah, both of these matchups are like last week. I thought we were spoiled in terms of the good matchups, but this week, I mean, I don't think you can get a better matchup than Hawk versus DragOn and Crossy versus BoA when it comes to PvZ. Both their styles match up so perfectly against each other, and that makes it even more exciting than last week for me.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, Crossy and BoA are both like really, really abusive early game players. They just take every single little advantage that they can get and run with it. They're both very, aggressive and everything. So they're like a great match for each other. And Hawk and DragOn are both kind of like really patient, calm, calculating players who always play for like the long game. So it really is like the best possible fit for these matchups that we could ask for.
Definitely. We're going to be starting with Crossy versus BoA. Do you have any predictions for this series, Keen?
I mean, honestly, normally I would say Crossy, but it does seem like he has been a little inactive lately. I don't know if that's changed in the last week. I haven't talked to him lately, but if that's the case, I would have to give BoA the edge, to be honest. But I mean, we'll have to see. I know both of these players did play in the Ascension series recently, and I believe Crossy maybe won a game or two, but didn't get out of his group, and BoA almost got out of his group, but was a little unlucky with starting second and didn't make the finals.
Yeah. Couldn't quite win out. It was a CoF format, so obviously not, the most intensive tournament format, so couldn't quite make it out, but BoA did put up a great performance. He was playing really good games. He looked like he was on point during that tournament. So definitely expect to see a lot out of him tonight. The format for our picks tonight is going to be randomized first map, right? So the first map is always going to be random. And then it's losers pick, and each player gets one veto. So curious to see which maps get vetoed out of here. I could see Benzene going. I could see Ringing Bloom potentially going too. But do you have any maps that you think in particular you'd want to get rid of in this position as Crossy?
I mean, I'd probably want to get rid of Optimizer for sure. I just think having that really, really, really easy access to 3 gases just makes life hell for Zerg. So that would be my like go-to map ban. I mean, Ringing Gloom isn't the greatest, but I mean, as we've seen, it's still, like we saw from Hawk last week, Zerg is more than capable of really playing effectively on Ringing Gloom. Benzene also would be, as the Protoss, what I would think I would want to ban, but BoA does show great performances on Benzene as well. So who knows? I mean, these two players, maybe they'll end up banning maps that we won't even expect.
Yeah, it's tough to say. Of course, Crossy, he's such a aggressive early player, and so is BoA. But he can get Ringing Bloom, for instance. I could easily see him doing the Sunken Rush on that map, and pulling it off. We saw it work against BoA already, I believe. Was it against BoA that it worked, or maybe it was against DragOn?
I believe it was Striker against BoA, and Striker did end up getting a win from that game. But honestly, that was a little shaky of a performance from Striker that game, honestly, because, like, if I remember correctly, Striker got every little advantage that he could get with the Sunken Rush. Like, it wasn't scouted. He was last scouted. He got like the 2 Sunkens down and got his Lings into BoA's base before BoA like fully realized what was happening, as far as I know. And even then, with all of those disadvantages, BoA still almost defended it. So yeah, I don't know. I think BoA might be able to honestly defend something like that just because of his insane micro.
Potentially, man. I guess there's really only one way to find out. So I think we should be getting into the games pretty soon here, and we'll be able to see exactly what these two players have planned for us.
All right, so yeah, I mean, player 1, Crossy, as I was just saying, he has been a little inactive recently, so I'm not so sure about, his condition going into the 3rd and 4th place match. But I mean, I definitely would not count him out. He is absolutely an insane Zerg. Definitely one of the top North American Zergs and one of the top non-Korean Zergs in general. He was the winner of the last TDR North American Star League. He's made multiple bombastic Star League appearances, as we saw. Unfortunately, losing in the round of 16 this season. And he had a 2-1 record in our previous team league, Turf Wars, beating out Hawk and Tim. So he's definitely no slouch. Anything could happen with Crossy.
Yeah, Crossy definitely a mainstay in the foreign Zerg scene, I think. His opponent going to be BoA, kind of like an up-and-comer, sort of came out of nowhere, it felt like, for a while, but just such good unit control, such good decision-making. He really shines in big fights where he can meticulously control his army so much better than anyone else can in the foreign scene, I feel like. And yeah, just stellar player. Obviously has put up some great performances, made it pretty far in BSL last season. 4-0 map record in Turf Wars. That's absolutely insane, right? So
yeah, 100%. I first remember hearing about BoA back in like maybe 2018. Where like a friend of ours, Seriosity, kept mentioning him, like bringing him up when he was like talking about North American players that are like up and comers. But I kind of just discounted him. I'm like, yeah, whatever, man. He's just some ladder player. Like, he's not an actual contender. But here he is now, just absolutely dominating North America.
Yeah, just one of the sickest players. And I think we're going to be getting into our first game here any minute. Should be on Eclipse, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, BoA just absolutely sick. And here we go, man. I am so hyped for this series. I can't wait to see who's going to take it.
Yeah, honestly, I hope at least we get to Game 5. I honestly don't even care who wins, because no matter what, we're going to see some amazing games.
Spawning in the top right as the blue Zerg, we have Soul Z Cross, also known as Crossy.
In bottom left, we have our pink Protoss BSL BoA. I'm surprised BoA isn't actually repping the White Clan tag. But
yeah.
Just another kind of piece of the puzzle here is like BoA is actually part of the fabled like White Clan, one of the best clans on US West. Multiple pro gamers, I think they participated in like the STPL. I don't know if they still do, but really just a lot of top talent on that team. So, you know, historically, BoA has had access to just some of the best practice partners in the world.
For sure. Something to mention is that both these players are fluent in Korean, so they both, you know, have access to whatever kind of Korean help or anything like that they need, which is obviously just such a great resource in Brood War especially.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, by the same token, Crossy is actually he's on Soul Clan for, you know, the foreign scene, but he's also part of the Wiko clan, or Waiko. I'm not exactly sure how it's supposed to be pronounced, but that's another really top Korean clan with multiple pro gamers and top amateurs. And I believe he was actually getting paying for coaching from like a 2600, 2700 like top amateur Zerg Dashik.
Yeah, so both these players just super knowledgeable. We're seeing a pretty standard opener here so far. BoA going for the gate, FE. He actually sent his probe around, which Tim showed us, just to get his probe there, to get the scouting off. This is kind of useful because Crossy doesn't know exactly his scout timing then, so he can't, you know, predict if it's a gate or a forge just based on the scout timing at all. But Crossy doing, you know, the very standard overpull here, getting out some Zerglings. He's actually making a lot of drones here, which could potentially cause him some problems once this first Zealot gets out across the map.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised by this because, like you pointed out, you know, BoA was a little sneaky with his probe for sure, and he's also going to be a little sneaky with the Zealot evading the Overlord, actually. So if Crossy doesn't scout this fast, he's going to be in for a world of hurt. And I'm honestly surprised.
I'm very worried.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Crossy was playing so greedy because we know BoA like almost always goes gate FE, and Eclipse is a great gate FE map in general. So this is honestly kind of insane to me.
Yeah, this is the greed here is pretty crazy, and I think he's going to be punished for it. We have the first Zealot already showing up. There's only 2 Lings out on the map, man. What are 2 Lings going to do against a Zealot and a probe? And they're just going to be able to hammer away at this. And BoA's making Zealots back at home this whole time. So he's going to be able to push out. As soon as he sees there's only 2 Lings here and there's none outside his natural, he's going to be able to push out with these 2 Zealots. And Crossy's going to be under a tremendous amount of pressure in the early game here.
Yeah, and now that BoA knows that Crossy's Lings are back at his base, he's free to move the rest of his Zealots out. So this one Zealot is going to get a ton of free damage, and then these 2 other Zealots coming in are really going to make Crossy just have to pump a ton of Lings. But wow, he actually caught that Zealot before he... Okay, yeah, he did get into the back of the minerals now, but for a second there, it looked
at
like
least he got the probe,
out.
Yeah. Getting the probe, kind of helpful there. But look at how this is going to snowball now. The Zerglings are just showing up here now, and 2 more Zealots show up, and there's a 3rd one already on the way. And Crossy still barely has the numbers to handle these 2 Zealots.
Yeah, and I don't know if Crossy is actually still making Lings, but he's in a pretty tough position here right now. As this 3rd Zealot gets here, he's going to be able to send one of the Zealots kind of to poke at the Lings a little bit. But, I mean, Crossy is going to have to sandwich these Zealots to clear them from the ramp. And it does look like he made 4 more Lings there, so they will actually catch that Zealot going to his natural. So now he's actually looking okay, honestly. He didn't take as much damage.
The second Zealot showing up here is going to be able to clean up these 4 Zerglings pretty easily here, and all of a sudden, once again, Crossy's in kind of a tough spot. The main force of his Zerglings are trapped behind 2 Zealots at his 3rd base, and they have to trade horribly to get out here. And he's been making drones once again, so now he has 3 Zerglings against these 2 Zealots showing up in his natural, and you can see how the situation just continues to snowball here for Crossy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what Crossy really wants to do is sandwich those Zealots at his 3rd, and okay, so he tried to drone drill actually, but they're kind of falling short a little bit, and then the drone gets picked off, and he's still able to hold the choke a little bit. I think that was actually
trading very well.
Yeah, really, really, really bad for Crossy. And now he's taking... Oh, okay, well, BoA actually kind of mismicroed that a little bit. But still trading pretty well, honestly, all things considered. I mean, Crossy has made a ton of Lings. He lost a drone or 2 needlessly. He's in a really rough spot right now, I think. But, getting these...
Definitely a smart play running these Zerglings in. You have to have some kind of counter pressure here, and 3 Speedlings in the main. Very tricky to deal with. But look at the tech by BoA. Already has his Stargate finished. You can see the situation is almost out of control for Crossy because he just has taken so much damage in the early game. These Zerglings are good, but having BoA here making a little bit of a mistake himself, not starting the Sarah yet. Critical error there, giving Crossy some breathing room, finally starting it. But these Zerglings have gotten a little bit of damage done as well, so maybe Crossy giving himself a little bit of breath in this game after all.
Yeah, that was a great move by Crossy. He got a couple probes, but more so he actually just delayed BoA's attention. He delayed, but BoA was just trying to micro his probes like crazy to not lose a bunch of them for free. And it was about 10 to 15 seconds that he delayed getting that Corsair started. So I don't think Crossy's actually going to lose too many Overlords now.
Yeah, if that Corsair starts right away, I mean, he's still going to lose maybe an Overlord here if he gets scouted right away. Something to point out for the Zerg players out there is look at how smart Crossy is with his Overlords. He's sending them all to the left side of the map, and this is to hopefully avoid the Corsair. Unfortunately, right there, one spawned in his natural, so this one should definitely be getting picked off here.
I don't think he's even going to lose the
BoA's
one.
too afraid.
Yeah, I mean,
you're right.
and
BoA
he should
just
be.
decides to back off there, and those Scourge were actually just about to pop, so you're right, 100%. Just the delay of the Corsair there with the Zerglings really helping Crossy stabilize his position.
Yeah, and Crossy even going so far as to make a 6th hatchery before throwing down that Den and that Evo, just trying to kind of make up for the little bit of economic disadvantage they had earlier in the game. And he knows that, BoA's Zealot numbers are pretty thinned out. He lost a lot of Zealots trying to harass, so there's not too much of a danger of any timing push right now. Oh, and getting that Corsair with Scourge. Wow,
Losing his hair, yeah.
That's really big.
Not
That's
good
really
there.
big for Crossy. So
A little bit of sloppiness from BoA.
Yeah, that really knocked the wind out of his sails quite a bit, I think, because he's not going to get that critical mass of 5+ Corsairs with +1 and a big Zealot Speed Zealot +1 timing push anytime soon.
Yeah, he's hiding. He's got this great wall at his third base too. That's going to be super difficult for BoA to break with a speed lot timing. We are going to see a speed lot timing. We saw that +1 spinning for BoA, and we do have the Citadel done. We've got a lot of Zealots here. They're going to be moving out any second. So we're still going to have to see if Crossy can effectively hold this. Even if they can't bust a base, you can still invest too much in defenses and do any number of things that can set yourself behind against a Protoss doing this build. So he does need to be careful here, but right now it looks like he's in a great position moving into the mid game.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks like BoA actually didn't even invest in +1 Stairs. So honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing some Mutas and Scourge from Crossy here. I think this could really 100% shut this down. We do see a bunch of Scourge already.
BoA needs to be so careful if he does decide to move out with his Corsairs here, because losing them all would definitely, cause Crossy to open up with some Mutilas. But you can see he's just playing it safe with them. He's not actually being too risky with them, keeping them at home. The Zealots are going to show up here, and I think they're going to realize pretty quickly they can't get much done, so they're just going to back off. And yeah, Crossy, he looks like he's going pretty solid here. A lot of players might think BoA is super far behind because he didn't get any damage done with these Zealots, but he did force Crossy to invest in units and not make drones during this period, so he's still got a really good economic lead with the 48 probes to 38 drones, but Crossy can, rectify that by just making a wave of drones and fixing it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So all in all, I think the game's pretty even overall.
Yeah, 100%. Now that Crossy realizes that the threat of aggression from BoA is pretty much neutralized right now, though, he can definitely start pumping a few more drones and definitely get up to 45+ drones and start looking to take his 4th. So I think that defense was really well put together from Crossy. Honestly, it kind of makes me think that he probably did prepare a decent amount for this match this week. His sim cities are 100% on point, and just there's really very few weaknesses in his play right now.
BoA going up to an insane probe count on 2 bases. This should mean that he wants to take an early 3rd base and play a more economic game, but going up to 54 probes on 2 bases is definite oversaturation on both your mineral lines there, and we can see he's suffering a little bit because his gateways are slower than they normally would be here. He's going to move out, take this fight. We need some big storms for him to win this fight. Getting 1 Templar picked off before it can storm. He has another one here, getting off a decent storm there, but there's too many Hydras here, I feel like. I don't think this is going to work out for him. All the Zealots melting, and he lost 2 High Templar. Now he's forced back in behind his main, and all of a sudden, these 54 probes, if you can't even break out of your natural to take the 3rd base, it's just a problem.
Yeah, dude, that was absolutely insane micro from Crossy. Some well-placed storms from BoA, but Crossy just immediately split his Hydras and sniped all the High Templar. And honestly, I think BoA might not have expected such a strong Hydra force right now. Like I was saying earlier, I thought Crossy was going to try to maybe drone up a little bit more, but instead he just opted to power the Hydras, and he's really punishing BoA for this misstep.
Losing the +1 armor seconds before it finishes is rough, and this could even be a loss here. This is a lot of Hydralists here. We could have maybe even seen Crossy bust there when there was only 2 cannons. More cannons going down now, but now we're getting contained, and on Eclipse, a contain is so tough to deal with, man.
Yeah, Crossy. I mean, BoA isn't going to be able to expand anytime soon. He's going to try to bust out before it even gets set up, but I'm not so sure this is really what he wants right now. The Observer is going to get picked off. He only has like 1 High Templar, and if he makes one mistake with the High Templar, it's just going to get instantly sniped by these Hydras. So he has to play very carefully right now.
This is why your timings need to be so precise in StarCraft, right? BoA going up to a slightly higher probe count on 2 bases than he should means his gateways are delayed, means Crossy has a good timing with all these Hydralists, means BoA is now contained and in a really tough position here. He's going to have to do something really special if he wants to stay in this game. Potentially like a good storm drop or sneaking a DT out or something like that. But just fighting a Zerg that only has to contain and put all his forces in one base is never a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, that storm that he snuck out just now was actually really, really nice, and Crossy's attention was obviously elsewhere on the map. But the thing is, like, you don't even really want storms like that right now, because he's not going to be moving out anytime soon. And Crossy can just take those damaged Hydras and make more lurkers with them. But meanwhile, we also see Corsairs just randomly going out on the map trying to get something done, but they just immediately died as Scourge. So I think BoA is in a really rough position right now.
Yeah, BoA definitely in a very tough spot here. You want to try and get something done when you're in a position where you have to play purely defensively, and you know the opponent is getting a huge advantage, right? But sending out your Corsairs and getting them all sniped by Scourge right away is obviously not the correct decision in this situation.
Yeah.
The one good thing here about that is that he does get some scouting info there, where at least he knows the bottom half of the map. Maybe he can sneak a shuttle out or something like that. But otherwise, it was just wasted units, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, okay, well, so he is going to try to bust out with these Dragoons now. Catching Crossy a little off guard, a little bit of a delayed response from these Hydras. So picking up a couple lurkers is very nice, but we'll have to see what he can get done here.
Yeah, the supplies are still pretty good for BoA. He has macroed up to a huge force here. That economy, the 54 probes, is like a lot of economy to work with off 2 bases for sure. But you can just see how difficult it is to break out when your observers get literally shot down by Hydralists so quickly, or Scourge, yeah, it's a tall order to bust any kind of contain this strong.
He still has so few High Templar too. Having to pour all this gas into Dragoons is really limiting his High Templar count, and whenever they have to go out and face the brunt of this army, they're just getting massacred by these Hydras. +2 is already finished for Crossy, and the +1 armor isn't even finished for BoA yet, so he's taking a ton of damage from these Hydras.
You really, really need the storm support, right? Like, without the storm support, your army just melts. The Hydra DPS is insane. If you don't have storms on the Hydras as soon as they come in to shoot your goons, then you're going to just take huge losses every time. And we just don't see the High Templar count, like you said, to really do that. He is making some High Templar here, but you have to remember, like, High Templar are way stronger when they've been around for a long time and have stored up a ton of energy so they can get 2 or 3 storms off, right? That's when a High Templar is super scary. These ones that, are going to have 1 storm aren't even that scary to Crossy.
Yeah, Crossy has shown that he's very capable of dodging storms, and yeah, I don't know. Look at all those Hydras. That's an absolutely insane amount of army. I really don't think that this is it for BoA. I think this is just going to get absolutely destroyed, and we're going to see BoA tap out any second now.
Yeah, you can see he's trying to bust out. You have to eventually, right? You can't just let the Zerg go on 4 base economy. But yeah, there is still so much behind this. And even if we look on the minimap, there's still so much behind the army that we see even right now. So many more Hydralists coming in. Look at this. This is so many Hydralists. The Zealots are starting to melt. There was a lot of them, but they can't compete against this many Hydralists. The DPS is too great. BoA, just his macro is insane. He's sending out so many troops. But I think Crossy's still going to hold. And there, we see the GG.
Yeah, absolutely dominating performance by Crossy, really making me eat my words. I feel like we're seeing the old Crossy, the Crossy who is absolutely in shape.
100%. BoA maybe feeling a little bit of frustration there, GGing out so quickly. his army, obviously, he still had units on the map. So, and it looked kind of close, like he might be able to bust out. He was obviously still in a rough situation, but maybe a little frustrated tapping out early.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I don't think there was much of a hope for him.
There probably wasn't much of a hope.
But yeah, I agree. I mean, in a tournament setting, you do want to kind of take as much time as possible to just see what happens. I mean, when actual money is on the line, you don't want to just tap out arbitrarily for sure.
True. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think there was much of a hope, but just the fact that he may have potentially just barely scraped a breakout right there, there might have been some glimmer of hope left in that game. So I'm just a pro not tapping out until you're 100% dead. I don't want to, yeah. But obviously, BoA is pretty screwed there. But yeah, jumping into game 2, I think it's going to be on Polypoid. Pretty strong map for both races. I don't think either map is really advantaged here. What about you, Keen?
Yeah, Polypoid I think is definitely one of the more balanced maps in the map pool. Probably only like 55-45 in favor of Protoss, which is pretty reasonable given the the current environment where like on Eclipse, for example, it's more like I don't know, like 65-35 in favor of Protoss. I don't know. How do you feel about the map pool right now, Just?
I don't know. I don't feel good about your balance whining starting so early in our cast here, but I'll accept it.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I honestly don't like the map pool. I can't believe we still have plasma in the map pool. It's just embarrassing. But other than that, I guess.
I don't even want to talk about it, dude. Can we just pretend that plasma doesn't exist? Every time I like open up my map Vita folder on ladder and see it, I just get this like sinking feeling in my stomach. Like what the fuck is Blizzard thinking, dude?
I don't know, dude. They get rid of Fighting Spirit and Circuit Breaker. I mean, ladder should be a spot where new players can play like comfortably all the time, right? So they should have really basic, easy maps, and for some reason they decide to throw in plasma map.
Fucking plasma.
Good players don't even want to play on.
Anyway, we should be jumping into game 2 any second now.
And here we go.
It looks like we have a white Protoss
in the bottom right.
Yes, my white Protoss in the bottom right. Sorry about that, Just.
It's okay.
And our blue Sir Crossy
BoA as the top left here. So this is pretty good for Crossy. I feel like the cross positions are definitely going to make him feel happy here. Gives him a little bit more time to deal with any kind of BoA push. So you should be pretty happy about that. But like you said, Polypoid, not a huge advantage for either side, I don't think. So not that big of a deal.
Are you just saying he likes cross positions because his name is Crossy, or?
Yeah, I'm like a punny type of guy, so.
Yeah,
definitely just doing it for that.
I mean, why else would they be good for him? I don't understand. Can you elaborate?
Because gate FE, it means your Zealot has a very long distance to go across the map, right? So BoA, who is typically a gate FE player, means that Crossy can get away with a little bit more here. Potentially, I mean, last time we saw he got in a little bit of trouble by droning up too fast, too quickly. But here, potentially, he could actually drone up a little bit earlier because of how long it takes for the Zealot to get across the map. BoA looks like he is going to be going for the gate FE too. Another good thing about the cross positions here is there's a very special kind of scout you can do on this map, which allows you to see the Overlord a little bit quicker in certain positions, which tells you where the opponent is a little bit quicker. And actually, we're going to be having a Forge here, or maybe just a straight Nexus. I'm a little bit curious to see what we're going to... Oh, okay, we're going to have a straight Nexus first from BoA. So BoA playing very ballsy here.
Dude, this is actually...
Going Nexus first.
This is insanely risky to me because Crossy is a player that we've seen time and time again be willing to go 9-pool in both ZVT and ZVP, which isn't always the most common opener for Zerg, but I mean, he's shown like a lot of aggressive tendencies. So this isn't like doing a if Nexus first against like say Striker, for example, who kind of always does like very, very standard stuff and usually doesn't do any crazy early aggression. This is such a gamble, but it's going to pay off.
It's going to pay off big time. And I want to point out BoA's scouting. He went down just a little bit to his third base there to see if there was an Overlord. And since he doesn't see the Overlord, he can actually go straight up here. And now that he doesn't see the base here, he knows that Crossy's going to be on the left side of the map here, top left. And look, his cannon's going to get down before the first Zerglings are even out on the map. It should be up right before they it should be finished right before they get to his natural. And yeah, it looks very, very dominating for BoA. This is such a big economic advantage when you can get away with Nexus first as Protoss. You feel like you're in a great position, and I'm sure BoA does right now.
Yeah, 100%. And this is a wall that I'm not super familiar with either. It looks like it's actually just a one-gap wall. I think that the right side of that pylon is tight. So yeah, feeling really secure right now. He's not really worried about anything. He's getting a scout off right now. And Crossy
gets the scout in the main too. That's so unfortunate for Crossy. If he could have just kept the 2 Zerglings on the ramp perfectly to block that, that would have been nice. But getting the full scout now, he's going to see the timing of everything. He's going to see if the layer goes down. He's going to see if a Hydra Den goes down. And something else to point out is that BoA's actually finished his Nexus before Crossy's natural finished. So that just goes to show how big of an economic advantage that BoA actually has right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Crossy's layer was actually slightly late a little bit. He made too many drones, so he wasn't able to get it down right when he hit his first 100 gas. So the Cybercore already finishing. I think potentially if Crossy doesn't make a Hydra Den to defend this, he could be in a world of hurt, honestly.
We saw the disparity in the timing between the Spire and the Stargate last game. This game, it's even greater. That Stargate is so fast compared to the Spire. First Zealot finally getting seen here, but it's gotten pretty far across the map, I think. We're going to have to see if Crossy can respond to this properly. It's second Zealot coming out now. And these Zealots are going straight to the third base here. And Crossy has 2 Lings out on the map, so...
Yeah, he did make more Lings. Generally, you make a couple more sets of Lings after your second Overlord finishes, but still, this Zealot is chasing off one of the drones from the third. He's just going to delay the mining a little bit more, and finally the Lings are actually cleaning this up basically for free. A bit of a miss micro there from BoA, but
yeah,
we see
losing the Zealot. But the time there, just having the drones pulled, obviously, is pretty good for an economic advantage there. But yeah, we do see. Was that a Hydra Den that we saw go down there?
No, that was a Spire. So it's
Spire.
It's so late compared to the Stargate. I'm guessing these Seres could get like 2 or 3 Overlords, which would just be devastating. I'm really surprised.
This could be This could definitely be an early game. If these Corsairs can snowball and just keep getting Overlords before Scourge can get out and across the map, and we can see Crossy's only at 33 out of 35. So that means he's already like low on supply. So if they start killing Overlords before the Spire's finished, then potentially he just never gets to Scourge to chase it off. And he's going to see how much time he has with this scout. Maybe he just barely missed it. If he did, that's very fortunate for Crossy.
Yeah. I mean, well... He did miss. He spent quite a bit of time just flying around, not finding Overlords. So Crossy is going to lose this one for sure. Maybe one more. If this other second Corsair finds this Overlord, then it's going to be really, really hairy for Crossy. But honestly, I think Crossy is doing the best that he can right now with these hidden Overlords. This is definitely going to hurt losing this second Overlord. But I mean,
losing the second Overlord is, for all things considered, way better than I thought he was going to do. But this is scary with the DT already out. Crossy's running his Zerglings away, so it's very possible that he saw the blur on his map. Obviously, if you're a Zerg player, you still see a little blur moving across the map if you're looking where the DT is. So I think he probably saw it, which is very fortunate for him, because if this DT had gotten across the map, that could have been game over right there. But he should be making an Overlord there to help defend against this DT.
Yeah, and he has Scourge out now, so he should be totally fine. He has a Sunken coming. Just these 4 Corsairs aren't really going to be able to contest these Scourge, I think. Although...
I don't think so.
Wow! Oh my god. I thought
Wow.
that was a big mismicro by Crossy. He really should have gotten 2 Corsairs there. So this really hurts, honestly.
Yeah, the Corsairs are still going to be forced back. Smart by Crossy to make a second set of Scourge there, just in case. And now all of a sudden this DT isn't going to be able to get much done. But these DTs, once again, it's one of those things where like they get value even though they're not killing drones, you know? Like they don't necessarily... And Crossy moving his 1 Overlord away from that base, it looked like for a second. Maybe there was a second one in there that I missed. But if that DT runs up there right now, that could be really scary, man. 2 DTs there. I love how he hides the DT there just in case, but 2 Overlords actually finishing up, so totally safe in that base. And he's going to have 3 DTs show up in the natural, and this can be a little bit scary too if they can just run past the 1 sunken, and it's not a big deal if they decide to. Picking off some drones along the way.
He does have Hydras there now, so I don't think there's going to be much of a... Yeah, there's no way those DTs are getting into the base.
Blocking the gap there. Cutting off their run-through pass, so they should be pretty safe here. Crossy going up to a lot of Corsairs this game. I think he probably has gotten +1 if he's going up to this many, and they did wipe those Scourge out very quickly.
Yeah, and like you said, even though the DTs didn't do an insane amount of damage, they're forcing a lot of a response from Crossy, right? He's making all these Hydras, making all these Lings, and he's still at 31 drones. So he hasn't been able to drone past, you know, where you want to with that like initial 1-1 saturation. He's wasting a ton of gas on these Scourge, which aren't getting very much done. And yeah, just delaying the drones for this long is really big. I mean, especially consider the fact that Crossy also invested in these Sunkens. And this is really not much of an investment from BoA's side. He is spending a lot on the Corsairs, but he hasn't made any more... you know, he hasn't committed any more land units other than these 3 DTs.
Yeah, I think we've seen 2 Corsairs go down all game long, and we've seen maybe like 16 to 20 Scourge, right? Like the gas difference there is insane, man. BoA's gotten so much value out of these Corsairs already. And he didn't go up to like 53 or 54 probes again. He's at a very solid number of 44, already adding his gateway, so his timing's going to be much quicker this game. Of course, Crossy coming across the map with this big, scary Hydra army here, and I think this Hydra army is going to be able to force back these Zealots. This is a lot of Hydras, so you have to be careful here. BoA trying to pick off some Overlords here. If he gets all the Overlords, obviously his DTs can reign supreme, but being forced back and losing all his Zealots, all of a sudden this looks a little scary, man.
Yeah, I guess I spoke too soon, because all of the gas that BoA is pouring into these DTs and these Corsairs honestly just delayed his high tempo for so long, and Crossy was just making a whole bunch of military this entire time, a whole bunch of Hydras. But yeah, I don't know. For a second it looks like BoA was actually going to rebuff that attack, but Crossy just really not droning at all. He's basically going all in my opinion.
Yeah. We see the supply disparity here. If this doesn't work for Crossy, he's going to be in a tough spot. But this might still work. Unfortunately, he's getting forced back here. He lost his Overlord, and with that 1 DT, this is why the Corsairs are so good, PBZ. 1 DT can literally shut down Crossy's entire attack here just by denying him vision of the DT, right?
Yeah, and we saw one of the Corsairs, I think, with 8 kills, which is absolutely insane. They've just been doing so much work, killing so many Scourge, so many Overlords. It's really, really hurting him. And yeah, like, he's still in 32 drones, so if he doesn't do some big damage quick, like, this is just going to run out of control.
Yeah, and it already is starting to look very scary.
What a
it's
storm.
Starting to look almost, yeah, that storm was insane. There's almost as many Zealots as Hydralists now, and when that's the case, all of a sudden Hydralists are not nearly as scary. I mean, he still might barely be able to force BoA back with how many Hydras he has left here. And I don't know, man, it's really close though. But Crossy has no economy to fall back on, where BoA is just going to be able to reproduce these Zealots very, very quickly here. He's going to be able to reinforce much faster. He's going to be on a higher production and better production than Crossy, and I think, yeah, you can see his production and his reinforcements are going to be able to force Crossy back, and Crossy has nothing to fall back on, unfortunately.
Yeah, the thing is when there's not a critical mass of Hydras, they're actually not that great against Zealots. What you really want is to have like a whole just mound of Hydras where, like, you know, the Zealots will be attacking the outside, but they'll be getting pelted by like 3 or 4 layers of Hydras, right? But if in lower numbers, you can't really take advantage of the Hydra's range too much unless you're like just furiously microing every single Hydra. So yeah, Crossy is like 40 supply down now. BoA is feeling pretty comfortable. He's taking his mineral only, and Crossy, he recognizes now that like he can't do anything, so he is droning up. But it was such a delayed wave of drones, and he's actually leaking hydras too. He forgot to re-rally one of his hatcheries, which is always super tilting as a Zerg player.
100%. We can see the upgrade disparity here. Crossy +1 attack versus 1-1 already. The expansion disparity here. BoA going up to his 3rd base. Crossy stuck on 3 bases for so long because he's invested so much into his attacks. Just now putting down his 4th base. But I gotta be honest with you, Keen. I don't think he's going to be able to hold that 4th base. As soon as BoA decides to contest it and move out across the map, he's going to have an overwhelming force here.
Yeah, 100%. 130 supply already. This is so insane. Crossy is going to have to just turtle his ass off if he wants to survive. But still, only on 40 drones. Hasn't gotten his 4th up yet. It's looking so grim for him.
BoA's not going to give him any time, right? But these... Wow, getting 3 High Templar? Okay, just 2. Lucky for BoA that the one that didn't get picked off kept all its storms too, so it's going to be very effective in this upcoming fight. And that was 12 hydras.
Yeah, that was a lot of hydras. So. I mean, hydras aren't free; they're still expensive.
Yeah, so almost an even trade there, maybe, but it doesn't really matter because look at this force just barreling over. The lurkers were a good attempt. Maybe BoA doesn't have observers yet, and you can hold here, but with observers already being out there and Crossy being so far economically behind, I think this is going to be GG, and yeah, we're going to see it right there.
It's actually
BoA winning the game, going 1-1, man. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, that last attack was so funny to me because, like, I don't know about you, but when I'm like coaching CPL players, for example, and try and help like Protoss players, I always encourage them to like take their time when they're busting up a hill with lurkers and everything, and like be patient with Dragoons and High Templar and everything. But BoA just completely disregarding that approach and just really, like you said, barreling right into his high ground. I mean, he knew the advantage that he had, and he wasn't afraid at all.
Yeah, that's one of those don't try this at home moments, kids. If you aren't confident in your position and you try to rush in with your zealots first like that into a lurker field, that is 100% a good way to throw a game. So definitely be careful before you do that. But of course, BoA is an expert and he knew exactly the kind of advantage he had and knew what he could get away with. But yeah, I think we should be getting into game 3 any second here. And yeah, so far the series has been pretty sick. So I'm super excited, man.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like our game 3 will be on Sylphid, and we're jumping into it right now.
And BoA as the pink Protoss spawning in the 12 o'clock position.
And our blues are Crossy spawning in the bottom right position. So, we kind of touched on it earlier, mentioning that both of these players are Koreans. But I want to kind of address like a little the elephant in the room, which is like, people always talk about how North American ladder is better because we can play Koreans, but honestly, we need to talk about the real advantage, which is actually that Koreans can play against North American players. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's why BoA and Crossy actually moved to North America, right? I mean, just for the higher level of competition for Brood War.
Well, I don't know. Korea does have some Brood War history, but NA has just such a long, fabled, and storied history of great players. I mean, we've all heard of Day 9. Everyone knows who Day 9 is. That guy is amazing. That guy's an NA player. So, I think that pretty much...
Yeah, Day 9...
NA has got to be the greatest scene, right?
The best Zerg in history, Day 9, right?
Yeah, the one... I think he won like a World Cyber Game USA finals once, which is just absolutely crazy. It's so much better than any accomplishment any Korean player has ever put up, I can think of, at least.
And then we have Artosis, who's probably the best Terran player in the history of Brood War, right?
Well, Artosis putting up Ascension for us recently. Big thanks to him. Of course, anytime you can support the NA scene, definitely appreciate it. So thank you, Artosis, for that.
Yeah,
that was pretty sick little show match tournament that we got, for sure.
Yeah, it was actually a ton of fun. I hope Artosis continues putting on events like that. yeah, like 3 nights of King of the Hill games, just a really fun and interesting format for sure. We do see Crossy actually.
Also just fun to watch for sure.
Yeah, 100%. But Crossy actually going for the 9 pool. He doesn't want to be humiliated by an early Nexus again, so he's saying fuck that.
And it's going to be really fortunate for him, because I think these Zerglings, as long as he scouts in the right direction, which the Overlord already has, they're going to get there well before the cannon. And I think we might be seeing an early game 3 here, because I got bad news for you, Keen. The cannon has 0 chance of finishing in time, and I don't think he saw that last lane run and pass right now.
There was a little sliver, I think, that his probe maybe picked up on, but yeah.
I'm not sure his attention was there. He is doomed for sure. Yeah, these Zerglings are going to get in. They're going to be able to kill that cannon, and we're going to see a GG any second here, because there is no hope of winning this game when you have 6 lanes already at your natural and you don't even have a cannon finish.
I mean, BoA is showing his tournament chops a little bit. You know, he's not giving up. He's just pulling basically all of his probes, every single one of his probes to kill these. I guess one that's not mining, but this doesn't really matter. He's going to lose a ton of probes. Yeah. And there's more.
Even if there was no follow-up from Crossy here and he killed every lane with the amount of probes that he had left, like, Crossy's still in a dominating position with the amount of drones that he has at home, you know? Like, this is completely hopeless for BoA. But, dude, I respect it like crazy staying in this game, because I can tell you for sure I would be out of this already.
I mean, BoA is, okay.
Yeah, he's going to GG there. He's going to see that it's over. But, yeah, insane, dude. Crossy, like, what... just not going to allow it again. He's going to punish BoA for trying the same thing twice in a row, which is something you don't see very often. So that's definitely a cool situation.
I respect him for it. You know, Crossy, he just doesn't put up with any fucking bullshit, dude. I mean, you know, he's not afraid of playing aggressive, playing a little cheesy, and just catching people off guard. He's not one of these guys who's just going to do like 3-H Spire into 5-H Hydra every game, regardless of what happens.
Yeah. I think Crossy might be one of the least predictable players in the NA, like Zerg scene at least, because he does something new every game. And yeah, getting into Ringing Bloom here is our game 4. Crossy up 2-1. Let's see if BoA can tie it up, man. I would be so amped if BoA goes for Nexus first again, dude. That would be so ballsy and so cool. On this map especially, because there's so many cheeses Zerg can do. So we'll have to see, man.
Yeah, he'd have to be insane, honestly, to go Nexus first on Ringing Bloom. Also because I honestly think that Gate of Fee is just really strong on this map too. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, for sure. Spawning in the bottom right as our red Protoss, we have BoA, and in the top right as our yellow Zerg, we have Crossy.
So have you gotten a chance to play PvZ much on Ringing Bloom, the 2.0 with the extra gas and everything?
Not with the extra gas, not that many games. I've played a couple though. Definitely helpful for Protoss. I mean, I'm not sure the change was even super necessary, to be honest, but maybe for PvT it was helpful for Terran a lot, actually, come to think of it. But for Protoss PvZ, it's very, very nice to have that extra gas, obviously.
Yeah, it's basically...
Crossy going for the 9 pull again, just in case, you know? He's not putting up with any of these early pools for the rest of this series, but BoA, this time, going to go for the gate first, so...
Yeah, 100%. It was either going to be Nexus first or Gate first. Basically, no one goes Forge first on this map, simply because the Sunken Rush thing that we talked about earlier. If you do try to go Forge, you can just probably get punished even by making a Sunken on reaction on just getting the Forge, even if you're not going for like a 6 or 7 pool. Quite
possibly, yeah. For those of you that don't watch Brood War that often or are new to the game, you can actually put Sunkens on those Overminds. Even though you saw like the mineral patches in the top left, you can drop a Sunken in the Overmind there, and then it's a very effective strat for Zerg to do that against Protoss. When they go Forge, your cannon doesn't finish in time, so you can just absolutely lose the game straight up. So Crossy going to see this here, but Gate FE I actually feel like is very strong against 9-pool as long as you're careful and don't send out your first zealot. We'll have to see if BoA is a little bit too aggro here and loses the first zealot, but as long as he's smart and careful about it, he should be in a good position. He's going to see these links so early, he's going to see 6 of them, he's going to know that he needs to play defensive. So everything looking very good for BoA, I think, going into the early stage of the game here. Still no Nexus dropping down here. He's going to get that second zealot out. This is pretty typical. And he's going to actually drop the Forge because he saw the 9-pool. He doesn't know if it's 9-pool speed yet, just getting the scout off now. But this Forge is going to make everything even easier from the hold. And I think he's going to feel like he's in a pretty good spot. Losing his probe, though, to drones, unfortunate for sure.
Yeah,
He's actually pulled a lot of probes, too. I think he's more scared of this than he needs to be perfectly honest.
I was going to say the same thing. This is actually really surprising to me. I could see him doing one or the other, but doing both the Forge immediately and this pro block, he's maybe giving a little too much respect to Crossy, honestly. But he's very afraid.
Cannon in front of it too. Yeah, he is very afraid of what Crossy could be cooking on. Dropping that cannon down. This is very. This hurts his economy quite a bit, right? Like this is 3 zealots, 4 zealots before the Nexus. This almost feels like he's going to be doing something a little bit tricky here. We see that probe in the middle of the map still. Maybe he's going to be planning something with that because this is so defensive and it's so unlike BoA to be this defensive in a game.
Yeah, it's crazy. It does look like maybe he's putting a building down in the middle of the map. So
yeah, so we're going to see probably a second gateway here, and then we're just going to see a big 2 gateway zealot rush here. And this can definitely catch a player off guard. I've seen Rain do this a couple of times. I saw there was a BSL game, I believe, that this also worked in here. That Overlord in the middle of the map makes me very nervous, though, because that could potentially scout this, and that would take the wind right out of BoA's sails. 2 gateways, actually. So this is definitely, if this catches you off guard and 3 more extra zealots show up when you're only expecting 5, you know, like, you're going to lose the game, right? But
yeah, 100%.
We'll have to see if it actually works out.
And this is exactly what I was talking about, dude. I mean, this is why Korean players come to North America to learn, because this is, you know, something that probably the most intelligent Protoss player of our time, Quark, would do.
Yeah, Quark, definitely, this is right up his alley. But yeah, this look at how much damage that hatchery's already taken from these 4. And I don't even know if Crossy's going to be able to stop the initial 4 zealots that come out here. Man, he's losing every Zergling, and we don't even have the second gateways up yet. And he's going to lose his hatchery, dude. This is too many zealots. Crossy just completely caught off guard by the amount of zealots that he made. I think maybe he thought, you know, bringing Bloom, he's going to play way more economically. But no, BoA just super aggro, picking off the hatchery, and now you're only going to have 2 hatcheries to make lings with against 3 gate zealots? I don't know, man. This looks hopeless almost.
Yeah, he's definitely in a rough spot. That really hurts for sure. But yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Crossy, like, BoA still hasn't even made an Nexus. And the thing about Rain Bloom is you can turtle up very easily. You can make Sunkens on those overmines like we discussed earlier. But Crossy still isn't even aware of those 2 gates in the middle. So he actually...
Dude, I love this strategy. Just hiding the 2 gateways is so smart. There's going to be 4 zealots that show up, and Crossy's going to be just like question marks in his fucking brain. He's not going to understand how 4 zealots showed up. Yeah, and thank God he has this Overlord here. He's going to see, he's going to send these Zerglings back. But this is so many zealots that he's going to have to deal with. There's going to be 2 more by the time the 4 show up there, you know? And I don't know if Crossy's going to have enough to hold.
Yeah, and he's also reinforcing with the zealots from his main. And he doesn't even have to commit with these zealots. Like, he doesn't have enough Zerglings to really kill this right now. Maybe if he collapses, like, right now, but, you know, the other zealots will... Okay, he actually mismicroed that a little bit. He kind of wasted a couple of hits. So Crossy is cleaning this up way more easily than I expected.
Yeah. That was about the best situation Crossy could have hoped for there, getting 4 zealots for completely free. And, you know, this is super all-in from BoA. If this doesn't win the game, like, there's a layer done here. We could have a Spire on the way. It's actually almost done, and he's on a clock here for sure. He's got to get something done. He's definitely gonna have to run past this Sunken here and probably go to the natural. But I'm not sure what he's gonna do here, man. Now he's in a tough situation.
Yeah, with the Spire done, I think
losing those 4 zealots was really bad. Yeah,
I think BoA is actually just like fucked here, right? I mean, the Spire is just going to be the final nail in the coffin. There's no way he can do any damage when the Muse are out.
No, the mutas, and they're almost out. He's got to go right now, but he doesn't understand just how far behind he is in terms of tech. He obviously doesn't anticipate mutas popping out here in the next couple of seconds. And once they get out there, the game, we might even see an instant GG here, because this is, like, his strategy has no longevity against mutalist. Thankfully for him, Crossy's going across the map with the mutalist first. That gives him at least some semblance of hope. He's trying to run past the two Sunkens here. There's still a lot of Zerglings here. They're cleaning so much damage done on the Zealots already. Mutalists are going to show up. He's going to have maybe one Corsair. He had the Stargate done. He does have a cannon in the main too. But this Corsair not... Oh, it's chasing across the map right now. But even still, if these Zealots don't get any damage done, then Crossy's going to be on, you know, 2 bases versus 1 base, and it's still never going to work out for BoA in the long run here. So even though the mutalists don't immediately end the game, Crossy's still in just such a dominating position.
I mean, this went about as good as BoA could have hoped, I think, given the circumstances that he was in. Like, Crossy took a decent amount of... He lost quite a few drones. He actually, like, pulled a bunch of drones just to try to catch the Zealots. I really was hoping that Crossy would just keep his mutas at home and just clean up all the Zealots before moving out, and just try to get like a critical mass of mutas and Scourge, because, you know, just something like 3 or 4 mutas is so easily shut down by even like 1 cannon. Yeah,
for sure. It did definitely go as well as BoA could have hoped for, but I still think his position is kind of hopeless all the same. He is forced to make a 3rd cannon here. He just lost, you know, more than 50% of his production. He lost, you know, 2 gateways out of the 3. And he's on a weaker economy. You know, I mean, as soon as Crossy wants, he can start making drones and drone up and get these 2 bases really pumping. And meanwhile, BoA is stuck on 1 base for such a long time. He's down in gas. He'll never be able to produce the amount of Corsairs he needs to fight off these mutalists. Everything just looks really rough for him, to be honest. I mean, he still has chances this game if Crossy screws up and throws away his mutalists, potentially like right here, but it looks really tough.
Can BoA even make a Nexus there, or is that pylon blocking?
That pylon almost looks like it's blocking. It's got to be very close, but yeah, I think he can just barely fit the Nexus there.
Fortunately, Crossy is actually doing a favor here and kill it for him.
Either way, it's going to be a long time before he can even get that Nexus down, because he needs so many Stairs to fight off the mutals. The disparity of 2 gases versus 1 gas in terms of just like the gas income you have and the units you can produce that are gas heavy is insane, right? And Crossy just showing that right now. He's got all these Scourge, he's got all these mutalists, and meanwhile BoA is, you know, struggling to get out units in general, you know. This is what I mean by throwing away a potential fight here. He's losing all his mutalists by trying to take the fight in 3 cannons. Now his mutalists are super pink there. Crossy, or I mean BoA, all of a sudden, he might even be able to snipe off the rest of the mutalists here if he micros this properly, but looks like he's focusing on not chasing them down, just getting his own base down here. But yeah, I mean, that's one of those attacks where it's like BoA still has more probes than Crossy. Crossy could definitely still throw this game, and maybe he just gave BoA a little bit of a chance back into the game then.
Yeah, like we've talked about this before. One of Crossy's sort of weaknesses is that sometimes he just like sees red and he just goes and goes and goes. But you know, in this case, he just needed to sit back and keep his economic advantage.
For sure, man. And now this is scary, right? Because like he only has mutalists, and now there's actually a Sair count that's scary against the amount of mutalists that you have, right? Like you need so many mutalists to beat this many Sairs, and you need really good splits and a lot of Scourge behind this. And now he's supply blocked. He can't even make Scourge behind this. And these Corsairs are just going to reign supreme. Look at Crossy. He's scared to engage with his mutalists because he might lose this fight. And if he loses this fight, that's game. He's trying to get Scourge, but he doesn't have any supply. BoA's going to back off here, but all of a sudden, BoA is looking like he's in a really good spot. Once again, they're on 2 bases. Crossy never retook his 3rd. And yeah, this looks good.
Yeah, I mean...
+1 attack done. This fight is looking really scary. There's no way that's enough mutalists to beat that many Corsairs. And all the mutalists just evaporate, and now it's all of a sudden Crossy that looks like he's on his last legs. Like you said, Keen, just attacking into the cannons, man.
Yeah, it's really tragic. I mean, even his +1 carapace is so delayed. I I don't think that was the right play. I mean, obviously, hindsight is 2020, and Crossy couldn't see everything that we were seeing, but he was able to scout that BoA's natural wasn't even down when he got his mutas there. So, man, I really wish he just played a little bit more calm and just saved his mutas.
And now he's in this position where it's that snowball position where it's like he has to keep making mutaless, right? Because he doesn't have enough economy to transition over to Hydraless. But he's already lost the air battle, and there's like very small chance he'll ever be able to win it now that BoA is on a better economy than him. You can see he's going in again. All his mutaless melt, and now BoA has complete air domination, and I think we're going to be seeing a GG here. Once these Corsairs just sit on top of your hatcheries, and you can't even make units anymore, there's not much you can do with Zerg, obviously.
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, he doesn't have the economy, not even close to switch to Hydras. I mean, 15 drones. Like, the thing about Hydras is they're very mineral intensive, actually. And yeah, GG. Before the Dark Templar was able to even do anything.
That is, I think, a couple of bad decisions there by Crossy costing him the entire game, right? Like, he was in such a good spot, sending those first couple meatless across the map for the quick GG. All of a sudden, the Zealots are able to get a little bit of damage done, right? And then, right after that, the attack into the main base with the cannons already done. There were 3 cannons there, Keen. That's a lot of cannons, man. I mean, I don't understand it. When you don't see the natural, you're not under pressure to end the game, right? You can just keep gaining the economic advantage. So I think a little bit questionable by Crossy to dive in on that.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, obviously BoA has been putting in the work. He's been studying Quark and, just pulling off that strategy flawlessly, showing Protoss players around the world that you really don't need any more than 22 probes to win a game.
Yeah, that's true. 22 probes is that magic number. So all you players watching at home, remember that. Don't ever go above that number. But we're going to be getting into game 5 here, man, on Benzene. So definitely not one of the vetoed maps. And yeah, I think both players are probably pretty happy about this pick. We've seen BoA pick it multiple times. He loves his Sarah Reaver style on this, which is what I'm expecting to see from him again. Crossy is probably pretty familiar with BoA going Sarah Reaver on this map. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a really good game on this final map here between the two players. This is game 5. So this will be our last map. And Keen, I got to ask you before the last game here, who do you think is going to take it?
I mean, I always have to root for the Zerg player, so I'm going to say Crossy. And Benzene is definitely the Zerg map. What about you?
I will probably, since you're picking Crossy, I'll pick BoA, But spotting in the top right, we have the brown Protoss in BoA. And in the bottom left, we have the blue Zerg in Crossy. But yeah, I think this is one of the few times where like a Protoss is almost as comfortable on Benzene as his Zerg is. BoA is just so good on this map. He loves the Sarah Reaver style. I always see him get work done with it. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him take this game at all.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's just so many places you can drop the Reaver. Like, the mains are so wide open for drops. Most Zergs kind of expand to the mineral only, and it's very easy to abuse the high ground and the ramp next to the mineral only with Reavers. So yeah, it's a great Sarah Reaver map for sure.
Crossy is so not allowing BoA to ever go Nexus first against him again, dude. Look at this. And this is a great Nexus first map, but BoA being super smart, super careful, sending out that probe right away. A lot of the times, a lot of players will just drop that Nexus down. So he's going to see the fast pool here. He's going to know he needs to drop a Forge, and he should still be able to get cannons down with plenty of time because of the long rush distances on this map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing is, like, dude, the rush distance is so long on Benzene. Even if you did Nexus first, I don't know, man. Like, I'm sure if he actually did go Nexus first, it would get punished, but I think BoA can still get a Nexus before cannon down, can he?
I don't know. It's a little scary for sure. You probably could get away. Well, maybe you could. I don't know. These. It's tough to say. Well, I mean, BoA, if anyone will be an expert on it, BoA will be, because he loves this map. So, but with the Zerglings already out, you're going to feel way more comfortable just dropping that cannon and being safe. So that's what he's going to do. But like you said, the rush distances on this map are insane, so it's going to take forever for these Zerglings to get across the map. That cannon will have plenty of time to finish. This is 6 lanes, so he's going to drop 2 cannons because 6 lanes obviously does beat the 1 cannon, and he's going to send his probe back. This just delays the Zerglings ever so slightly because they're slightly slower, or the probe is slightly slower than the ling.
Yeah, 100%.
But obviously breaking off and just getting more scouting info once he does, and dropping the Nexus, and pretty comfortable position for BoA. You definitely feel really good when you get your when you can scout a 9 pull like this and it can't get any damage done. It puts Protoss in a very comfortable position.
And the cannons were just perfectly timed, by the way. So I'm sorry for just completely making shit up. Completely unaware of Protoss cannon timings.
Yeah, it's okay.
I mean,
we won't judge you too much for that.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that, Just. I appreciate your graciousness.
Yeah, don't worry about it, man. As, the Protoss ambassador to the world, I'll allow it this one time. But if you fuck up one more time, dude, I'm going to have to cut you from the cast. That'll be a Protoss bias cast for me only,
I'll be on my best.
Just talk about how great Protoss is as a race. Yeah, you better be on your best.
That would be pretty awful, so I can't let that happen to the viewers.
Yeah, you gotta avoid it. How do you feel about Crossy going for the far natural, dude?
I honestly like it. Like I was saying, we know that BoA favors Sarah Reaver on this map, and it's a little farther for Crossy to defend, but at least he won't have to deal with any of the high ground shenanigans that I was talking about.
Yeah, dude, it's definitely nice to have the mineral only as your 4th base because it mines out faster than the other bases, right? So when you take that for your 3rd base, you run out of minerals way faster than you do if you take the far 3rd base there. But it is a little bit risky when you're going up against that Sarah Reaver strat because you have to keep more places defended, right? You were already talking about earlier how the Reaver has a ton of spots where it can drop and get drone kills. Now it has even more spots, right? Because there's just so much more surface area that you have to defend against.
Yeah, I mean, by the same token, though, like you said, there's not only more mineral patches at that 3rd, but there's a 3rd gas as well. So if he does want to go Muta and try to contest the air control, he can do that. And he can also just build up a huge amount of Hydras and contest the Sarah Reaver that way if he so chooses.
And we are talking about it like BoA is 100% going Sarah Reaver, which of course we haven't determined quite yet, but it's just so common on this map and it is his play style. So he is getting the +1 Sarahs. We can see he's definitely going to be going for a Corsair heavy strategy. And with the delayed +1 on his 4 Sarah, it's looking more and more likely for sure that he's going to be getting that Robo pretty quickly here and probably going to be doing that Sarah Reaver, which is so common on this map if you're Protoss.
Yeah, and like our observer Tim just pointed out, the Stargate is already finished. So, yeah, like yet again, Crossy's going to be in a little bit of trouble. He might lose up to 2 Overlords here.
This, once again, though, we have to keep speaking about the great rush distance here. So, and there's so many more spots to hide your Overlords. So if BoA can't find any, Crossy potentially get away with his little bit later Scourge there. Robo is coming up, so we are going to be seeing that Sarah Reaver strategy. First Corsair going straight across the map, and there might be 1 Overlord in the natural there, so it might be able to pick off 1, but I don't think we'll be seeing too many more than that, because that Spire will be finishing up to get some Scourge up just in time, I think.
Yeah, and Crossy is definitely going to lose this Overlord, but overall doing a pretty good job hiding his Overlords for sure. He won't take too much damage from this.
Ooh, maybe 2 Overlords again if BoA's lucky here. So smart to send your 2nd Corsair, and he actually turns around just barely before you see that. A little stroke of luck for our Zerg player there, because losing 2 Overlords is pretty detrimental to your early game economy.
Yeah, 100%. And
Crossy with the Scourge out, he's going to see this Robo most likely. These first 2 Scourge, you obviously want to get some scouting information off on your opponent. So they should see the Robo, he should know what he's up against, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he wants to respond against a strategy like this.
Yep, so he sees the Robo, he knows exactly what's coming now. And so the only thing, it looks like Hydra Den is already down. Oh no, it's an Evo actually. Okay, interesting. And he's going up to 6 hatcheries, so I guess this is actually, that fast 3rd gas, he's actually going for Mutas. Yeah, getting the +1 carapace. So he wants to contest air, and I think this is actually a great choice.
Why do you think it's a great choice?
I mean, well, we've seen time and time again. I mean, last game, Crossy was a bit overzealous with the meters, right? And he kind of ended up throwing them into a bunch of Corsairs and cannons. But for the most part, Crossy's meter micro is impeccable. And as we saw from Hawk last week, Zerg is very, very capable of contesting air superiority with Protoss. I mean, a lot of players like to think that, like, Sayers are just really terrifying and they just shred mutas, right? But when you get a decent number, 5+ mutas, and then you get a bunch of Scourge to back them up, the Scourge are actually definitely able to, if microed correctly and they make the connections, they can take the Corsairs out before dying. And then once Zerg gets the +1 carapace finished, they can actually go toe-to-toe with +1 Corsairs.
And even more powerful is once Crossy gets that air control, if he's able to get it, it's pretty difficult for Protoss to ever be able to wrestle that air control back. And obviously air control, so important if you're going to Sarah Reavers. If you can't get your shuttle across the map without getting it picked off from Mutalist, then you don't really have much of a strategy there. So a lot of the times with Sarah Reavers, it comes down to how much damage the first Reaver gets. And we're going to be seeing that first Reaver move out here pretty quickly. So hopefully BoA is able to stay on top of it, because these Mutalists are so quick. And when you dive in with the Mutalists and all the Sayers are focusing on the Mutas, it's so easy to sneak a couple of Scourge in on the shuttle and pick it off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like you said, if you actually do get air superiority and you pick off a few Corsairs too many, then Protoss will just have to continue making Corsairs like indefinitely, and just not being able to spend that excess gas on High Templar is huge. And then obviously if the Corsairs aren't able to contest the air anymore, then you just can't do anything with the shuttle at all. Crossy actually running right in here, he's feeling really confident. +1 carapace finished, and he's just shredding this cannon, and he has so many Scourge. I think BoA might be in real trouble here.
But all those Scourge clumping up, and he loses a ton of them running in. And once again, now it looks a little scary here, because the Mutalists will melt without the Scourge support. And you can see how quickly they melt without the Scourge support. Crossy once again making the same mistake as last game, where he gets a little bit overzealous. And meanwhile, the shuttle is on the other side of the map, and he's just able to kill drones uncontested.
Yeah,
look at these shots, man. So many drones going down.
This is insane damage.
Huge shots. And he's making Hydralis to follow up. They're slow. They don't have range. They're just getting melted by these Reavers. And now the Corsairs are going to follow up across the map. And all of a sudden, Crossy has nothing to fight them with. I think he's being too aggressive with his Mutalist both these last two games, and it's going to cost him again.
Yeah, I actually thought the attack that he was putting on in the main was more threatening than it ended up being, but like you said, he just clumped up all the Scourge and he didn't make the connections that he needed to. Yeah, you really don't want
to keep your units spread apart, to box them out a little bit.
Yeah, especially Scourge.
When you don't, yeah, with Scourge especially, because you saw literally, I think maybe 1 or 2 Corsairs went down from like 25 Scourge. They all just clumped and they melted so quickly. And now this game is hopeless for Crossy, and you can see he's going to tap out there. So Crossy going for a super aggro strat, but BoA not allowing it and taking the 3rd, 4th place match here. 3-2. Really sick games overall. Really back and forth. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's always great to have the series go to Game 5. A little disappointing last game, in terms of Crossy's performance, but, BoA just playing out of his mind too, playing out some kind of unconventional strategies for sure. And yeah, really well played by both players.
Definitely. I think the Game 4 strategy was definitely super hype and fun to watch. So, but yeah, I think we're going to be going into a break here, and we'll be back in just a bit for the finals, which will be casted live. So we hope we see you all after the break.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling so good. My idea was, if I'm patient, then opportunities will come to me, and I can win off of those. I'm fine with DragOn. That means I get to play Protoss again, and I'm happy with that. They don't make enough Sayers. I want them to be scared of me, though.
Why? Apparently TT1 died, so I guess it's just me. I guess it's a big responsibility, man. Even if you sniped all my templars there, I still could have made like a full round of templars again. I was not afraid of mutas. Feeling amazing. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna lose this now.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to be heading to our finals now, which is going to be Hawk versus DragOn. Best of 7. Does it get more hype than this, Keen?
I don't think it does. I mean, like I was saying earlier, North America is just clearly the best region in the world. So these two are definitely contenders. Hawk is probably the best Zerg in the world right now. And DragOn, easily one of the top Protosses in the entire world. So yeah, literally the best of the best. You will never see anyone more skilled than these two play.
I do have to warn our viewers that we are listening to the cast of the resident Hawk fanboy and Keen. So just temper everything Keen says during this cast with that knowledge. Because he fucking loves Hawk. And I know he loves Hawk. So he's definitely amped to see this. Keen, what do you think the results are going to be here, man?
Probably.
Gonna take it? Be honest with me. Keep it real. No lies.
I honestly think Hawk is going to win. I think he, unironically, is in really good shape right now.
No, out of his mind, playing out of his freaking mind, right? The guy has played so clean. I mean, his games last week, right? Like, he made BoA just look so amateur because he just crushed him, dude.
Yeah, BoA is just... we saw BoA's performance today. He ended up being Crossy, and he's put down like every Gosu Zerg in North America time and time again. And like Hawk was basically the first Zerg in this region to actually win a best of series against him.
Yeah, and the maps here that we're going to be having, it's going to be basically just like the last series. Very simple, random first map, and then both players get one veto, and then it's there might not even be a veto on this map. It might just be loser's pick since it's a best of 7, right, Keen?
Yeah.
So there probably is no veto. Yeah, it's just going to be loser's pick. Every map, if it goes to game 7, will be played. Yeah,
absolutely. And Hawk. He's also, I need to point out, he's American and we're American, so I feel like it's our patriotic duty to support him in everything that he does, right? And DragOn is a Canadian, so he's obviously inferior in every way to his American counterpart.
Of course, this is probably the biggest showdown between USA v Canada ever. I know we had the big, War of 1812, which was kind of like a big fight between us. But this is more important than anything that's ever happened. Hawk needs to win this for USA to continue as a country, man. And looking at Hawk's results here, tell us a little bit about him, Keen.
Well, we see he's had a long history. This is just touching the surface. Hawk has been a perennial contender for big North American events for quite a while now. He placed second place in the first NASL that TDR ran, I believe. He was playing for USA in the recent Nation Wars. And yeah, he's played in all of our events here at Rogues Gallery so far with pretty decent records. He did end up losing the foul play last year to BoA, but obviously he overcame that enemy last week and showed that he's really put in the time and effort to improve his game over the last couple months. So yeah.
Now, as confident in Hawk as you are, I gotta rep my boy DragOn here. This guy is like the most stalwart defender you have ever seen in your life. So confident. Look at his results. 4-0 map record, playing Protoss 3 times and Zerg once, and Turf Wars. He absolutely killed it in Turf Wars, man. Always a top NA player. Always gets to the finals. You remember Nazzle? I think he got to the finals both times, right? If I'm not mistaken. Just such a talented toss. And he has also been a player, just like Hawk has been. DragOn's been looking so out of his mind. His series against Crossy, I mean, he just rolled Crossy, right? Like, he played so confidently every map. And I expect to see more of that this week, dude. I am so amped to see DragOn at top form right now.
Yeah, 100%. Not only did he really just dismantle Crossy last week, but he also played in the Ascension this week, and he knocked his group out of the park. He played out of his mind, and he made it to the final King of the Hill, where he did, unfortunately, I actually don't remember, did he get second place? I think he got second place to Gypsy, but yeah, really great performance, taking games off of both Gypsy and Nyokin last night. So he's been playing.
Yeah, he got second place.
Yeah, lots of PVT, lots of PVZ, and he's really in top form right now for sure.
Yeah, and just always such a talented player. But yeah, I think the players are going over the map right now. We should be getting into it pretty soon, man. But this is such a hype series, dude. I can't wait for these games. And best of 7, like I already said. So that means we could potentially have like 2.5 hours of casting StarCraft here, but I don't think you could be casting a better series than this. I would honestly be more hyped to cast this finals than I would be like a top Korean player, like a ASL finals almost, This just has so much history in terms of the NA scene.
Yeah, it's always nice when you can actually communicate with the players. I mean, a lot of us have played games with these guys that we've talked to them on Discord. We know them pretty well, so it's really great to play versus or to watch rather like top Korean players and just see like the absolute peak level of Brood War. But actually knowing the players kind of makes a pretty big difference for me, at least.
For sure. I mean, and the NA scene as a whole definitely knows and respects DragOn and Crossy so much. I mean, they're just constantly in here. I mean, the foreign scene as a whole definitely respects both these players. Definitely want to give a big shout out to them. I know Hawk has been streaming more often. So definitely, I know DragOn streams like very rarely, but Hawk streams quite a bit right now. So definitely drop him a follow. If you're here tonight listening to us, drop us a follow. We also have a match arena for this tournament. If you haven't donated to it, even just using our donation code in the last finals here would be so cool. So definitely check that out. I'm sure mods in the chat can post that.
Yeah, and also keep in mind that after this best of 7 is finished, it's not like we're going to stop hosting events. We haven't announced what we have planned for the coming months yet, but we are working on some stuff. And if you want to hear more about it, feel free to join our Discord. Consider supporting our Patreon. And yeah, just follow our stream and, hang out in the Discord, just see what's going on.
For sure, man. We love the support you guys have given us, and any further support you can continue to give us, we would appreciate greatly. So thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Thanks for being here for the finals. And yeah, I think the players are ready. We're ready. So let's hop into this game. This is going to be hype as fuck. We're starting on Polypoid. Let's fucking do this, Keen, man. I am ready. I am excited. I can't wait, dude.
Honestly, I'm kind of already over it.
Okay, moving on. So let's get to the winner's interview then. I think it should be any minute here now. So I'm just kidding, of course. Of course, I'm just joking there, guys. Hawk spawning as the red Zerg in the top right. And actually, look at this. Getting the perfect scout off on DragOn in the top left as the sort of puke green Protoss.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's always demoralizing to start a series off like this with such a disturbing color. I mean, what was DragOn thinking?
I don't know. He probably picked random, and sometimes This is probably a bad omen for the series, right? Dragon.
Yeah,
first
I mean,
with this
that's
ugly color at the start.
a game-losing mistake. That was a dumb choice by him. I don't know if he's nervous or what, but you can't forget to set your color in the lobby. I mean, come on, that's a rookie mistake.
I am also, I'll be honest with you, Keen, I'm a random color picker too. I never set my color. I like the surprise, I like the enjoyment, but sometimes you play that dice game, that pure luck roll game, and sometimes you're just not going to get the benefit that you want, dude, and you're going to be stuck with a color like this. And you're going to play off all game. Dragon going for the Forge FE here. We can see that because he put the pylon down and he sends that probe scout out right away. So this is definitely going to be a Forge basket defend. How do you feel about this weird scout from Dragon going not as you typically would? Normally you want to go in the way the Overlord will hit your natural, and Dragon actually sending it down bottom left first. So I wonder what his thought behind that was and why he did it.
Yeah. Usually you see players try to catch the Overlord right, so he'd go to 12 first and see the Overlord, and then if he doesn't see the Overlord, then he'd go bottom left. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, wow, okay, he's going to miss the Overlord again with this second probe scout, but he'll end up scouting him relatively quickly anyway. It is surprising because Dragon is a very knowledgeable player, and I feel like usually when I watch him, he kind of like tries to get every little advantage that he can like that.
I would guarantee there's some kind of reason behind this. I'm just not exactly sure the reason that Dragon picked here.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not a huge deal, obviously, because he's still going to get the scout off. He's going to see exactly what Hawk's doing. Hawk did go for the hatchery first, so Drag going to be able to get down his Nexus first. It's actually his probe going out to his natural, even a little bit delayed there. Going up to 15 probes. Normally you would see that 13 next there, so interesting decision here from Dragon. Means his next is a little bit delayed, but he does have a couple more probes, so his economy for the brief period is going to be stronger. But it does hurt your economy a little bit as the game goes on, because your Nexus finishes up so much later. You get probes out so much later. But so it's not like anyone has a huge advantage, but I like Hawk's opening better than I like Dragon's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hawk actually going for the 12 hatch. He's not even, he wasn't afraid of Gate FE at all, it seems, because usually against Gate FE it's better to do 11 hatch just to get your lings out a little sooner, but in this case Hawk knows Dragon and he went straight up with the 12 hatch, so he's going to have a very, very healthy economy. Hawk
with the Overlord right over the cannon timing, so he knows exactly when he needs to send these, like if these Zerglings will get across the map, and this is very, very close. I think that cannon is just in time, but these lings are going to be really, really close. And Dragon's so confident. I love how he doesn't even send any kind of probes to block. Maybe a mistake, though, because I think the lings are going to get there in time, and if they cancel this cannon, it's over. But the cannon does, with the one probe, does block in time, and I don't think either of these lings have any chance of making it up. They're going to be a little bit annoying on that side of the map, just stopping the natural from mining completely perfectly. So definitely annoying for Dragon, but not as bad as it could have been with that finishing up just in the nick of time, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I do really like that, just being a little bit of a nuisance and delaying the mining from the Nexus will actually kind of give Hawk even more of an economic advantage. It's actually really huge. Scaring those probes off.
I thought the cannon would be able to prevent the Zerglings from really attacking the probes there, but with how long they've delayed the natural, this is actually a lot of damage, and they can still be annoying. You obviously have to remember not to put too much of your attention on these lings where it messes up your build at all, and Hawk doing that perfectly, just picking off another probe here, getting as much value out of these lings as he can while not affecting his attention at all,
Yeah, absolutely. These two lings actually did so much damage.
Yeah, definitely very effective here. Dragon still has pretty okay timings here with his Stargate, and I love how he's been able to keep this probe alive, just pure scouting. He knows exactly what Hawk's doing. Hawk playing super standard. He does see the Spire timing perfectly, though, so Dragon very confident about that. Yeah, overall, I don't think either player has a huge advantage, but once again, Hawk definitely taking a little bit of an advantage in the opening here. Got his speed done now as well, able to deny the probe scout anymore. They're both just going to be taken out from here. And we're just now seeing no Stargate from Dragon, which means most likely We're going to see that same build he did last week on Polypoint, which was a fast couple Archons, right? And then just having a really strong Zealot timing.
Yeah, but, the cat's kind of out of the bag with that build, because not only did he do it last week against Crossy, but I believe he did it against Crossy again at least once or twice in the Ascension group that he was in. So I would assume that Hawk is a player that has done his homework and he knows that this is a possibility. He's going to be able to scout it, and I know he put out a video recently about his SimCity that he's been studying. So yeah, we see, as Tim is pointing out, DragOn has cut probes. So this is kind of, not completely all in for sure, but he's committing a lot to this attack. He needs to get some damage done, and if Hawk is able to defend like I would expect him to, then I think he should be in pretty good shape.
The question is what is Hawk's follow-up here? He has this fire down, he's making some Scourge. He doesn't have a ton of gas saved up, though, so it's not like he can instantly just transition into a big Mutalisk switch here to shut down, like Dragon's economy. So Dragon's going to be able to get a push off here, and I'm going to be curious to see what Hawk's response is. He's already got the Hydralisk coming up here. But the great thing about this build from DragOn is that it can transition into a lot of different things very quickly, because you're not investing any gas into Corsairs. You have so much more gas than you normally would, which means you can get a lot of High Templars very quickly, or even and you might not even necessarily need the Archons. You can just make a big Storm Zealot timing if you don't think there's going to be a Mutalisk follow-up. These Scourge are going to be able to get full scouting information off, which is super important, but the DT being sneaky, trying to get some damage done here.
Yeah, it is a bit of a blessing here that Hawk, first of all, scouts. Now he knows for sure that there's no Corsairs, and he scouted DragOn actually making cannons. So that making a bunch of cannons at his main, making cannons as natural, going up to 3 cannons. He's obviously afraid of this potential Hydra timing. And yeah, the DT got no damage done whatsoever. So I think Hawk is actually in a really good position right now. And honestly, with a build like this, like DragOn will still have to make a couple Archons. He is going for the timing attack right now, but still no High Templar at all. So yeah, I don't think he'll get very much damage done here.
This timing can definitely be scary here with the DT still out. The Archons add so much damage behind this. You have to be careful with Hawk taking this fight outside of any kind of protection here, because it can definitely turn on you very quickly if you're not careful. But he is able to force the army back, and now all of a sudden, DragOn looking a little bit dicey here. He needs to be able to get something done with this. He does have good defenses back in his main, and he can, like I said, this build is good because he can transition very quickly because he haven't invested any gas into Corsairs, which means he can get a lot of High Templar. But this attack from Hawk is looking scary. He needs to be careful.
I mean, we see that. I don't know if Hawk was going into this match expecting this exact strategy from DragOn, given the fact that he already showed it in a couple matches recently. But his economy is just insane because he got the 12 hatch, and just this great Hydra protection that he can immediately commit to is really just shredding this High Templarless army.
Yeah, you can see he doesn't have an overwhelming Zealot count, right? But he also doesn't have any High Templar to support the Archons here. So he's just getting absolutely shredded, like you said. And he's about to lose this game because these Hydras are just going to bust him. And he's not going to have Storm in time. These High Templar aren't even close. He's going to lose all his cannons. Now he's just defending on the cannons in his mineral line, which is never a good thing. And the High Templar are getting picked up. And yeah, what a quick turnaround here from Hawk. Just able to crush through this timing attack from DragOn and taking the game pretty much.
Yeah, I think this build was actually intended to be like a little bit of a gotcha sort of build, where when you see there's no Corsair, your immediate instinct is going to be to make Mutas, right? But then you roll out with the 2 Archons and this really strong timing attack that Zerg will just not be able to kill. But Hawk calling the bluff and just making a bunch of Hydras and just shutting it down. Yeah.
Hawk not falling for it. He's not going to make Mutalisk as a response. He's just going to make more Hydralisk. And you can see when DragOn's investing all these resources in static defense, and he's also going for a timing attack, right? It works perfectly when the player goes for Mutalisk and they get caught, and the Mutalisk can't counter because they lose the cannons, right? But it doesn't work when the player doesn't go Mutalisk and just makes a ton of Hydralisk and then just tries to bust you, right? Especially when they've gotten away with the better opener and gotten a ton of early economic damage done.
Yeah, I'm still those 2 links. they did way more damage than I expected them to. I mean, not only delaying the mining for so long, but actually getting a probe or two. It's absolutely insane. And he didn't even have speed at that point, so it was like very, very little of an investment to have a pretty huge effect on the game. It does look like our game 2 is going to be going into optimizer, so DragOn wasting no time at all to start pushing his advantage with maps that are absolutely incredible for Protoss.
Definitely probably the best map for Protoss in this map pool for sure. Optimizer is so powerful with those 3 gases. So yeah, I think a good choice from DragOn. And if there's a player that I think can abuse a map like Optimizer really well, it's going to be DragOn, because he's such an intelligent player when it comes to shit like that.
Yeah, very eloquently put. Yeah, DragOn really just spends a lot of time working on his builds. He just he really likes putting in time thinking about his builds and just making slight little changes just to eke out every little advantage that he can. And if the player he's playing against doesn't figure out exactly what he is doing to get those extra advantages, then he's definitely going to just run away with them. And on a map like Optimizer, you can really, really run away with a victory quickly if you don't play it right.
And we were talking about this earlier, about how both players are like the type of player that's very meticulous with their play and like just such an intelligent thinking player, right? Constantly making decisions all the time, being critical. Like Hawk is also one of those players that thinks all the time about his builds, right? So maybe he's the player that has the solution for Optimizer that Drag is going to present him, right? Like he's the type of player that would have, a map thought out very, very carefully and clearly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping it'll just end up like last game and he'll just make a bunch of Hydras and kill him. That's the thinking man's Brood War to me.
Yeah, it's definitely the thinking strat. Yeah, I mean, your Zerg brain can only think in one way, right? So I understand that, man. As a more eloquent Protoss player, as a player that is also thinking like Hawk and Dragon, I can, I enjoy the intricacies of Brood War a little bit more than the I make Hydras an attack strategy, but I can understand where
so what do? You just make Zealots?
I like to make Zealots, Dragoons, and High Templars, and then I like to attack.
Oh wow, that's quite the.
You see how it's
army comp.
3 units versus 1? Yeah, that means I'm thinking 3 times as much as you are when I play.
Okay. Well, it looks like we're going to be getting into the game any second now.
Yeah, going into game 2 here on Optimizer. Hawk up 1-0. Let's see what happens, man. Can DragOn tie it up? Or is Hawk going to start running away with it? When it's a best of 7, a 2-0 lead doesn't feel something like you can't overcome, right? Like in a best of 5, 2-0, you feel like you're doomed as the player. In a best of 7, 2-0 is nothing, right?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure the series is already over.
You are so biased, kid. Thank God I'm here to balance this out. Spawning in the top left as the yellow Protoss, we have DragOn. And in the top right as the red Zerg, we have Hawk. And yeah, I think these positions will make DragOn feel very, very happy. He's going to be able to get away with that free third base. If he wants it, Hawk's going to have a very tough time challenging that, and he can just play super economically in this entire game if he wants to.
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious to see if Hawk does have something interesting planned. Maybe, a 3-hatch Hydra or something, because we did see him bust out the 3-hatch Hydra last week, the final game, I believe. And it's not something that we saw from him a ton in the past, but, it's a little glimmer that he is trying to diversify his gameplay a little bit more, which you absolutely need to do when you're starting to compete more at the highest levels in tournaments. And this is certainly a map where
3-hatch Hydra on this map, it can be very effective, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is certainly a map where you might want to pressure early and keep the Protoss on their back feet a little bit, so they can't just immediately play the game that they want to and run away with their crazy gas advantage.
For sure. Hawk getting down his pool at, I think that was a 12 pool, correct? Maybe it was an 11 pool, but I'm pretty sure it was a 12 pool.
It was a 12 pool. I
And
think what
so-
happened was I think Hawk was intending to go 12 hatch again, but he got early scouted, so he knows he's not going to be able to put down that hatchery without a fight. So he's just putting the pool down early.
Mhm. So this is one of those builds. It's a little bit awkward for Zerg to have to go for a 12 pool, right, Kid?
It's not ideal, that's for sure. Because 12 pool, it's definitely a very safe build. It's not going to die to any kind of early aggression, but the lanes are going to be so late. Dragon will for sure be able to go a Nexus before cannon, and probably even gate before cannon potentially. I'm not exactly sure how the timings work out for that. He'll probably just make the cannon first, but yeah, the lanes are going to be pretty slow. They're not going to be able to really do any significant damage. And then the hatchery, of course, will be a little delayed as well.
The hatchery gets delayed. The lings are slower. Protoss is able to get away with more than they are, if you go for the overpool. So it's definitely just all around not good for Zerg. So I think we're kind of seeing a reversal of fortunes from last game where Dragon was the one with the big disadvantage going in. All of a sudden, it seems like Hawk has a little bit more of an opening disadvantage this game.
Yeah. We do see that he's not opting for the very safe pocket expansion on the island. He's going for the outside expansion, which I do like. I think if you have that free expansion, it's nice to delay taking it a little bit and get the outer expansions kind of defended and up and running in the early game when you're not under as much pressure. But at the same time, it's right next to the Protoss essentially. So I'm wondering if he is. Oh wow. Okay. So we see Dragon actually messed up his wall here. I guess he didn't have space to make the gateway. That's a pretty significant blunder. And honestly, I'm really surprised.
That is a huge mistake. And that is the most tilting thing as a Protoss that can possibly happen to you in a game, right? That now, not to even stress the importance of being able to put cannons behind your gateway, right? And being able to just defend your position better. The gateway's obviously going to block that completely. So if Hawk is going to go for a 3-hatch Hydra, which this would work out even better because he has the close hatchery, which might not even have been his intention, but because that hatchery is closer, he can go for 3-hatch Hydra even more effectively. And with not being able to put down as many cannons, Dragon can be in a horrible position. We'll have to see if Hawk punishes this. I don't think he scouted it yet, but this is something where if I saw this as a Zerg player, my mind immediately jumps to how can I punish this? Circling all in, even would win the game,
100%. Whenever I see walls like this, I immediately want to go circling all in. But yeah, you're 100% right about the 3-hatch Hydra as well. And he still hasn't scouted it, surprisingly. He hasn't even sent lings to the front, which even one ling is really surprising to me. I guess he feels comfortable enough with his Overlord pathing that he would see any zealots popping out. But he is going for a lair first, as our observer pointed out. He did get the gas at around 3 minutes, so he is going to have to go 5-hatch Hydra. He's going to have to, delay the Spire a little bit. So I'm wondering if he can still punish this with 5-hatch Hydra.
There's a timing window, right? You only have a certain amount of time. If you get to the mid game and you haven't punished this gateway, all of a sudden Hydra showing up at your natural and you have storage. You're not going to be able to punish it.
Right.
And I'm already starting to think Hawk may have missed the timing, right? It might already be too late to really do anything. This is not a mistake you expect your opponent to make, really. So it's probably why he didn't immediately scout the front. But I think the air or the window of really being able to transition into a powerful timing attack here might have already passed.
Yeah, and Hawk, make me eat my words. He actually is going Spire, so it's quite a late Spire. There's already a Corsair out, and the Spire is halfway done, a little over halfway done. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the thought process was behind getting that Spire still after such a late gas, but he's going to get punished. He's definitely going to lose a couple Overlords here, if not 3+ Overlords.
And Dragon, he was worried about the Spire timing here, but he's going to see it now, and he's going to see it's not even close to finishing. And he immediately pulls a Yui, probably illegally, with that Corsair. I'm sure that was a no-fly zone. And he goes straight back to the Overlords, and now he's going to be able to get so many Overlords for free, man. Sending that second Corsair across the map before the Spires even finished. Hawk this is literally what we were talking about. It's BoA versus Crossy on Polypoid is happening to Hawk, where this might just spiral into the game out of control.
Hawk is going to avoid getting supply blocked. He did make enough Overlords, but it still hurts so much. I mean, look at his drones that is there. That's not what you want. And already getting his third gas too. So I guess he's going to try to go into early mutas, I think. But he's already at a disadvantage economically, and his Spire is just so late. I'm not sure that this is really the play, but I guess we'll have to see. Making a couple Sunkens despite losing those Overlords, he's really... Okay, well, I guess he's calling it correctly because DragOn isn't even making any more Corsairs. He's not getting +1 air. So, yeah, maybe this is the play.
But is he going to have enough time here? These Zealots are already moving down across the map. They're going to have +1 finish up here any second now. And speed's going to finish too. 2 Sunkens should be enough to hold. He does have 2 Sunkens here at the top the 12 o'clock base too. The top o'clock base, I was about to say. But, we're getting a little bit of lag here from DragOn. Hopefully he doesn't lag out there. Game a little bit choppy, but it looks like it's clearing up pretty quickly here. And with DragOn moving out here with 8 Zealots, I don't think he has quite enough to bust his base, so Hawk should be a little bit safer here, I think, just for the time being. But even still, these Zealots have forced a lot of defense out in response, right?
Yeah, 100%. And it seems like Hawk hasn't really, if he is intending to go into mutas, he hasn't really begun the muta production yet. Maybe he's just trying to hide what he's doing a little bit, but I would think, yeah, DragOn saw the Sunkens, so he has to kind of suspect something is up, and he has resumed his Corsair production already.
Yeah, so at the start of the game, the 12 o'clock base made a lot of sense to me, but now I'm starting to think with the build that Hawk is doing, it makes far more sense to just go and take the far natural, right? Like, then you have another main to secure too. And when he's playing as defensively as he is, getting the Mutalists out now, it feels like you just want to be able to take a 4th base main way easier. So I'm questioning this 3rd base that he took more and more as the game goes on.
Yeah, and DragOn, Tim pointing out DragOn actually making a couple Archons again. So this is kind of just like a delayed version of his build from the previous game. But honestly, I don't know. Hawk is actually going muta this game, and this is looking pretty scary. DragOn, he had the air advantage initially, so his resumed Corsair production along with these two Archons is going to make it very, very difficult for these mutas to really do a lot of damage to this army. Scourge coming in, let's see what they can do, forcing the Corsairs to run away. So these mutas are going to be able to kind of like sit in the back and attack all these Zealots, but this is just such a huge army.
Something that you always want to do in an attack like this is make sure that your Sunkens are targeting down the Archons so that your Mutalists can sit there and kill all the Zealots off and reign supreme here. You can see Hawk trying to do just that. 1 Archon still alive. The Mutalists have already gotten so much damage and they're able to clean up all the Zealots, which means that he's actually going to be able to hold this attack here. Still losing a lot of drones, though. And all the Corsairs still alive, too, means that DragOn's going to have another very strong timing very soon here, and Hawk is just in a terrible position despite holding the attack and surviving.
Yeah, 100%. That was a great defense by Hawk. He did take some drone damage, though, for sure, so it's not like he went unscathed.
Yeah. Still in a very tough position here. And I think the big difference this game that we've seen from DragOn is he actually confirmed Sunkens and saw what Hawk's likely response was going to be before he went for the Archons. So that's why his Archons were so much better and so much more capable of punishing Hawk this game than they were last game. Last game, when he went completely in the dark with his timing attack here, he's just hoping that Hawk goes. This time he's confirming it. Look at how many Scourge Hawk has forced.
That's an absolutely insane amount of Scourge. That's a lot of Archons from DragOn too. He's really going all in on this anti-muta strategy. Scourge taking out all of the Corsairs, so these mutas are just going to have free reign on these Zealots and Archons. And the thing is, like, Archons are really good against mutas, but mutas can just kite them for days. As long as they're microed correctly and they maneuver correctly, these Archons won't be able to do very much. And I'm worried that DragOn is actually going a little too all in with this.
No, I think, even though he's definitely investing a lot in this attack, DragOn is being very smart behind this. He's taking his 3rd base, and we can see just how, pressed to even hold this attack Hawk is. These Archons do so much damage, man. They tear through these Sunkens so quickly. I mean, he is going to hold once again, but Hawk struggling with his 3-base economy. You can see just how micro-intensive this battle is. Look at how much money Hawk has to flow here, because if he doesn't micro his Mutalists every second, if 3 Archon shots get off on these Mutalists, they're going to melt that entire clump, right? So you can't look away. But at the same time, the whole time your economy is getting more and more high. And DragOn just following this up, playing very smart, taking his third base. And I think he's still in a great position. Even if that attack was an expensive attack and he didn't, get that much more damage done than was already done at that base, he's just throwing Hawk and Hawk farther and farther behind.
Yeah, Hawk is starting to macro finally again and, get his money down a little bit, but he still doesn't have a fourth base. When he does choose to take it, he will have that free fourth base. But, yeah, he's just struggling to get his Sunkens back up. He's struggling to kind of keep things under control because it is just so hard to really be on top of these meterlists. And DragOn is just going to keep shoving units into this third. Yeah, I don't know. Hawk is in trouble for sure. I'll have to see how he does here.
Yeah, this is a tough situation because Hawk is just given no time to breathe, right? No time to actually solidify his position, get a fourth base up, and start macroing up. He's just constantly got to respond to these constant attacks from DragOn. DragOn being so aggressive here and just punishing the early game so much, not giving Hawk any chance to recover, man.
I'm actually surprised Hawk isn't kind of trying to, take some pot shots at these Archons as he's running around. Maybe he's just feeling the stress and the pressure a little bit too much because, it is so micro-intensive. You constantly have to be on top of the mutas. But he is getting his third a little more saturated finally, and he is transitioning into Hydras because he recognizes what's happening.
And the micro battle between mutas and Archons is definitely super difficult too. I mean, mutas I think have one, maybe two more range than Archons, but the punishment of getting hit by an Archon shot is way more punishing than getting a shot of, and all these mutas taking so much damage from these storms here too. Definitely brutal to see these mutas so hurt because that means an Archon shot will just clean them up and they're melting now.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
It kind of feels like he's giving out his dying breath there, losing all the mutalists, man.
We do see, losing those mutas. You can just see Hawk's supply just plummet. He's 50 supply down from DragOn now, but he did pick off quite a few High Templar. Still 2 High Templar with this army, so he'll probably be fairly safe from any huge Hydra counterattack for now. But still, Hawk isn't counted out yet necessarily, but the fact that he still doesn't have a fourth while DragOn is already getting his fourth up does not bode well for him going into the mid and late game. And look at all these games from DragOn. Yeah,
of course you never want to count a game completely over. But Hawk, his economy is really low, right? He doesn't have a lot of drones. And, he's stuck on 3 base to 4 base. And he's just had to invest so much in defense, man. Look at all these Sunkens he's made at his natural, but even more at his third base. His third base is just littered with Sunken. And every Sunken you make is a drone not mining, right? Like, it's even worse for you than making a Hydralist or anything like that. And this looks really, really rough. This attack here is so scary from DragOn. I don't know how Hawk's going to be able to hold him, even if he does going into the late game. On 4 base to 3 base, Hawk finally dropping his own 4th base. He definitely needs to get that up and running very fast here if he wants any chance of winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Hawk is still fairly low drone. He was forced to go Lurkers just to survive here, and he's not even fully saturated on his 3 bases. He's only on 6 hatcheries right now. He finally placed his 4th hatchery down at his 4th base rather. But if you're going Hydras, you really want to have a ton of drones mining at all of your bases, so you can have 8+ hatcheries just pumping hydras constantly. In this position, he's in such a defensive posture, and he really won't be able to do anything anytime soon. And his economy is just going to be way behind.
Hawk almost getting a little glimmer of hope there, getting that observer accidentally stormed from DragOn, but unfortunately it stays alive, and that means all these lurkers are just going to be completely picked off by these Dragoons here. Second observer showing up too, so even if he does pick off the first one, it's not going to matter as much. DragOn taking a 5th base behind his Hawk, maybe going for a little bit of a counter drop here, but he doesn't realize that DragOn already has that 4th base there, losing a couple of overlords for free. And this looks so tough for DragOn. I mean, so tough for Hawk. He's just got such a difficult position to play here. His army is, he's trying to pick off some High Templar here. He's going to get a couple, but he's going to lose a lot of Hydros to get that done. And this looks pretty hopeless at this point, man. He's sacrificing all his units to his 4th base. He's down 100 supply, and I don't think he has any hope of taking this game anymore.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to see what he can do with this tech here, which is probably not very much.
No storms coming out, but finally some storms coming out. The storms that do come are big storms, picking off a ton of Hydras. And yeah, he's just the good thing about this map, you know, is like you do have that fourth base. So if he can get that fourth base mining, get out swarms and plagues, and maybe he still has a chance of turning it around. But the supply disparity is just making me so scared. It's such an uphill battle for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah, and it's hard to, you know, make Hive units without Hive. Hawk is still on Lair Tech. He's just completely all in here. And there's, I don't see a way that he's going to be able to crack this army. It's just too huge right now.
Especially without Hive, yeah. With maybe with a Swarm and Plague, you could have a fighting chance here. But on Lair Tech still, this is a tier 3 army from DragOn. This is almost as good as it gets for Protoss. His upgrades are really good. Plenty of storms. And this is just going to barrel through this army. He could A-move this almost, I feel like. He's probably going to play it a little bit safer, a little bit more defensively by pushing slow. But this is just an overwhelming army here from DragOn.
Yeah, I expect Hawk to tap out any second now. I mean, you know, DragOn playing this basically perfectly. He even opted for the +2 armor instead of, you know, +1 weapons because he knew that after that Muta start, Hawk was basically going to be all in on Lair Tech here.
Look at these storms getting so much damage done. And now, with all the lurkers cleared up, or with only one lurker left, he comes in with the rest of the army. Sunkens melt, like, they're good early game, but when you have a big Protoss army, Sunkens don't do shit. And you can see that right here as the army melts behind it. Big counterattack coming in, but there's still so many storms, and the Hydras is getting absolutely completely melted by him, and all the drones going down in the natural. We're going to see DragOn tie the series up 1-1 here. GG from Hawk.
Yeah, really well played from DragOn, and little confusing from Hawk. I mean, honestly, I agree with you. Taking another natural on this map might be a better choice because then you could link up for, you know, 5 bases with the base in the middle. But yeah, little curious to me. I'm wondering what Hawk had planned.
Yeah, I wonder if I can't remember which way he sent his Overlord Scout. Maybe that was part of the reason. If he didn't send it vertically, maybe you don't see the natural in time to send your drone down that way, and so you don't want to send your drone down there and then not be able to put down your third base. That's the only thing I could think of off the top of my head, because obviously expanding towards the Protoss always a little bit dicey because Protoss is the race that has the stronger timing attacks and stuff like that.
Yeah, anyway, it looks like for our next match, Hawk is actually picking Ringing Bloom, which is, you know, we've mentioned before, it's not the best Zerg map, especially with that third gas natural, but it's Hawk is really, this is kind of just like a comfort pick for him. He's just shown insane performances on this map. I mean, he's crushed DragOn himself on this map in previous Rogues Gallery events. So yeah, if there's any map for Hawk to regain his advantage in this series, this is it. Yeah,
Hawk loves this map as Zerg. I think really fits his playstyle. He's just such a strong defensive player, you know, and this map is, you can really have just like an unbreakable position that allows you to get into late game very easily. So definitely can understand why Hawk picks this map all the time.
Yeah, and it looks like we'll have our green Protoss DragOn in bottom right, and our red Zerg Hawk in bottom left. So yeah, like one thing immediately that I can say that is good for Hawk on this map is, like, last game, for example, we saw Hawk go for the outer third, and so he had to defend. He had to sunken up multiple locations. Here, if DragOn tries some kind of early Zealot Archon, you know, push again, Hawk is just going to be able to make the huge SimCity wall and have only one central location at his third base, in front of his base, where he's going to rebuff that attack. So I really don't see DragOn breaking him in that way again. And Hawk just won't have as much to invest in defenses.
For sure. Obviously, way easier to defend this map. You only have that one center point to worry about. Do you think DragOn expects anything cheesy out of Hawk here? Any kind of early aggression, or do you think he's probably expecting Hawk to play like he has previously on this map? Both of these players are definitely players that do their homework, so I'm sure they have lots of research done on their opponent.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like, you know, 6 or 7 pool into double sunken rush is always something that you have to keep in mind. But DragOn, he's already going past 10 supplies, so it looks like he's not even going to do gate if he's straight up going to go for a Nexus first, it looks like, which is going to be a great choice, given that it seems like Hawk is going for a 12 hatch as well.
Yeah, I think DragOn, like I said, definitely, I mean, both these players definitely people that do a ton of research on their opponents before the game, and yeah, DragOn, obviously seeing how Hawk likes to play this map, knows he can get away with that Nexus first, going to drop it down, and this is always such a boon for Protoss economy to be able to get that Nexus first. So DragOn going to be very, very happy getting away with such a late scout and going Nexus first.
Yeah, and wow, this is so greedy. I mean, it would literally be an insta-loss against any pool first build from Hawk here. I mean, even if he was going over pool, he could probably drop Sunkens down and just completely punish DragOn. But this is actually just the ideal build for DragOn to be countering here.
Yep, he's going to be able to get away exactly with what he wants to do. And Hawk has no opportunity to punish it whatsoever, so DragOn going to be very comfortable when he scouts all this out here. I mean, it's not like Hawk also wasn't very greedy this opening. He went for the 12 full and then got his third down very, very quickly, so also playing a pretty greedy opening, but DragOn even more so.
Yeah, he's got to be kicking himself a little bit when he sees that the gate was down before the forge even, and this was a Nexus first build. But Hawk is still a very calm and collected player. In his post-series interview last week, he was mentioning he's been working on his kind of mental fortitude in these series, and he really puts an emphasis on just taking each game at a time and not dwelling on mistakes. So if anyone is going to be able to deal with a little bit of a build disadvantage here, it's probably Hawk.
Definitely. We're going to see DragOn dropping down his core. Very good timing there before the layer again. So once again, if he goes for fast Corsairs, he's going to have a timing here. But Hawk going for the Hydralisk then much faster here. Do you think this is going to be an aggressive Hydra timing, or do you think he's going to play more defensively with these and just prevent Corsair scheme?
Well, it's 3 hatch, so he's definitely going to have to put some pressure on Protoss here. And I do think I like this choice because, he recognizes that, he can't do the same thing as he did last game. DragOn got a really great build advantage in the early game, and he's just going to have such quick tech. So he is definitely not going to be able to do any Spire play. And he's also not well known for doing 3-hatch Hydra. I don't believe we've ever seen him do 3-hatch Hydra on Ring and Gloom yet. So maybe he'll be able to catch DragOn a little off guard here.
Well, he's already denied scouting, which is so good when you're going for a 3-hatch Hydra build, obviously. If you can deny scouting, you can definitely just straight up win the game if Protoss isn't ready for it. And DragOn, not trying to get any kind of additional scouting here, could definitely be caught off guard by this. Like you said, this is not something you would ever expect Hawk to do, right? To suddenly show up at your base with 6-7 Hydras. When you only have one cannon, that's a game over right there.
Yeah, 100%. But maybe it is more of a defensive 3-hatch Hydra, surprisingly. He just got the Hydra Den, I guess, for just defense. So I believe we won't be seeing any early aggression. I'm a little disappointed, honestly.
Yeah, it's starting to look that way. He's got a lot of drones, though. His economy is still very strong here. Already has a lot of drones at his third base and natural. So definitely another option you have for defending. He's sending some Hydralisks across the map now. They already have speed, too. So if he has range right behind this, it is tough breaking the Protoss because they have this little ramp here. But a ton of Hydras showing up out of nowhere can still do it, for sure.
Yeah, that is a fair amount of Zealots, though. And I think the Zealots should buy enough time. DragOn's already adding a second cannon just even without realizing anything. Well, okay, he did scout, actually. So he knows what's up based on the Corsair scouting. And yeah, the these Zealots are in front here. They're going to be a little bit of a block. There's no way he's going to take any damage from this.
He shouldn't take any damage. Still forcing the 2 cannons out there is pretty nice. It's not like Hawk's attack here is super all-in, like you said, so he can definitely just drone up behind us and be in a pretty comfortable position, I feel like. All in all, I don't think either player too far ahead here, but with DragOn already having the economic advantage, he's definitely going to feel very comfortable going into the mid-game.
And just sitting down here on the low ground, kind of pelting away at those Zealots is pretty nice. And if he does choose to...
Forcing a lot of cannons.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't even realize that Hydras would be able to hit the gateway from here. So, getting the gateway down would be nice. He's definitely not going to be able to get that forge down given the positions.
Forcing 5 cannons all the same. That's a lot of economy that's gone into cannons. You have to understand how long this delays your gateway follow-up. DragOn's economy is so strong because he was able to get away with that Nexus first, and he's still in a good spot here. But Hawk buying himself a lot of time in terms of just being able to get his own economy up and running.
Yeah, 100%. He's starting to add drones again, which DragOn did scout, actually, so he should know what's up now. But DragOn not playing any games, he's respecting the threat here 100%. But he does already have oh my god, the High Templar. Oh,
yeah.
Pretty big mistake.
Big mistake there. Yeah, losing that first High Templar. Those early High Templar are so important because they're the ones that have all the time to gather energy. Also, it's not like DragOn hasn't invested money in Corsairs. He has 3 out there. So he's not going to have an infinite amount of gas here to spend on High Templar this early in the game.
Yeah, and Hawk already droning up again. He has a very healthy drone saturation in his main and his front natural. I think the pocket base is still a little undersaturated, but Hawk is going to have his economy just pumping pretty soon. And already his lair is finished. If he can actually get a lurker contain set up here, it will be very, very difficult for DragOn to break out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really tough for DragOn, but he does have that insane economy that he's working with. He's able to get up a lot of gateways very early on in the game. I mean, we already see, I think, 6-7 gateways, and it's only, 8 minutes into the game. So super strong economy here for DragOn, and this is going to give him a really strong timing coming up here.
I'm a little worried for Hawk, because that is a lot of Zealots. He does have a pretty sizable Hydra army, but, I mean, if those Zealots just stream out and he gets a couple good storms, well, okay. He'll be okay. He'll be okay for now. Somehow I thought he had, double the amount of Zealots there. But yeah, four High Templar now. Missing 1 storm really hurts. If he keeps whipping these storms, he won't be able to do any damage whatsoever with this army.
But pushing out with a strong Zealot force here, able to definitely force back the Hydralisk. It's not like Hawk has an overwhelming amount of Hydralisk. He still has a ton back at his natural, too. Look at this wall by Hawk, dude. This is so impenetrable for a Zealot force, it feels like. But we'll have to see if DragOn wants to push across the map with this army.
The thing
Always a little bit risky pushing across the map with Zealots and High Templars because your High Templars are so exposed.
Yeah,
Hawk just waiting in the background, just trying to pick them off the entire time, right?
Yeah, Hawk will always be able to pick off these High Templar if DragOn isn't careful before there's a significant DragOn presence in his army. And Lurker's already out for Hawk. I really hope he kind of, I guess he's probably going to play it safe and just fortify his natural and look towards getting a 4th up. But man, I kind of wish he tried to punish this expansion from DragOn a little and try to play a little offensively with the Lurkers. Instead of
picking up a single High Templar, losing only 2 Hydralisks for that, getting another High Templar for just 5 Hydralisks. Very good trades there.
And even getting a Zealot dying to the storm.
Taking a little friendly fire there, unfortunately. That's definitely going to have to be a report in these Zealots right up when they send it home to Ire here. So good for Hawk there. Able to push the Corsairs back as well, and yeah, just being really effective here. But we have to remember, DragOn getting up at 3rd base for free, basically, right? Like, it's not like he's taking any damage. So it's not like Dragon's getting another High Templar pick off there. I mean, he's taking damage in terms of losing High Templar carelessly to these Hydralisks that keep pushing. Now losing another Zealot. Hawk being so effective with this small group of Hydralisks.
Yeah, absolutely. Like picking off High Templar, but also making them waste their energy. I mean, losing a couple more Hydras there isn't ideal, but what I'm a little worried about is despite the fact that he's getting a lot of value from these Hydras, he still hasn't gotten a 4th base, and he does know that this 3rd is already up. So is he just going to go for like a critical mass of like Hydras here and try to kill DragOn before his 3rd gas kicks in?
It really feels like that. You can see, look at this big Hydra wave coming across the map here. He's got so many High Templar killed already. There's not that many storms to work with here, but this is still very scary. This is a much harder attack to pull off than it is to defend for DragOn here. He just needs to be really careful with the storms, but these are so many Hydras, so pushing across the map. All the Lurkers are dead, but a lot of the Zealots have been picked off and more Hydralisks still coming in. I'm not sure Hawk's going to have enough force to really keep pushing this though.
Yeah, and a little bit of a mismicro here, disjointed attack a little bit. He has a significant amount of Hydras still at his base, and then he's still just leaking Hydras here that kind of get drawn off of his main Hydra stack. So I think the supplies are still pretty close, but I'm a little worried for Hawk.
We're down to 1 High Templar, though, and I remember speaking about this in BoA versus Crossy, just how weak your army actually is without High Templar support. This is so many Hydralisks. With only 2 storms here, we might be able to see Hawk just bust through this. All those Zealots melting really quickly. The Dragoons behind it are not going to hold up long against these Hydralisks, but he does have a lot of cannons, so maybe he can just continue to hold on here.
Yeah, there's still 1 storm left on that High Templar, so he does have that going for him, but he kind of... Well, that was a decent storm, but finally Hawk is actually mobilizing his entire Hydra army. So if these 2 High Templar... They do have...
Just so many Hydralisks just pushing through. All the goons melting behind this, but look at those storms. Insane storms. I think the storms just saved the game for him, and so many cannons behind this. I love... DragOn is one of those few Protosses, man, that just is not afraid to make cannons if he feels like he needs them to hold. Like, we saw it in his series against Tai 2, where he just made a ton of cannons in his main, and it's like, oh, of course, that just works, because you can't bust that. And now here, once again, we see just so comfortable, just, oh, I have extra money, and I can't produce enough units out of my gateways, well, I'll just throw down 6 extra cannons at my 3rd base, and then I'll take a 4th base, and I'll just be way ahead economically, and I'll just win the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think DragOn knows whether or not Hawk has like a 4th or 5th base up yet, but he does recognize that this is pretty all-in from Hawk here. Hawk has just been investing so much in all of these Hydras. As Tim pointing out, he doesn't have Overlord speed, so this is relatively all-in from Hawk here. Still no 4th base. And yeah, a very strange style from Hawk, like something we haven't really seen from him before. Going for just a really strong mid-game Hydra attack, but DragOn, like you said, those storms really saved him there. Those High Templar popped out at just the right time, and if he hadn't broken that Hydra army, he might have just gotten rolled over, honestly.
Yeah, I don't want to be critical of Hawk's decision here because it was so close, right, man? That was like literally probably 10 to 15 seconds away from actually busting that 3rd base. But if you come in with 2 High Templar after the fact, it does not save your base there, but he's coming for a big drop here in the natural, and this could definitely be something that he needs to get back in this game. 1 High Templar there. He's going to see it quickly with the Observer. He's going to send his army back home. Maybe even counterattack here because his army is so out of position, but this natural should be going down for sure, I think.
Yeah, and he picks off... Okay, the High Templar got 1 storm off, so that's pretty good. I think DragOn should be able to clean this up, but it is doing quite a bit of damage, killing all those cannons, forcing the probes out. I'm still not sure if this is enough damage.
I love that Lurker egg, though. He's going to be able to pick off the natural because of this. If he wanted it, I mean, as long as he targets down the natural, it doesn't look like he's going to target it down in time, unfortunately. But I think he got enough time to kill it there.
Unfortunately, the Lurker egg not completely blocking.
Yeah, DragOn's going to be able to get in here and save this base. Delaying the mining quite a bit. We'll have to see what Hawk wants to do as a follow-up because, yeah, like you said, he's still on 3 base to 4 base. DragOn, despite having a huge economic advantage, clearly has not been able to turn it into a huge supply advantage quite yet. So Hawk still has some timing here. He's going to try to make it work here, knowing that DragOn sent his whole army to his natural. 2 Templar out front. This is a lot of storms to work with here. Big storm on a couple of the Lurkers there already. But the High Templar going down very quickly. And a lot of Hydra is still alive with not a lot of Storm Flip to work with. Going to be able to probably clean up this base very quickly here.
I'm honestly shocked that this is doing so much damage. Dragon's armor is just so out of place, and his army just seems so much weaker than I would expect it to be off of all these bases.
A lot of it being stuck inside his main still, trying to deal, and being just so spread out from all these drops that Hawk has been doing. But still, even 23 HP on that Nexus man, that's frustrating. I don't know if Hawk noticed it, but just that it was able to survive. The unfortunate part for Hawk is, even though he's getting a lot of damage done, he's still in such an economic, he's such a poor economic position anyways, because DragOn has that 4th base up. I don't even know Hawk realizes that there's 4 bases versus 3 bases right now. So even if he kills that 3rd base, Hawk is still in a fine economic position, man.
Yeah, I don't think he does
Dragon
realize. I don't think he does realize that DragOn has that 4th base, because he's definitely playing like he thinks that he's done a significant blow to DragOn's economy. I think, and the supplies are still pretty close, but he hasn't shown any inclination to even go towards that 4th base. And we see
look at
DragOn.
Those
upgrades are just insane.
But this is coming in again, and once again, DragOn's army is caught completely out of position here. This is a lot of High Templar to just lose, and there's so many storms that he isn't able to get off here because High Templar just caught completely out of position. And now all of a sudden, he's going to potentially get contained in his main, losing such a big portion of his army there. But these storms on the follow-up here, getting a lot of damage done, maybe able to force his way out of his base just right here. But getting caught for sure. Crazy game, man. +2 attack on the Hydralisk there, but with the 2 armor, so strong for DragOn. And now Hawk's going to see this base, and I think he's definitely going to feel a lot worse after seeing it.
Yeah, but despite the huge upgrade advantage that DragOn has, he still is just not getting up a critical mass of army that he needs to completely defend this. Hydras are still just pouring in from Hawk here. I mean, he's still in such a rough position. If he mismicros it once, he's going to be completely out of the game, I think. But I'm amazed that he's still in the position that he is in.
Yeah, now he's going to pick off 4. Well, I mean, as long as he's got those storms, man. He should get both these Archons, maybe. But at least he forced them into Archons, right? That's more High Templar that you don't have to worry about as the game goes on. But, I mean, it's so rough. He's still on 3 bases, right? Like, if he can't kill that 4th base, DragOn should eventually just be able to overpower him. But DragOn's own economy, like, he's down to just 1 base mining almost, because he's mined out of his natural and his main. So if he can't secure this 3rd base again, maybe it's Hawk that has the economic advantage.
Yeah, Hawk is still on 3 mining bases, and this is like 1.5 bases from DragOn, and Hawk is just now taking a 4th. So maybe he actually is fine. It's actually insane to me. I don't know how he got such great trades with these Hydras.
Just catching DragOn sleeping a couple of times here, and now getting just contain. It's so tough to break out of your own ramp, right? Like, and look at how wide the area is in your 3rd base compared to like the area that DragOn has to work with. He's in such a tight, narrow spot, and Hawk can just dodge storms for days. He's got to be careful. Here comes another lot of High Templar here. They're getting a big storm off there, killing quite a few units, getting another lurker there as well. Almost. It just survives with 2 HP, barely. I thought it had taken a Dragoon shot. I guess it hadn't. So just barely able to survive there, getting picked off by the Zealot. But even still, man, this is a tough spot to break out of. All of a sudden, Hawk looking like he's in a pretty okay spot. Getting that 4th base up, keeping DragOn just mining on the 1 base. If DragOn can't bust out and Hawk is able to just get up bases, then he's going to win this game.
Yeah, I totally agree. The thing is, I mean, yeah, Hawk is going to scout this. He's going to stop that probe from doing anything in top right. And DragOn really is on kind of, on the ropes a little bit. But I don't know. He has such a great upgrade advantage. I feel like if he just keeps macroing this army up and he gets a few choice storms off, like, this isn't that strong. It's only 5 lurkers and a couple groups of Hydras.
I mean, he is Hawk doing just about everything he can in terms of winning the micro battle here, picking up High Templar like crazy. It's insane. But you're right with the upgrade advantage. DragOn's army is going to be so strong. He even got the +1 shields for his Archons now. 3-3-1, dude. This is absolutely an insane upgrade advantage. You feel like his army can almost A-move and power through it, but Hawk Hawk's just microing so perfectly this game.
I mean, he really does keep getting trades that I don't even understand. If it was me playing this, I would just get completely rolled here. And DragOn is actually getting good storms too, is the thing. Like, the storms aren't whiffing completely. He's killing Hydras with every single storm. But somehow Hawk is just still maintaining this. He is drying up in his main now. So, you know, he does have his fourth finally up. So he will continue on 3 bases for now. But his first pocket natural should be mining out shortly as well. So I think we might be seeing this steam kind of run out here a little bit for DragOn. For Hawk rather. And if DragOn is able to get his natural back up and get onto 2+ mining bases, I think this might spell the end for Hawk if he doesn't do something quick.
Like you said, if DragOn just sits back and macros, his army all of a sudden looks terrifying, right? Like this army now, just like a minute later, looks so scary. 4 Archons, tons of goons, High Templars behind it, and it's 3-3-1. Like, good luck, Hawk. This looks so intimidating. What is this group of Hydras even going to be able to do against an army this strong, dude? I
don't know. He's definitely in trouble right now, and he has no defenses at this 4th base. So he doesn't even know. He just now sees that the DragOn is going in for this, but his army is going to be kind of out of place, and I don't see this base surviving this.
Yeah, this base is gone for sure. Hawk going to have to scramble. Looks like he's going to go for a counterattack on the 3rd base. DragOn's definitely a smart play here. I think this could actually work out very well for him if he does actually go straight in for that base. Once he sees that there's no mining here at the other 3rd base that he expected DragOn to retake, he's going to go up here. Are there any High Templar up here? It's going to be super important for DragOn to be able to hold this position. I don't think there are. There are a lot of cannons, but these Hydras should still chew through the cannons pretty quickly here. And if you can snipe that Nexus, all of a sudden it's going to be like no bases versus no bases, and then it can turn into a really dicey game for both players.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically all the mining that the DragOn has right now. And I don't know about that route that he took, but he is going to get the lurker block here on this bridge. So 100% this base will go down. So DragOn will be left with no income for quite a while here.
Yeah, but Hawk also losing this 4th base. He does have that top left base up now. It's still not mining though, so both players on completely zero economy almost. This game actually just got absolutely insane. It could still go either way, man. I mean, DragOn I feel like has the advantage because his upgrade advantage is so insane, especially if he's getting +2 shields right now. His Archons are going to be just shredding through those Hydralisks, but it doesn't look like he is. So a little bit of saving grace for Hawk, but still such an uphill battle, I feel like, for him.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter what kind of trades you get if you... Holy, look at all those High Templar. 12 High Templar. That is ridiculous. Okay, I take everything I said back. DragOn can definitely get better trades. Doesn't even matter if he can't make any more units. If you have 14 High Templar with multiple storms each, I mean, come on.
Yeah, this is literally this is a storm for every Hydra. That's DragOn's new motto. And it looks like he's going to be able to do it. This is so many High Templar, man. What a scary army from DragOn. Look at this. You can just storm for days, dude. It's endless storms. Every Hydralisk is going to get stormed in this upcoming battle. But this is such a smart counterattack from Hawk. Able to deny mining here again. DragOn all of a sudden finding himself in kind of an all-in position.
And DragOn taking a little overzealous with the storms, actually storming his own army.
Yeah, you got to be careful when you have this many High Templar, right? And Hawk playing this game so perfectly, killing off this natural again, or I mean this 3rd base again. DragOn is 100% all in. Where is he going to go, man? He's got to find a base to break it. If he doesn't break a base, he's going to lose.
I'm honestly speechless. I've never seen a game like this before. This is crazy.
He's going into the 3rd base here, right? The 3rd base isn't mining, but if you still kill all the production from Hawk, you can win this game for sure. Hawk barely mining in the top left base, but we can see units up there messing with the economy up there too, killing off all the drones. So we know DragOn and Hawk both on zero economies, both their bases are being destroyed here. What a crazy game, man. This is turning into like a base race.
Yeah, this is bizarre. I don't even know how to call this. I guess Hawk is going to go defend this and wipe out these 2 zealots that were delaying his mining there. I don't know how he killed a lot of drones too, so this really hurt. But yeah, like you said, he's killing all the production for Hawk here. I mean, he's going to kill the tech as well. So Hawk is going to have to remake his Hydra Den. He's going to have to remake his lair if he wants to continue teching into anything. And he's only on one mining base right now. I'm not sure if he can actually hold that choke. He can start trying to place. I would expect him to place a couple creeps there, maybe, but he's actually going out and contesting this army, which I'm not sure is the best choice.
Losing so many of his drones here, so much of his economy. But at the same time, we have to remember Hawk is the only player mining in this game. DragOn is not mining. He has no income whatsoever. He can't even afford the Nexus at the third base now. Hopefully he has some probes left. He does. So he's able to mine up a little bit more, but he doesn't have a lot of probes left, even if he gets that Nexus down. Meanwhile, Hawk, despite losing his entire economy, he has more drones. He's able to pick up even some drones right here and get them across the map potentially. If he can hold the top left base, I think Hawk, even despite being down 30 economy, is the player that's in the winning position, man.
Yeah, it does look like that. I mean, and there is always the threat of Hawk just splitting off a few Hydras here and going in and stopping the distance mining from these probes, but instead he's just going to commit to defending, which I think is probably the right choice here. It's such a scary army from Protoss, and if he gets the right storms, if Hawk isn't really on point with dodging, it could spell the end for him.
This is turning into such a crazy game here. Look at the drones being dropped right now. So smart from Hawk. What a resourceful move to keep his position in this game so strong, getting all that economy, instantly boosting his position. But, I mean, like you said, this army is so highly upgraded, so scary. Tim dropping a +1 for us, I think, and just saying how much he likes our commentary, dude.
Yeah, very flattering. We like your observing as well, Tim. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. We appreciate you being here. A big shout out to our observer, Tim. I hope you guys all appreciate him being here for us. But look at these storms, man. They're just able to slowly push up the ramp. Maybe this is all DragOn needs to do to win the game. But losing an observer obviously needs to be careful. He doesn't lose them all.
Yeah, only 2 observers left. He does have a little bit of money to replace them, but we do see it looks like his distance mining was actually canceled out a little bit by a lurker. So yeah, honestly, I would have preferred maybe a couple of Hydras because every lurker is so precious right now. These High Templar are just getting so much value. This is such a tough position for Hawk. I honestly feel like DragOn could just move here, but obviously that's not exactly what you want to do with the game on the line like this.
1 observer left, though, for DragOn here. We have to remember that. If he can just pick off this 1 observer, all of a sudden the lurkers are completely uncontested here. There's no way. Only 1 lurker left, though. I mean, he can storm on top of it. And this might just be too much here with only 1 lurker left. Such a big army from DragOn. And look at Hawk's supply just melting. DragOn able to force his way through and take that game. What an insane game, man. Back and forth all the way through. Crazy.
That was totally ridiculous. I don't think I've ever seen a ZVP quite like that.
Yeah, dude, that really came down to the wire. That could have been anyone's game from there. I mean, can you ask for a better game than that, dude? That is, like, literally some of the best Brood War, like, fucking matchups that you'll ever see in your life.
Yeah, dude. I mean, yeah, I don't know what the... I don't even know how to like analyze that. I'd have to go and rewatch that and try to figure out if there was a way that Hawk could have actually like scraped out a win there, because I feel like both players were microing out of their mind. Yeah, absolutely insane,
dude. And Hawk playing such a unique, cool strategy there, right, man? Like, how often do you see a Zerg player on 3 bases and just play battle? Literally a base down from Protoss and just play battle Zerg style, just fucking taking all the fights and winning them too. Insane play from Hawk, but DragOn so resourceful, just not giving up, just able to force his way through. And I love the upgrades from DragOn. Just when you're behind as Protoss or when you're in a tough spot, getting that upgrade advantage, so powerful. Your units just pack such a punch.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're going Hydras and your opponent has more armor than you have weapon upgrades, it's like, personally, I would just be like thinking about GJing right there. But the fact that Hawk was able to get so much damage done despite that upgrade differential was absolutely insane to me. Like, he was getting just trades that didn't make sense. Like, my StarCraft brain actually doesn't have the experience to like interpret that. And I don't know, man. It's really, really, really crazy.
Crazy game, and we should be getting into game 4 here any second. So just waiting on the map pick from Hawk here. And I believe we also just got a huge rage from Quark. Super hype. Thank you so much for the raid, Quark. Glad that everyone here can be joining us for the Rogue City Rumble finals. We have Hawk versus Dragon right now. Dragon up 2-1 in the finals. This is a best of 7, so we have a minimum of 2 games left if Dragon was to take both of them. So yeah, just welcome to the stream, guys. I hope you had a good stream, Quark, and thank you so much for the host, man.
Yeah, 100% thank you, Quark. And if you're watching right now, be sure to go and check out the VOD, Quark, because it seems like you have a fan of yours in BoA. He's showcasing some Quark strategies in the third place match that we had.
Crazy fourth game, or was that the third game? I believe it might have been the third game, actually, in the Crossy versus BoA finals. We're going to be getting into the fourth game here in Hawk versus Dragon any second. And yeah, man, I don't know. You can't ask for much more. This has been so hyped so far.
Yeah, 100%. We are going to be seeing a game on Benzene here going into the fourth match. So this is definitely a game that I would expect Hawk to be the favorite on. And really a map that I would say benefits his kind of like slow, deliberate late game Zerg style. I would expect that we won't see him going, that really, really heavy layer Hydra lurker style again, just because it suits just getting a lot of lurkers and getting to hive tech and playing for the late game really well. So if Zerg is able to get to hive tech and split the map, it'll be really, really hard for Protoss to stay even on bases. And it'll just be a slow death for Protoss.
I believe we saw Dragon on this map previously, correct? Or did he not play it at all this entire tournament? I can't actually remember.
I'm honestly not sure. I don't remember any standout games from Dragon on Benzene. And I'm not 100% sure, but I would expect it to be a map that would be an easy ban, especially for a player like him who, he's definitely a player that always wants to go for that late game. And he's definitely not a player that would go for like a Sarah Reaver strategy like we were expecting from BoA.
Exactly what I was thinking. This is not a map that I think Dragon is going to be super comfortable on. I think he is 100% the type of player that plays the far more standard, 3-2, build up that big ground ball army and then attack with it and then slowly transition into the shuttle, speed shuttle, like Sarah Reaver, or I mean, not Sarah Reaver, the speed shuttle, storm drop, late game style. I don't think I've ever seen Dragon go Sarah Reaver off the top of my head that I can think of. And I've seen a lot of Dragon games. So we'll have to see if he wants to break it out this series. That'd be sick. And we're going to be getting into the game here. Dragon up 2-1. Let's go, man.
Yeah, 100%. Game is starting right now, so
curious to see if Hawk is going to go for that far third base again, like we saw from Crossy. But spawning in the top right as the brown Protoss, we have Dragon. And in the bottom left as the red Zerg, we have Hawk. And yeah, I just want to give a big shout out to all 100+ people of you guys watching. Please drop us a follow if you like the content. Rogues Gallery is definitely committed to putting out more NA featured content. And yeah, we're just so appreciative of all the support you guys have shown us over the last couple of months.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you, everyone. With regards to the far third, I do believe that I've seen Hawk do that quite a bit on Benzene. So I kind of expect it from him, but we'll have to see. He, has played some nail biters against Dragon so far, where Dragon has gone for those really, really strong Zealot Oricon pushes. So maybe he's going to play a little more conservatively, taking the mineral only and just having, a little bit of an easier time defending that one central location rather than defending both the natural and the far third.
We'll have to see here. Hawk actually making a little bit of a transition from his typical build here, going for that early pool. We saw Crossy do this against BoA, and it didn't work out for him. He wasn't able to get too much done with his Zerglings. Do you think we're going to see the same problem here with Hawk?
Well, I think Dragon is going to scout it, and the scout is well in time to stop any kind of stop him from going Nexus first, for example. So yeah, he's going to scout that it's 9 pool with an extractor trick, and he should just put down 2 cannons and be totally safe. But I do like it just because this is a map with very long rush distance, so very likely that a player like DragOn will be going Nexus first if he didn't scout this 9 pool. We do see the little bit of a delayed forge, so I'm almost thinking he actually was planning on going Nexus first. He went Nexus first last game, so it's definitely in his wheelhouse. And yeah, Benzene is just a great map for it.
Both of our Protoss players playing very smart and intelligently this map. It's so common on this map, right? So common for Protoss to try to drop that Nexus first, and they get punished, or you can punish it so hard as Zerg if you just go for that early pull. So both players playing very smart, being confident in their scouting here, and just sending that early probe across the map to be sure that they don't get punished by something like this. So DragOn, those cannons should be just in time, and he should be in a good position to get on his Nexus and transition into the early game.
And it looks like Hawk is actually going for the far third. So yeah, definitely not afraid of that critical Zealot Archon timing. I mean, like, the thing is, it's still kind of a long rush distance. It's not quite as long, but I mean, yeah, it's still a long rush distance by land, regardless of whether you put your third at that far third or at your mineral only. The only difference is that you'll have 2 locations to defend rather than 1. So I feel like Hawk should be totally fine here.
I for a second there, Keen, man, I was a little bit worried that Overlord had strayed just a little bit too far into the cannon's paths, man. Because those 2 cannons will melt that Overlord. Like, even if that second cannon gets like 3 shots, all of a sudden the Overlord's doomed, right? Like, yeah,
for sure. I mean, if you do lose that early Overlord, it's so disheartening too. But thankfully,
yeah, dude, that's like so depressing as a Zerg player. It's depressing as a caster because all of a sudden it's like, oh, well,
one player
just has to play
at a
super far behind. Yeah. But thank God he's able to save it. DragOn getting off plenty of scouting, getting his core down there, so feeling very comfortable. And not mining gas, huge mistake there.
Yeah, especially against a player like Hawk, who has consistently shown that he is very willing to go. He's going for a 3-hatch Spire build here, and he's proven to be deadly with his mutas. So just having that little momentary lapse can really come back to bite him here if his Corsairs aren't on time. If Hawk is able to get the air advantage, and he is going for this far third, so he's going to have an easy access to a third gas. So yeah, it could be really, really bad for DragOn.
Just so all our viewers out there know, the typical timing for Stargate as a Protoss player is 4:15. He got his Stargate down at 35. That's a 20-second delay there. That's how late that Stargate was, because he messed up his gas there just for a couple of seconds, right? Like, that's how important it is to be crisp on your timings in Brood War. You can't afford mistakes like that in the top level and not get punished for it here. We're going to have to see what Hawk wants to do, but Hawk's own timings here seem a little bit late. Once again, his Spire later than you would expect. I mean, it might get up in time because of how late the Stargate was, but a little bit strange for Hawk to have his Spire that late again, I think.
Yeah. I actually missed his gas timing. So, well, I mean, he did start with the 9 pool, right? So the conventional timing is to kind of go out the window anyway. But yeah, despite that,
that is rough. Missing those Zealots move out across the map. These Zealots could get so much damage done, man.
Yeah, he is going to see them with this Overlord now, but it's not going to be very much time to react. And it's only 6 Zerglings. Right, that's a typical amount to make against a regular Forge FE. But yeah, 6 Zerglings. He's going to have to make more Zerglings on reaction here. At least go up to 10, more likely 12. But just the fact that they're going to be popping out of multiple hatcheries and they're going to take so long to get up here, the damage is already done, forcing those drones to get off the minerals for a while. Thankfully, the behind these minerals, it's not very confined, so it's not the greatest trade that DragOn could ask for compared to some other maps like Eclipse, for example, but still, really, really nice move.
The course here on the natural, getting an Overlord at the same time, though, I believe, and yeah, already getting there. The Spire is finished, so we should be seeing some Scourge. Oh, for a second I thought DragOn made a micro mistake and didn't notice there. He does notice. able to get some drones with these zealots too, and this is done so much damage to Hawk already. Just even the denying of the mining here, very, very good. Getting another Overlord here, getting 2 Overlords for free. There are Scourge out now, so it's going to force us back. 2 more Zealots coming into the natural, going to be able to get more economic damage. And I'm getting a little nervous for Hawk here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's a little fatigued from last game because just mismicroing the lings at top left and then also mismicroing his Scourge a little bit at his natural and allowing the Corsairs to get extra Overlord kills and also run away without getting punished for it. And now just it hurts so much to lose these drones to just such a paltry army.
Yeah, these 2 Zealots have gotten an insane amount of damage done. They literally have killed like 4 drones. They're still getting Zealots. And Hawk this whole time is just falling farther and farther behind. This is such a rough position to be in now. Look, he's got to pull drones again, hurting his economy even further. And this is all behind an Iron Pool, too. So it's not like he has had a great economy to fall back on. I love the addition of the Sunken here. Typically, when you're behind, the Sunken isn't a great choice. But this should help so much in just defending against any other kind of small Zealot push-outs that he potentially could have missed while dealing with that attack in his natural.
Yeah, I mean, by the same token, Hawk's drone count is actually quite decent now. He's pretty well saturated. And the thing is, like, DragOn is sending out more Zealots, like 3 more Zealots here. It's very, very small. With the Sunken and these Hydras, there's really no damage he can do, and DragOn realizes this, moving them back. I mean, the thing is, like, DragOn is he's setting up a bunch of new gateways in his main, but he's wasted so many Zealots. I'm not really sure he's going to have a really great 2-base timing to punish Hawk here.
Able to transition very quickly. Hawk definitely having a harder time transitioning into the middle game because of the early damage he took, but he actually is, like you said, looking generally pretty secure here now. We're not going to see a huge mid-game Zealot Ball timing attack like we normally see. This amount of Hydras should be able to hold pretty easily here. It's still a little bit scary with the slow Overlords. If these Corsairs can pick off all the Overlords, these Zealots, or this DT can just get all the damage done, and sometimes you want to just sacrifice the Zealots, right? So you can get the Corsairs on top of the Overlords. We might see that here. Only 2 Overlords in this top position. If he just sends the Zealots in first to tank the damage, the Corsairs can kill the Overlords. They're slow Overlords, and then the DT can get on top of the drones here. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see. And this is so scary for Hawk. Thankfully, more Overlords finishing just in time, strengthening his position a little bit, but he still doesn't have enough to kill these Corsairs in time. 1 Overlord surviving, though, and that's going to be enough to save the space. And,
those Overlords
DragOn's
so clutch.
sacrificing a lot to get it.
So
DragOn,
clutch.
remember, he throws away a couple of... I think he threw away 2 Corsairs and all his Zealots there. So Hawk, with those Overlords, his clutch Overlords, able to, save his position a little bit here. And now, he's got speed done. He's got a good economy, like you said, like plenty of drones, lots of Hydralets. He's all of a sudden, he's not in that bad of a position anymore. But he needs to be careful. Droning up again behind this with the Zealot move out happening right now, I'm a little bit scared that this could hit hard.
Yeah. I mean, he was still undersaturated in his main and natural, but remedying that right as we speak. And honestly, I don't think this is the worst. He should be able to catch this. Catching these Corsairs without taking too many Overlords should be very good. But yeah, okay, nice. Not even losing 1 Overlord. But the downside is that he was able to get that army in position at Hawk's top left, which was exactly what he wanted to do. I was worried at first that those High Templar might get intercepted by Hydras, but this really, really hurts. Getting even more damage, storming these Hydras, trying to come up the ramp, and also storming the middle line, putting Hawk in a really bad position.
Now these Corsairs going back to the natural, he already knows he did a lot of damage to the Overlords there. If he can sneak in with these Corsairs, he might be able to pick off like 6 super fast. Thank God for Hawk being right on top of that, having his Hydralus already in position, picking off those Corsairs very, very quickly. Saving these Overlords, so important. Not a single one going down. What a on-top play from Hawk there, protecting his Overlords there, and stopping this Zealot counterattack. He did lose a lot of drones, but the supplies, they're not really that bad, Keen.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, Hawk is still on 2 bases. He's just now getting his 3rd, and it's kind of a risky 3rd, honestly. It's much more secure to just take your mineral only. But yeah, they're actually even on supply right now. I'm pretty sure Hawk was able to re-drone his top left. And yeah, still on +1 upgrades, so he should be getting +2 shortly. He does have lurkers out now, so we'll have to see what he's trying to do with them. But yeah, if he gets wind of that bottom right expansion, which he does look like he's aiming to scout it right now with that Overlord, he should be able to wipe it out with just like a little branching off of even like 6 to 8 Hydras.
Yeah, the problem is, like you said, it's such a common idea to take that mineral only, right? Like, who takes the bottom right base first as Protoss? Hawk might not even suspect that there's any kind of base going on there. Of course, we'll see it when these probes transfer, but DragOn might be able to fortify that position with, 4 or 5 cannons and a High Templar there, and all of a sudden you need a big investment to kill it. Hawk should see these probes moving across the map if he's paying attention to his mini-map. He does actually catch it. We can see in the mini-map there. We did see his camera. So he knows that base is down there now, but he's still going to have to be able to bust it somehow, and that might be tougher said than done.
But yeah, he's sending some Hydras down to see what he can do. But okay, moving them back now. It looks like really nice catching that last Corsair. So he knows all the Corsairs are dead now. He doesn't have to worry about any kind of Sair backstabs. So he can just throw all of his Hydras wherever he wants now. And he is just going to be playing kind of safely here, getting his 4th base down, which I think is the right approach, because he knows that as long as he can get into the late game without taking too much economic damage and just split the map, he's going to win no matter what. And DragOn hasn't shown any kind of inclination to do anything crazy. He hasn't been going for any drops or anything like that, any crazy DT run-bys. So, honestly, yeah, despite the fact that Hawk's 4th was pretty late, DragOn's 3rd was also quite late, and they're almost even in supply still.
And whenever a Zerg is even in supply with a Protoss, the Zerg is feeling pretty good, right? I mean, this looks not bustable for DragOn in the current position. Like, I can't see him going across that 4th base and being able to break that with just how many units Hawk has there. He's already got the +2 attack. It's only +1 armor, so those Hydralisks are still going to shred. If he can go up this 4th base, potentially, to the 3rd base here, I guess, potentially catch Hawk off guard, this could get some damage done, but it's so tough to break up a ramp, man.
Yeah, and Hawk does have units there. I was a little worried at first. I wasn't sure what kind of defensive situation he had there. If DragOn was able to just ram his entire army up there before Hawk can get into position, it could be potentially game-ending, but despite the even supplies. But Hawk being totally on top of things, and he's also been very good about moving his Overlords out on the map after he realized that the Sairs were cleared. So he has pretty nice map vision right now. Not the best, but I mean, he sees quite a bit of the map, especially his side of the map. He is, I'm just pointing out, he is a little unaware of exactly where DragOn's army is right now, but he's so secure on every front, it really doesn't, it's not a huge deal.
And this map gets so hard for Protoss as the game goes on. Hive Tech is just so strong on this map. You're able to get fast drops off and stuff like that in the main. There's just so much area for Protoss to defend. And it's looking like there's not much DragOn can do to prevent Hawk from getting into that kind of position. Look, he's taking this bottom base right now, already securing his position there. He can get some lurkers up there. That's the easiest base in the world to take. Once again, another ramp that you can't break. And he's getting the drone across right now. That's going to get out, denying this base. And the supplies. I mean, Hawk's taking the advantage now. What's happened in this game?
Hawk has just been totally on point with making sure that even when he does take hits to his economy, he re-drones very quickly, and he's just been super well saturated. There's no way that this is going to do anything. DragOn has to be insane to try to take that fight. But yeah,
no way you're busting. I mean, but if you are going to bust it, this is the one time you have before the Nidus is done, because once that Nidus is done, it becomes even more difficult to bust. So maybe DragOn is feeling the pressure here. You have to be so careful when you take these fights, though, because a quick surround and a flank attack here from Hawk can really be devastating. He's trying to go up the ramp. There's a lot of units here. He's going to melt all these cells very quickly here. But this might just be too much of an army here. You can see the surround coming up from the mini-map there. Big swarm of units. Counterattack here. This could be very risky for DragOn, man.
I mean, the thing is, I think DragOn will actually kill this base. He'll deny it for a minute, but he's not. His army isn't getting out alive. That's a huge amount of units to lose just to kill one hatchery that can even be cancelled still. And we do see, I think, oh no, it actually did fall, but still that's 300 minerals lost to, sacrificing all of these High Templar. It's a great trade. And now Hawk has this high ground advantage too that he's never going to want to give up.
You see how many lurkers are there, man? That is an insane amount of lurkers. You can basically just count all the supply that's trapped down there as you go on, because it is never leaving that location.
Yeah. Yeah, the best Dragon can hope for is maybe getting a shuttle and dropping a probe there and just trying to expand, because that army is 100% never getting out alive.
And what does Hawk do in response? Oh, you don't have an army anymore? Okay, I'll just take another base. What are you going to do to punish this one?
He's taking a base on Dragon's side of the map, no less. So just twisting the knife even further. And also because this army has that high ground advantage, that high ground position, Dragon's never going to be able to take the 6 o'clock base. So he's really in a positional disadvantage here.
For sure, man. So much of his army is trapped here. He needs to start transitioning into like a mass shuttle storm drop type situation. But Hawk, like you said, he's got great map vision already, able to counter that very effectively. Look at these Hydras that he just has across the map there, ready to pick off potential shuttles going anywhere. And God, these contains on this map, man. When you get the high grounds outside of both the bases, especially across those bridges, it is impossible to break.
Yeah, 100%. This is exactly the position that Hawk was hoping for, and Dragon kind of just handed to him on a silver platter. I mean, and another thing is, I want to point out that even though Hawk's minerals are kind of skyrocketing right now, he's just macroing out of his mind.
Yeah, so many lurkers, so many units here on the map. Look at his supply, insane, almost max. And this is, Dragon's going to try to combine his two forces here to bust out, but there's so many lurkers, man. You're going to need a massive army to break this, and Hawk is just going to reinforce the position like crazy. There is no hope.
Just look at all the units just streaming down to collapse on this small army here.
You have so much. Look, it's so hard to micro your units when they're split like this, right? Because you're trying to re-support all your units. You can see what Dragon's idea was there. I'll break up the ramp on one side and I'll send more of my army from the other side. But he got pushed back, and he's still sending his other half of his army up the ramp there, and they're just going to get killed by the lurkers there. And now all of a sudden, Dragon just taking a huge supply drop there. It's still able to support a huge army because its economy is still so strong this early in the game. But his position is it's such a rough position because he's just not able to secure more bases, and Hawk's just going to starve him out.
Yeah, and he has defilers out on this high ground now, so it's completely impenetrable now. There's nothing that the Dragoons and the Archons are going to be able to do against these lurkers, so it's just going to be completely up to the Zealots, which will just get completely destroyed by the lurker fields. And
Zerg has so many options late game benzene, right? Like they can go for massive drops into the main, right? If you get all the gateways, that's game over. They can go for huge counterattacks. I mean, you're just in such a rough spot in terms of your potential bust out positions here as Protoss.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon is on 3 mining bases right now, but his natural is going to be mined out soon. His mineral only will be mined out pretty soon because it's just such a small base economically anyway. But he's actually making progress breaking through the smaller lurker fields here. If he can actually get out onto the map without too much interference, this could be really problematic for Hawk. But he's reacting really well.
Look at how many units he's just able to swarm over to this position. Maybe there's enough here. There's a lot of Zealots still able to force back a lot of these units. But it's not like Hawk even has a significant portion of his army here. He still has a lot guarding that 12 o'clock position, I believe. So even if Dragon tries to push up there, he's not going to find his base unguarded. Hawk being so smart, leaving a lot of lurkers up there. And these Zealots are going to get shredded if they try to march up to this lurker field here.
It's actually kind of a trap. Like, Dragon probably thought after he broke that position that there was going to be just a defenseless 12 o'clock, but it's almost like a trap. This army is going to get pincered yet again.
Look, Dragon up almost like 20 supply after that initial breakout, but look how quickly it drops. Hawk taking a huge lead here. Dragon with no way to support the rest of this force. This army is dead. There's no escape for it. It's not even like the army bottom left where it can kind of hold out because it has a ramp. It's just completely cleaned up here. All these Archons, Templar, Dragoons, and Zealots going away for basically nothing. Hawk literally tricking Dragon into attacking up that base and taking advantage of it.
That was absolutely insane. I don't know if that was intentional, but if Hawk actually planned that out in advance, that's an insane mind game.
This is such a difficult position for Dragon, just in general, man. Like, it's one of those positions that I hate to be in, where like you're losing, right? You know you're behind. Hopefully Dragon doesn't lag out here, but you know you're in a horrible spot. But you're also in a position where it's like it's not over. I have 3 mining bases. I can still do things. It's just like, what do you do, right? Like you try to come up with a good plan in your mind, but there really isn't one. You're just struggling from the whole game, right?
Yeah, I just want to point out this is a beautiful plague on the buildings here. And I feel like plaguing buildings is actually really underrated by Zerg players. Late game, if you can, do a doom drop in the main and plague gateways or all the tech buildings or just a field of cannons like that, it's absolutely devastating. Really nice to see. More plague is just dropping down. This is so nice to see as a Zerg player.
And Hawk playing this game beautifully, man. He's got just such a dominating position. It's so tough for Dragon to get anything done here. Finally going to go for some storm drops here. Getting a huge storm drop there. 10 kills on that Templar. So definitely an effective storm drop. But his position is so precarious. I don't think it's enough until you can really start getting some significant storm drops off. Good start though.
Yeah, definitely good to get storm drops, but Hawk will have so many hatcheries to just immediately resaturate, and just plaguing the entire remaining Protoss army. This is just essentially dead weight. If you have all the supply locked up into units that are already half dead, it's literally like making your army 50% less effective, right? So he's actually probably going to be looking to kind of like sacrifice these units in some way so he can actually replace them with units that are 100% effective.
And the super difficult thing for Dragon here is he needs to be able to break a lurker field, right? So he needs goons to break the lurkers. You can't break lurkers with zealots. But the problem is, like, there's already defilers out on the map. So one swarm, and all of a sudden, all your goons are totally useless. He definitely needs to transition over to Reavers, but his economy is in that position where it's like he's mining out of the bases that he has left. So it's really tough to make that call to transition into the Reavers when you already feel so pressed for resources.
And Hawk even finally cleaning up this bottom, like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock base, despite, he took pretty inefficient trades there, in all honesty, but it doesn't matter because he has such a huge lead. And now Dragon realizes that, like, he is on a timer 100%. He has to make something happen, or else Hawk is going to run away with this game. There's going to be nothing Dragon can do about it.
You can see this is why he's just not even waiting for the goons to get across the map. He's sending everything he has. He has to bust out right now or the game is going to be lost. So he's sending everything he has across the map. He's actually doing a pretty good job with this attack, managing to secure this high ground once again. Hawk was still such a big lurker force. You can see him sending. Look at that mini-map, man. Look at that line of red just going across the map. Dragon's army melting once again. He just doesn't have the economy to support big assaults like this when he's bleeding so many units. Once again, Hawk never abandoning his position fully here at the 12 o'clock base, keeping lurkers there. This attack, his whole army melting right there, man. And I think we're probably going to see GG pretty quickly here.
Yeah, 100%. Dragon has to know. When you have, double-digit gas and no more expansions in sight, it's pretty much over for you. I mean, trying to get a little storm here and there to kill whatever units he can, but honestly, I mean, it was a beautiful collapse for Zerg that we saw there, and that's exactly the beauty of just having this positional advantage as Zerg, where you have bases on the left side of the map, you have bases on the top of the map, you have a base that's making on the bottom side of the map, and you just have so much map control. Whatever Protoss decides to move out, you're just going to get collapsed on from every direction. It's such an oppressive style to play against.
Definitely. Very, very difficult. Of course, like we said already, Benzine a super strong map for Zerg because of these resources and because of these positional advantages that they can take, right? So, not surprising that Hawk's able to abuse Dragon this way, but he's doing it so effectively this game.
Yeah, and so bottom right, I believe, is almost mined out. The mineral only from Dragon is almost mined out. So he's literally on one mining base against 3 mining bases. So it's only a matter of time before he runs out of steam.
Of course, yeah. And Hawk's base is even fresher than... Oh my god, that Plague. So nasty, dude. As a Protoss player, I hate Plague so much. It's so crippling late game. Getting your whole army like that Plague. So depressing. And we're going to see Drag... Definitely, he's not going to just GG here. He's going to put up a fight. He's going to send these Reavers out, see if he can push. But this is just such a hard ramp to break. And with these Plagues and the Reavers, on the Zealots, on the Shuttle, everything, man. Hawk just giving DragOn no room to breathe this game.
DragOn is starting to do some work with these Reavers, but it's only 2 Reavers, and the rest of his army comp is pretty awful late game, in all honesty. Like, a mountain of Zealots is not what you want against a million Lurkers.
Yeah. We definitely want to see more Archons in this, more High Templar, and we're just not seeing the amount that we need here. And Hawk can smell the blood in the water. He is just sending in his Lurkers. He knows this. DragOn's got no steam left. He can bust his position, man, and he's going to prove it right now by sending in this huge amount of units. And if Hawk loses, or I mean, if DragOn loses his base, it's over. Thank God for DragOn. He has, you know, so many cannons here that he should be able to hold it. But I think it's only a matter of time, man. This looks hopeless.
Those cannons have just been on fire for like 10 minutes now. I mean, come on. Just breaking you know, I just hate unrealistic games, man. Why haven't they burned down yet? It doesn't make any sense to me.
If Blizzard is ever going to patch Brood War, man, they should definitely patch it so Protoss buildings burn down for sure. Protoss is obviously overpowered, so.
Really breaking my immersion, man.
Yeah, it's upsetting, dude. You can really tell the game designers of this game had no idea what they were doing.
Yeah, I mean, they did pretty well, but yeah, let's be honest. It was just a fucking mistake. They didn't know what they were getting themselves into with this.
Definitely not, man. And I don't think DragOn knew what he was getting himself into with this game here because it looks pretty rough. Did you see that transition there, Keen? I'm a professional caster, dude. I can pull shit like that off out of nowhere.
You're honestly inspirational.
Thank you, thank you. That's exactly what I needed to hear to stroke my ego some more, man. And yeah, I don't know. It's tough to really, you know, it's going to be a long siege here, but DragOn's position is just it's so rough, man. He's got nothing going for him at the end of this game here. He's got these Reavers coming out, but look at this swarm of Zerg, dude. This is like literally why it's called the Swarm. It's just an endless amount of units just constantly streaming in, and DragOn is just slowly melting away, man.
So how do you feel about this as a Protoss player? Do you like just like sitting around in games that you've already lost just for kicks or what?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tournament game, so as you say that. Now you're just going to look like a giant asshole.
Okay, well, DragOn finally tapping out.
But yeah, obviously, you'd never want to GG early in a tournament game, but pretty hopeless there, and yeah. Tough for DragOn to get much done at the end there. There was just so many Lurkers, and Hawk securing his position so well there. Yeah, I can't wait for game 5, man. This is a 6 series, so back and forth so far.
These games
for both players
have been fucking slobber knockers, man.
Huge slobber knockers. What a descriptive word, Keen. This is why you're my co-commentator, dude. I wouldn't have anyone else.
But yeah, we're going to be going on to game 5. It's tied 2-2 right now on Eclipse.
Yep, 2-2. So, I don't know, man. I know you're not a big Eclipse fan. As a Zerg player, you think it's strong for Protoss. Do you think we're going to see a gay FE here?
You know, if there is one game where I would expect DragOn to pull out a gate FE, I would feel like Eclipse would probably be a pretty decent option. But, you know, he's been avoiding it thus far for the most part. So, I don't know. I mean, Forge Fast Expand is still totally fine.
Yeah, I think Forge Fast Expand is always viable in any game. It's totally viable compared to Gate FE, but on Eclipse or on certain maps, there's obviously, you know, advantages that you get from going one style versus another style. And unless you're getting some kind of early economic advantage with your Forge on this map, I think Gate FE is the way to go because there's just so many good spots for your Zealots, right?
Yeah, 100%. It does look like our players were finally able to get into the game, despite Blizzard's best intentions. So we will be going to the match shortly.
Yep, any second here now, and we're getting in right now, dude. Game 5 here, 2-2 the series. If you guys are enjoying the cast, if you're enjoying the tournament, please drop us a follow out there in Twitch land. We definitely appreciate the support, and we're going to be having DragOn spawn in the top right as the dark green Protoss, and in the bottom left it's the red Zerg. We have Hawk, man. What are you expecting this game, team?
I don't know. I mean, I know that I have been pretty negative about Eclipse in the past, but I know that Hawk has been practicing a lot, so I do think he's very strong, as we saw in the Ring Bloom game. He's very strong with that really Hydra Man, layer-heavy style, which I think is kind of how you need to approach Eclipse, because it's so hard to really play defensively with like static lurker fields and everything, and just going into like fast 4-base hive. So I think it really benefits Zerg players that are really good with the heavy mid-game Hydra armies, which Hawk has proven that he's competent with. So I think he can take this game for sure.
So we're seeing that pylon go down super early here. I mean, not super early, like the typical pylon timing for a fast expand. And we see the probe go back and not scout. So this could be one of two things. You can definitely still go for that super early Nexus or Forge if you want to play a more economic game. Or you can see the gateway drop here. And it looks like we're probably going to see a Forge there. It looks like a Forge on the minimap. So just setting out the probe a little bit later, you can actually get away with this because you only have one base to scout. So you're always going to get first scout here. It means you don't have to send that probe right after pylon. It can also backfire on you too, though, because that means Zerg can sometimes get away for a hatchery first if they're playing a specific style here. But this situation looks like it's going to be okay for DragOn with no serious advantage going one way or the other for the opener, I think.
Yeah, 100%. Hawk is going to be... No, he's actually not scouting with that drone. I think he realizes, based on the probe timing, that it is Forge Fast Expand, and he's just going to expand on his own. Opting for...
Yep, and he gets down
gets
down his hatch rate without any harassment, so he feels very comfortable with that. And yeah, this is about as standard as you can get. DragOn consistently going up above 13 probes, which is the typical amount that you see and most players go. You typically see like a 13-13. If he wins this series, I'm definitely going to want to ask him about that in the winner's interview, because very curious decision making from him. I wonder what his thought process behind that is.
Mm-hmm. One thing I think is a little interesting. Okay, well, we actually see Forlings from Hawk here, and he is going to put down his third hatchery before his gas, it looks like. So maybe opting for a 3-hatch Hydra build potentially. But he has shown that he's not shy about going Spire first, despite a later gas anyway. So maybe we'll just see the same 3-hatch Spire. Anyway, I was going to say, one thing I find a little interesting about DragOn's walls here is that he kind of, something I don't see many other players do, but he places that cannon one hex to the left of where it usually is. So I'm assuming that the purpose of that is to make it a little harder for Zerg to actually kill that Forge if they're going for an aggressive Hydra play. What do you think about that?
100%. It's a little bit double-edged, right? It's great if your scouting is good and you're not. If you don't get caught off guard, then that cannon is great because it buys you a lot of time to keep that Forge alive. The bad thing about the cannon being so close to your gateway, right? Like, is if you get caught off guard by Hydralisks, your Zealots can't buy you any time to get more cannons down because that cannon is right up close. So those Hydras can pick it off in a second, and then your Zealots are doomed. So it's a little bit double-edged. It can be very good at what you're trying to accomplish with it, but you need to be careful with it because if you get caught off guard, then that cannon is not safe at all, and you're going to lose it very quickly.
Mm-hmm. And it does look like Hawk is just going to go straight into Lair, and potentially just go straight into Spire yet again, as we've seen from so many times this series. I do kind of wish he would mix it up at least once and go 3-hatch Hydra, but it's obviously not something that he's super comfortable with, so definitely good to play to your strengths.
For sure. DragOn definitely getting a full scout off here too. Sees exactly what's going on. He did see the layer go down, so he knows that he can also just play a very comfortable, very safe middle game here. And so we're going to see pretty much the most standard openers you can see from both races here. DragOn Stargate almost done. Hawk getting up the Spire here, just going to defend with Scourge, presumably, and we're going to move on to a pretty typical mid game. +1 on the way for our Protoss player. Most likely going to be seeing that Zealot timing that's so common in the matchup today, where we get fast speed lot should hit right around 7 minutes and 30 seconds. We're going to have to see what Hawk wants to do in response. If he wants to make Mutalisk this game. We're not seeing any extra early Extractor though, so most likely not going to be the response here. We do actually see a very fast den here. Does he have a Spire on the way, or is he just going to defend with Hydralisk here?
It looks like he's going 5-hatch Hydra, actually, so he will have Hydras out in time. He'll just make a couple to defend against the first Corsair. He won't lose any Overlords, and he will have a pretty strong mid-game timing with quite a few Hydras. But obviously, he'll, any potential Muta switch will be quite delayed. I think this is actually great against a +1/+1, early game push, though.
Super strong against +1/+1, but we have to take a look over at DragOn's spin. We did actually see the core was not spinning, so DragOn not committing super hard to these Corsairs, which means you can get out a lot of gateways a lot faster here, and it can be a good response to the Spireless style here. We'll have to see how DragOn wants to respond here. He does see that there's no Spire, so he knows he doesn't have to commit too hard to these Corsairs. I'm going to be curious to see if he throws down a bunch of gateways and tries to get out a lot of Zealots very early, or if he just techs up much faster.
Yeah, and even getting this one Overlord is quite nice. Basically you're sacrificing the one Overlord, obviously, if you're not going for Scourge. But yeah, still a nice little pick off there. But Hawk already kind of... Well, okay, he's actually just getting to +1/+1 saturation still. And he's just now going to start Hydra Protection, I believe, to start defending this, Speed Zealot push if it does come around 7:30, like you said.
Yeah, I think Hawk feeling pretty comfortable here, but this is going to be a lot of Zealots coming. The great thing about this map, is, for Zerg at least, is that it is relatively easy to hold the third base. If you just get some Hydralisks up on the ramp or in the mineral line, it can be very effective there. He does see the Zealot timing moving out. This is a lot of Zealots, man. That's 8 Zealots. You're going to have to beat here. It's a little bit scary here for Hawk, but with some good drilling and with more Hydralisks popping out, I think he should be safe.
Yeah, I think his SimCity as natural is very secure. I don't see him taking any damage whatsoever there, but I'm a little worried about his third. You really kind of prefer to have your Hydras that they choke there, but it does look like DragOn is going to be going for the natural first here. And
DragOn committing with these Corsairs. He's trying to get some Overlords killed here, but I don't think it's going to get anything done. A lot of the Zealots melting. They're not getting any damage done. Look at that stop position on the drones. They can't even escape, man. Losing all its Corsairs, or at least 2 of them there for nothing, and getting maybe 1 drone kill there, and losing all the Zealots. That was not a good attack by DragOn. And now Hawk is going to have a very strong Hydralisk timing here, it feels like.
DragOn does have 3 cannons down already, and he has High Templar behind them, so he should be okay. I don't think he's going to die here, but yeah, that was absolutely outstanding result for Hawk in that attack. DragOn was kind of hesitating a little bit. He ran in with his Zealots, but then the Corsairs took a moment before they actually started attacking the Overlords. So yeah, it was just a little bit of hesitation there that I think spelled the doom for him. But yeah, he should be totally fine.
This is a little scary for DragOn. If that Storm isn't done yet, it doesn't look like Storm is done. Okay, just finishing maybe. Still a little scary. This is a lot of Hydras, man, and when you don't have cannon support, the Storms run out very quickly, and this is still a lot of Hydras. Those Zealots are melting. He does have more cannons in the way. He's dropping more. You can see he needs to be able to hold here. He still does have 2 Storms, so I think he should be safe, but taking a lot of damage from this counterattack.
Yeah, and actually making an Archon with 2 of the low energy High Templar kind of hurts. And if he loses his Archon, first of all, that would be absolutely awful. But if he loses his Forge, it'll equally be awful. I mean, wow, yeah, taking all this damage despite having all these High Templar is really, really rough.
And look at how careful Hawk has been with his micro there. He's still going for it. He's still pushing in on these cannons. I think this might be an overextension here, but he thinks he has the timing here to completely bust. He's pulling back. That's still so many Hydras, and there's no High Templar behind us. I think Hawk might be right. He might be able to bust right through. More cannons finishing up, but these Zealot reinforcements just buying enough time, I think. So dicey, but I think DragOn will hold here. Hawk probably needs to transition out of this Hydra attack, I think.
Yeah, that's a lot of cannons still. I mean, Hawk did quite a bit of damage. I kind of wish he just droned off of that immediately, but he did go for a more aggressive kind of all-in Hydra play a little bit. He is going to start droning up again here, I believe. He's taking his third base, or third gas rather, so maybe looking to start transitioning into lurkers and get a very heavy lurker contain. I actually...
Definitely... I was just going to say, definitely needs to transition out of here, because that is way too many cannons to break at this point. And we do have the High Templar support now. They should have enough energy to get some storms off. This is still really scary to break out of, though, because you have such a good arc with the Hydralisk, right? But that is a lot of High Templar. That's 5 High Templar there.
Yeah, I mean, he really needs to be efficient with picking out these High Templar. This is a terrifying army. If he can get across the map with all those High Templar, Hawk is going to be in trouble. I'm really sad he lost that position in front of the base, honestly, because... Okay, let's see if these flanking Hydras can get their job finished.
This is such a tough spot for Protoss, too. It's such a tight micro battle for both of them. You have to be so careful with these High Templar, right? If they start trailing behind your army and they get picked off, then all of a sudden this attack is not so scary anymore. Hawk's still doing really good at getting his own economy going. He's staying right up there in supply. This is a pretty even game, I think, for both players.
Yeah, but this is a terrifying army to have at your door as Zerg. He hasn't even had time to morph any lurkers yet. I don't know if his lurker research... Okay, yeah, he's morphing 2 lurkers at his third right now. But these zealots are just barreling in already. Lurkers finished just in time. But still...
Those lurkers are such godsend. And all of a sudden, it looks like DragOn is the one that's in a little bit of a scary spot here. His army's a little discombobulated here, but it's able to combine it right down the ramp there. He still has a lot of High Templar here, getting a couple of storms.
That was a brutal storm.
And getting a huge storm there, yeah. But he needs to be careful, because if he gets surrounded by these lurkers, they can do so much damage, and he's just now getting the Observer over there. Losing both his Archons, losing another High Templar there, taking a lot of damage on the retreat.
And all of a sudden, he's invested so much in all these High Templar, all these Archons. He really doesn't have any Dragoons at all. So if Hawk can actually find the right timing here to attack onto this Zealot High Templar army with all of these Hydras and Lurkers, he might be able to actually just break DragOn. DragOn, it's going to be a while before he has 3 gas, and he just has no gas to speak of to really transition into a heavy Dragoon army. I don't know how he's going to deal with all these Lurkers.
It's looking very, very dicey for him for sure. But he is already going up to 3 bases here, much faster than Hawk's 4th base. This has been a common theme in their game so far. DragOn taking a much earlier 3rd than Hawk does 4th. So potentially the saving grace here. If DragOn just plays defensively and sits up and macros up another army, he should be in a good position, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Hawk, he has shown in both this series and in his series last week against BoA. He is very conservative with taking his 4th bases. He really wants to make sure everything is 100% secure before he invests in that, which has shown to pay off for him, actually. But I kind of wish he would...
100%.
Yeah, I wish he would almost... I want to see some mutas or something here. I feel like this army from DragOn looks so fragile.
It does look very fragile, and if he's already taken his 4th base, it looks like the DragOn is just playing the most economic style he can against Hawk, because he knows Hawk is such a strong defensive player. If he can just get an economic advantage, maybe that's the key to winning the series. Getting a big attack off here on the 4th, a big storm there, but not really killing that many Hydralisks, but a lot of them very weak there. Hawk defending this position with Lurkers, though, and it's very tough to break the high ground ever against Lurkers.
Yeah, especially with such a Zealot-heavy army, right? I feel like the window of opportunity for him to really do a lot of damage with this insanely Zealot-heavy army is kind of already closed.
At the same time, is that pylon blocking? No, I don't think so. That Nexus should be able to fit there, I think. But at the same time, Hawk's own army is... It's not like he has a huge tech advantage here. He's still on layer. He's just now getting the Queen's Nest down. His upgrades, we can see that DragOn has at least got the 1 armor there. Hawk's upgrades +2, so still Hydra's still going to be very effective in this fight here. This is a scary army to be pushing on your doorstep, though. The supplies are very similar, though. Actually, Hawk taking a supply lead, surprisingly. All of a sudden, DragOn, is he attacking too soon here?
I think this. I don't know about too soon, but well, I was expecting him to get collapsed on a little bit more. He's actually taking this pretty well, but yeah, not the greatest angle in my opinion to be attacking because he's right in the middle of three locations, right? So units can come from the south, they can come from the west, they can come from the north.
The supply swings this game are insane. Now all of a sudden DragOn taking the supply lead after some insane storms there and good trades. Just slowly backing off here. The thing is, I don't even think DragOn needs to be aggressive. He's on the better economy comparatively, and he's got a good tech advantage here. He should just be waiting to get his upgrades up, and then he should take the fight, I feel like.
Yeah, 100%. He's not really that far ahead in supply, but he is definitely in a better economic position for sure. So yeah, I agree. I think it would definitely benefit him. Like Eclipse and two-player maps in general, if you can actually just split the map for the most part, usually, I mean, I know it was the opposite on Benzene, but it's not so much on Eclipse. If you can just split bases, it's very hard for Zerg to deal with in late game.
Yeah, the difference with Benzene being that it's so easy for Zerg to just secure two insane high grounds against you, whereas on Eclipse, Protoss has tons of avenues to attack, so they have way more options, and it's way tougher for Zerg. We can see, is that triple upgrades or double upgrades there going up for DragOn? So his upgrades are going to be absolutely insane as this game goes on. Double upgrades, well, only one forge spinning right now, but he should be on 3 or 1-1. Should be getting 2-2 here pretty soon if that second upgrade starts spinning. And Hawk, in the meantime, is going to be stuck on his +2 attack for quite a while.
Yeah, Hive is finished, and he does have Evo Chambers, 3 Evo Chambers now, so he should be getting +3 and, you know, starting to make up that disparity in carapace and everything. But wow, look, these storms just absolutely devastating. And this is a really frightening attack. That's such a huge ball of DragOn.
Huge storm. So many storms getting out there, and they've done so much work. Hawk's really going to need to be reinforcing this army effectively if he wants to hold here, but so far doing an okay job with that. Not too many storms left in this army, so it loses a lot of its scariness once the storms dry up there. DragOn going to back off, taking a nice little supply advantage there after getting really good trades, though.
Yeah, great decision by DragOn to back off there, and he was starting to, like you said, you know, get his army softened up a little bit. He lost a lot of the remaining zealots, and he used up all of his storms, but that ball of Dragoons is still alive, and they're going to live to fight another day. Many players would just kind of keep trying to like push in and, you know, push their advantage and commit there, but I think it's a great decision to just take that great trade and, you know, go home.
I don't know why you have to call me out like that, Keen. I know I would overcommit there, but in front of everyone, man.
I was not thinking about you. I would never disparage your play like that. I think you're one of the most talented Protoss players that I've ever had the pleasure of playing.
DragOn with a great little Zealot counterattack here is going to be able to shut down this base. And he's on even basis, man. DragOn's feeling very comfortable this game. I think he's got a nice, solid lead. It's going to be tough for Hawk to come back here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's just, I always run into this problem myself on this map. It's so hard to actually secure bases late game. Just like getting that map control and keeping it is really tough for me on Eclipse. There's just so many places that Protoss can attack. It's so easy to kind of like just, you know, spread yourself too thin and lose control.
I feel like we're kind of seeing what Hawk's plan here is. He wants to be able to take this high ground right here, and then he can take all 3 of these bases in the top left. And if you can take all 3 of the top left bases, you should be able to win the game. DragOn's definitely going to try to deny that. He's going to be able to deny this base again with more Zealots forming up here. And Hawk just doesn't have the supply to compete with all these tiny little counterattacks when DragOn has a massive force just sitting outside his natural, man.
Yeah, these classic Protoss just right-clicking Zealots onto a hatchery and forgetting about them. You know, it takes absolutely no effort to do this. Literally just one click and forget about it. Well, it takes about a million
no effort,
actions,
but a ton of skill, man.
A million actions for Zerg to deal with it. Yeah. We'd have to get our Toastus to do this calculation for us. It's just too complex.
Yeah. Well, we all know a recall takes 3 actions, you know, and that's it. So,
Yeah, and
Protoss, of course, the easiest race in the world. All the people that are bad at Brood War and don't understand the complexity of Protoss. But
yeah, 100%.
we're seeing a pretty difficult position for Hawk here because his 4th base is getting sieged down. He does have these 2 bases in the top left potentially going up here if he can secure them. But look at all the drones going down here. This is a nice round. Look at those lurkers. If they burrow, man, these goons are going to melt. But those storms on top of all the lurkers, so nasty.
Great swarm though, but still doing so much damage here. And yeah, Hawk, I'm worried about Hawk's economy. But wow, he actually did a lot to kind of decrease the supply disparity there. I mean, it was like 110 to like 170, and now it's like 100 to up to 140 now. But still, I mean, great defense from Hawk there. And I really hope... Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, the idea for DragOn here for the rest of the game is very simple, right? Like, Hawk's the one that has to make something happen. DragOn just has to deny top left, and, you know, he wins the game, right? He's already got the bottom bases secured. So tough for Zerg to break those high ground bases. You just get a Templar up there and a couple of storms, and, like, what do you do as Zerg?
I wish I could tell you, because I haven't figured out myself. I was losing this position.
Yeah, and I mean, he's trying to do some counterattacks here. I mean, this is like the goal, is send a couple swarms and Zerglings, and potentially you can break up there. But with 2 high Templar, if they can get up the ramp here, man, it's going to be dicey, but it looks like they will be able to get up the ramp, and big storm going down there. Actually not getting any of the lurkers there, because he decided to storm the other one. Okay, just getting 1. And if there was another Defiler here, I'd be a little worried for this base. Thank God for DragOn there isn't, so he's probably going to be able to hold here.
Yeah, DragOn, like I said, you know, just right-clicking. That's all you need to do. Don't worry about it. Like, just right-click and throw it onto the Defiler, man. That's all. That's just right-click and forget.
There was a goon involved in that, Kane.
Yeah, but the goon died.
Look at Hawk, man. He's managed to actually make the supplies even here. So, catching up pretty quickly. I mean, it was
all these high
40
Templar
down at one point. Now it's only 10. That is so many high Templar, though. But it's a lot of lurkers. It's still a tough position to break here with just storms, because you have to be so quick with your storms here. If you're not quick, then the storms aren't going to be able to kill the lurkers off in time before all these ults melt here. And he's not getting the most insane storms either right now. Really missing a lot of the lurkers here. So many lurkers still left alive. Finally cleaning up a lot of them. But look at the supply army behind this. There's not a lot left, and there's still a lot of Zerg units. If he swarms on this, there's only high Templar left. They're starting to make a couple of Archons, which will make this army stronger and stronger. Look at how many storms, man. This whole fight is nothing but storms, dude.
I don't even know if I like having that many Templar. I kind of wish he had more Archons, and you know, right when the battle started, instead of... I mean, I think they're just going to get picked off here. I mean, that many storms is obviously good, but like 12 high Templar, it takes a lot of APM to be able to deal with that. And we already know...
you have to be... Your mouse accuracy and your mouse clicking has to be so fast to get off storms effectively in that situation.
Yeah.
I mean, he cleared up more of Hawk's supply than he lost of his own, right? Like, he's got a better supply advantage after that, so it seemed like it worked out, but very, very risky to ever move out with that many high Templar for sure. And now, all of a sudden, Hawk, it looks like if he can secure this base up here, then it's Hawk that's in the winning position, right?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, let's look at the mining bases. Wow, what a great trade from Hawk. It's just too many high Templar. You can't actually use them. I mean, he is getting some decent storms off, but these are just all going to die now. And despite the fact that he had these 4 bases, or, you know, 5 bases for so long, like, it seems like his economic advantage has evaporated a little bit. And now
all of a sudden we're going to be
Hawk. Like you said, it's on the high ground, so he's not going to be able to break that.
I mean, he's doing the right moves here, and it's not like this economy for Hawk suddenly kicks in right away. Like, the hatchery is done, there's still no mining there, so like he's not instantly on all this extra bases and has all this, you know, insane economy right away. He's still in a dicey position here, but if he's able to hold on for just a couple more minutes, and all of a sudden 4 base versus 3 base, and he has the fresher bases, like, what is DragOn going to do, man? We're going to have to see some kind of transition. We saw the Reavers already making, so we know there's Reavers on the way. We're going to start seeing some Storm drops, too. That could definitely be effective. Or is he just going to try and siege and break the high ground?
You mentioned it earlier, and it was incredible foresight. Yep, about just the positioning. Okay, well, first of all, let's see what this drop does. Storm drops could be potentially devastating here because Hawk's economy is still a little, weak, but very good drone pool. He has perfect vision. He saw it coming. It's also a slow shuttle, so should be getting picked off by these Hydras quickly.
Oh, it's always so scary, man. Shuttle just running around trying to get off some nice big storm drops, but this one handled very well. And that's 2 High Templar, 2 Zealots, and a shuttle that just gets melted for nothing, man.
Yeah, 100%. He is using this little divided attention to try to position his army and see if he can shove his way into this high ground base, but I don't think it's going to be enough, especially with all those Zealots. And, Swarm down there.
I love the addition of these 2 creep colonies. I hope one of those is a spore, just to make it all the more difficult to get a observer up there to spot. Unfortunately, both sunken, but still really, really effective there. Just adding a little bit of extra DPS and making it harder to push up with your sunken. So with your Templar to get good storms off there. And that plague on top of the army there. You got to be so careful pumping your army as Protoss at the end game here. But yeah, this is looking super hard to break. And pretty soon it's going to be 3 mining bases versus 2 mining bases. And Hawk might just win out in the economic game here, man.
Yeah, 100%. Like I was trying to say before, like you said, taking this high ground base at 11 is so great because now he has a complete defense for that top left base with 2 gases. So even though it's like the same sort of bases total, it is a split map, he actually does have the resource advantage with that extra gas, and also he still has more mining bases. So yeah, he's in a great position for sure, and he's doing such a great job.
2 storm drops. 2 big storm drops here. That one Templar had 0 kills, and that one didn't get a single kill. That is insane that you can run your drones away that effectively and actually save all of them. Not a single drone going down to either of those storm drops there. Such quick reaction time from Hawk this series, man.
Yeah, really, really amazing for sure.
I'm worried for DragOn, man. He was in such a dominating position. He was playing this game so well. And now all of a sudden, it's tough. I don't know how he breaks Hawk here.
I'm actually surprised that DragOn is still investing in even more static defense at these bases because he has Reavers there, and his economy isn't that healthy. Yeah, he's just eating plagues and just wasting more resources on static defense, I think, is not exactly what you want to be doing right now.
And we were talking about plans earlier in the game and who had the easier plan, right? Like DragOn, all he has to do is deny top left, and he's in the dominating position. Since he wasn't able to do that, now it's Hawk that has the easy plan, right? Hawk is just thinking, oh, if I just defend top left, I'll win out in the economic game. I can just slowly plague DragOn's army down and just, take small trades and pick them off one by one, and now it's DragOn that's struggling to come up with a good idea of how to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, I guess DragOn knows Hawk better than I do, and adding that extra static defense was actually exactly what he needed because he added those cannons right before Hawk decided to lurker drop. So, literal, just, I don't know, an oracle, dude. He's clairvoyant. It's insane.
He also does have those Reavers down there, and I believe he does have an Observer. So I'm not sure that Lurker drop was ever going to do much regardless, but always smart to have the extra defense there just so you don't have to pay any attention to it. He needs to be careful not to lose his shuttle. Very smart, not losing either of them, saving them.
So close, so close.
Yeah, so close. Hawk can't attack into this 4th with the Reavers here. This is a little bit risky for Hawk, I feel like. He is max, so he can afford to trade units here. But these are going to be trades that almost always see favorable for DragOn with his army already positioned here. Getting free High Templar, though, a lot of free High Templar that are full of Storm. Probably moving down from the base there. But the Reavers are here. This is a lot of Reavers. It looks like it's going to be 3, maybe even 4 soon. And they're going to be able to siege down these Lurkers very quickly.
Yeah, and, losing the High Templar definitely hurts a lot. But honestly, losing stray Zealots and stuff doesn't hurt that much because you don't really want Zealots at this point in the game anyway. But oh, what a juicy plague on all the Reavers, and let's see if he can actually kill some of these.
And it looks like he is going to be able to pick them off. DragOn being a little sloppy there. His Reavers so far out in front of the rest of his army, losing them very quickly. Remember, even last game, he was able to get so much damage done with those 2 Reavers. He killed like 6 Lurkers. This time only getting like 2 Lurkers with those 3 Reavers. And now Hawk, he's coming in from the bottom here, trying to get a big flank off. Lots of big storms here, but the Lurker is still getting some big spines, killing lots of units. You can see Dragon supply plummeting a little bit there. He still has a huge bank at 3,000, 1,500, so he's able to keep producing units here, and he's still mining off 3 bases. Same with Hawk, but I mean, his bases are going to mine out so much faster than Hawk's.
Yeah, and this is such an expensive army. If he loses all of these High Templar and all these Archons, it's really bad, because we see his gas is kind of dwindling right now. So yeah, he has to be very careful with these gas units. Meanwhile, Hawk is just going to have quite the bank to deal with for the foreseeable future.
Dragon being pushed all the way back to his natural here. There's no way Hawk can bust him, but he doesn't really need to. Hawk's just taking all these small fights and getting big economic advantages because of it. He can still replenish his army with the security of knowing that he has a big economy to fall back behind. But Dragon, on the other hand, he's running out of his economy. He can't be losing all these units like this. And he's losing his most expensive gas-intensive units, you know, even worse.
I just love these plagues, man. Hawk is doing such a good job this entire series with these plagues.
Yeah, you don't see it utilized nearly enough in the foreign scene, at least. Zerg's being super effective with their plagues. And Hawk showing us just how dominating plaguing the Protoss army can be. It just melts so quickly, man. These flanks are doing so much damage. Dragon mining out of his 12 o'clock base there. Hawk mining out of his bottom left base here as well. So it's going to be 2 bases mining here versus 2 bases. But look at the resources left on the 2 bases of Hawk versus the resources left on the 2 bases of Dragon.
Yeah, 100%. And like we've mentioned, you know, Hawk also has those extra gas, that extra gas at the top left to deal with. So yeah, he's going to be able to continue making defilers, lurkers, everything that he wants. Meanwhile, you know, Dragon is really going to be hard pressed to get a heavy Archon, High Templar army. I mean, he has a decent amount of Reavers, but half of his Reavers are actually still stuck at the bottom right.
Dude, there is a plague every second on this army. Look at how red this army is. It's like half the army is dead before it can even get in the fight because it's been plagued so much, man.
Yeah, and man, it does look like he's making a shuttle at the bottom right, so he is going to potentially link these Reavers up. So that is pretty scary, you know, 6+ Reavers, but I just don't feel like he has the rest of the army to back it up. Like, he has a lot of Zealots, but it's really, really not what you want. They just
he's bleeding off units here on accident because he got plagued, so his units want to attack because they're dumb. This is the difficulty of playing Protoss, man. You have stupid units all the time that do dumb things, like run out into a lurker field and just die en masse there. So you can just see how tough of a position this is for Dragon.
I hate to break it to you, Just, but that's just how Brood War units work for every race. It's not unique.
The other races have to deal with that too? Oh shit, man. Okay, maybe it is the easy race.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, other players, you know, Zerg and Terran players, they're used to actually controlling their units, so it's not as much of an issue for Zerg players.
Oh, okay. You guys don't just box click? Mined out of his 12 o'clock position. He's mining out of bottom right, dude. Look at this army that's just trapped in your natural, dude. This is an insane contain for this late in the game.
Yeah, it's funny. You really don't see contains like this at 33 minutes in the game, but I mean, given the position that Dragon's in, he really has no other recourse.
God, these plagues, man. It is so brutal to watch plagues just go off like that and have absolutely no response. I mean, what can you do in Dragon's position? Your army is just bottlenecked into this tiny choke. Of course, you're going to get plagued like crazy. I mean, the one thing you can say is, like, at least he's getting some okay trades off with this constant storms and Reaver shots, but his army's just melting so quickly, and he can't bust out here. So, like, it doesn't matter if his trades are okay, he's just running out of resources.
Yeah, and look at Hawk's Bank. I mean, he's consistently just making units out of every single hatchery he has on the map. He still has 2,000 minerals, 2,000 gas. Dragon has a pretty healthy mineral economy, but look at his gas. He has barely any gas to work with. And I'm actually surprised he still hasn't linked up those Reavers from bottom right. I don't know if he's scared of a potential counterattack, but I feel like if he did, maybe try to flank a little bit or something with them, or even do drops, just to split Hawk's attention, it could be worth its weight in gold.
Maybe DragOn playing for the super long stalemate here, where neither player has the resources to bust the remaining bases of the other player. I mean, that would be pretty crazy if we saw that happen, but Hawk, it looks like it's just slowly going to make progress here and eventually going to be able to bust DragOn. He has to be careful, though, because it's not like he has an endless amount of resources, too. I mean, even though he has the 2K bank in gas, obviously Zergs can run out of minerals, you know, in late game just by spamming a lot of length much quicker than they can run out of gas. So sometimes that 2K gank can instantly be totally useless if you have no minerals left to spend it on.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. And going into ultra late game, it is a little worrisome that Hawk doesn't have any like queens out on the map, for example. I don't think he has any like Greater Spire or any upgraded mutas for like Guardians or anything. So yeah, if he isn't able to break him in the next maybe like 5 to 10 minutes, it could be a very big problem for him. But he is going for a Doom drop here. I think DragOn should be able to scout it, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, there is no chance he's getting a scout off in time here. Maybe if he's very lucky, if he can hear or see it. But with this contain here, his observers aren't out in time, or aren't out far enough, and here come the overlords, and they're going to get all in the main. There's nothing here to stop this. So these are all going to unload, and now you're going to have lurkers in your main that you're going to have to deal with that are going to be burrowed. Good luck against that when your army's already been plagued to pieces, man. A couple of lurkers accidentally getting sent in there, but look at how quickly this base is going to melt to speed lots and 3-3 army here. Big storms on the lurkers.
Yeah, there's just so many high Templar. It's so hard to micro these, and I think they're going to get just picked off completely by these Hydras. Really just hard to deal with from Dragon's end. Really
I love this dual pronged attack.
Yeah.
Just busting through the natural at the same time. I don't know if he's going to be able to end the game here, but it just killing so many high Templar for free, really crippling DragOn's gas economy. I mean,
and there's still lurkers.
Still got lurkers in the main.
Yeah, really nice
not a lot of Reavers left here. More units coming in, and I think he's just going to be able to bust the main here. And there is no way that DragOn is winning just by holding on to the 6 o'clock phase.
That was a great finishing move by Hawk. I mean, it perfectly abusing the immobility of DragOn's army. He just had all those Reavers rather. They're so slow, so hard to use, and all these High Templar that, you know, like we said before, when you have that many High Templar, it's just insanely hard to use them efficiently. And you see DragOn.
And we get the GG there. What an insane game, man. 37 minutes long. Sick game. Hawk taking game 5, going up 3-2. I don't know, man. That game was so back and forth. DragOn was such a strong position in the early game, I felt like. But Hawk just able to hold on and slowly push back.
Yeah, man. That was, insanely back and forth. And really, I feel like that was a turning point for Hawk because, you know, it was tied 2-2 before this game. But, you know, Eclipse is definitely, obviously, it was the map that DragOn picked as the loser from the last game. And it's just such a great PvZ map. And he was like right in his comfort zone in the late game split map. And to lose in that position, I feel like is really telling.
For sure, man. That's a long game to play, right? In a match, 37 minutes. That's gonna tire you out, right? That's becomes an endurance match. Like, if this is a best of 7, there's potentially, you know, a lot more games behind this. I mean, 2 more games minimum, right? I mean, potentially at least. And it's a lot.
Yeah, for sure. It is, you know, set to match here, so potentially Hawk could just take the series away
Hawk
here.
Could take the game, right?
But yeah,
for sure.
While we're waiting for our players to get into
37
lobby,
games.
I actually have
37
to
minutes.
take a short bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. But yeah, 37 minutes, man, is a long time to play a Brood War game for. Like, most games end, you know, under like 25 minutes, probably even under like 20 minutes most games end. 37 minutes is a grind for sure. So these players are both going to be probably tired after that. But yeah, I think we'll be getting into the game any minute here, and here we go, man. Dragon versus Hawk, game 6. Hawk up 3-2, potentially able to take this series here and end it right now, become the winner of the Rogue City Rumble, the very first one we've hosted. So yeah, let's see what happens here. Spawning as the bottom right as the yellow Protoss, we have Dragon, and in the bottom left is the red Zerg. We have Hawk. Shakura's Temple is going to be our map here, one of the newer maps in the map pool. So yeah, super excited to see how this game is going to play out, man. Expecting probably standard play out of both players here. Dragon most likely going to go Forge FE on this map. Really good Forge map, I think. And we haven't seen Dragon really go Gate FE yet, so I would be surprised to see him go for that. Always a possibility, though, and Dragon definitely a player capable of pulling off either strategy, so I wouldn't be super shocked. Hawk, I'm a little bit more curious. I want to see if he wants to try and get away with that early hatchery again. So far, no pool going that, or I mean, we can definitely see that he's going for the overpool here. So, I mean, going for the overlord, not the overpool. So we'll have to see if he wants to go for the overpool too, or if he's going to go and follow up with a hatchery. But Dragon going to get that first scout off. We can see the probe already going across the map. So if he does go for the hatchery first, potentially going to backfire again like it did the other game where he had to open up with the 11 pool.
Thank you for holding on the fort, Just. I was wondering when you were going to stop to catch your breath.
No problem, man. I didn't know how long you were going to be, dude.
Yeah. I didn't know either. But yeah, so looks like a 12 pool again we see from Hawk. Not ideal. I guess he was planning on going 12 hatchery again, but Dragon just getting lucky with the early scouts from these Forge Fast Expand builds. So Dragon is probably feeling pretty comfortable. He is obviously, his tournament life is on the line here. So he is under quite a bit of pressure, but throwing a wrench in Zerg's early opening build like that always feels good for sure.
Definitely. I mean, Hawk definitely feeling very comfortable. You can see, not Hawk, Dragon. He's able to get away with such a late Forge there because the pool is so late, Doesn't have to worry about that, which means he's going to be able to get his Nexus up very comfortably here and just feel like he's in a very good, safe position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Being able to get your Nexus down before cannon always has to feel great. And we see 2 larvae go down immediately, so it looks like that's probably two sets of Zerglings, actually. So maybe he's going to try to just quickly... Wow, that's such an early guess, too. I'm wondering if Hawk has some 2-hatch build in mind, or if he's actually just going for the Spire timing right on time, and he's willing to delay his 3rd hatch and his economy a little bit just to get it.
Well, we saw him go 4 Lings in the Eclipse game, right, just to deny scouting, so it looks like that's what he's going to do again. Sometimes those 4 Lings can be a little bit nicer because it's easier to micro against the probe, so you can deny it much faster. It looks like he tried to send a couple of these Lings across the map just to see if he could potentially get them in time, but that cannon's going to finish up with more than enough time, so he's not going to be able to get any damage done there.
Yeah, a little bit of a misstep losing that Ling, but no big deal. He's going to bring these Lings back and try to eliminate this probe as quickly as possible, I feel like, and immediately going down for the lair, so he is just trying to get his Spire down at the optimal timing, which I like. I would like to see him actually commit a little bit more to Mutas, honestly, because we saw him just use Mutas to devastating effect against BoA last week on Ringing Bloom, and I'd love to see more of that. The one time
for sure, man.
Series that he did try to do it, it got kind of shut down on Optimizer, but yeah, he's definitely capable of pulling that off, and I just love seeing Zergs use Mutas to great effect in ZP.
Definitely. Mule is just such a fun unit to watch when they're microed properly and well. We can see the layer already going down there, and looks like just a pretty standard game. The layer actually much faster than the previous game, so I think the Spires should have plenty of time this time around. We're actually going to see the Citadel and not the Stargate. We saw the 150. I was certain there was going to be a Stargate there, Keen, and we see the Citadel. What does that tell you?
So, well, I'm wondering if he's going to switch it up and do... We do see that he hasn't started +1 yet, so maybe he's going to do a little bit of a sneaky a Zealot push, but it could also just be the same Zealot Archon thing that he's been doing in the past.
Yeah, I wasn't paying 100% attention to when he started the +1 with his Zealot Archon timing that he's done so effectively in a couple of games. So I'm not exactly sure if he is going to be getting the Archons here. We're definitely going to see the Protoss, the Templar's Archives here. This could potentially be the DT build, maybe. Now we see the +1 going, and I think we should probably just be seeing the same Archon build that he's been doing. It's starting to look more like that than any kind of Dark Archon build.
Yeah, I totally agree. Hawk has been really good about rebuffing this build so far, though, so I feel like he should be okay. The thing is...
Actually, if Hawk just goes straight into Mutalisk here, I'm a little bit worried for DragOn. He's going to need to drop down 2 cannons in his main like he did previously in the game, but this Archon is not going to be super fast. So if Hawk is just getting Mutalisk, and we see all the gas disappear right there, it looks like he's probably getting 5 Mutalisk here. This could potentially do a lot of damage for him.
Yeah, the one thing to DragOn's benefit here is I do feel like it's harder to SimCity effectively on this map, especially on the 3rd base. So if DragOn is able to hit a really strong timing with like multiple Archons and a strong Zealot army, and maybe even some DTs mixed in there, he could potentially break Hawk here, but he is investing quite a bit in all these cannons to make sure he doesn't just straight up die to these mutas.
We're going to see these Mules actually get here potentially before that 2nd cannon is finished, which leaves these gateways kind of exposed. And same with the Templar's Archives. If Hawk just wants to abuse that instead, you might be able to just pick off the Templar's Archive. There is a DT going across the map, which could potentially get some counter damage done. But this is very scary for DragOn.
Yeah, but I mean, by the same token, wow, instantaneous reaction. That was such a sick reaction time from Hawk. I was so afraid that DT was going to just wipe out the entire mineral line.
Oh, so rough. Losing these first High Templar here means no Archon on the way. It's going to take forever to get an Archon out of the base in his, or out of the gateway in his natural. At least his DT shutting down so much of Hawk's economy by just 9 to 3rd base. But this looks really good for Hawk, just getting so much damage done with just 5 Mutalisks.
Yeah, I mean, this DT is definitely delaying quite a bit here. Only getting 1 kill, though, it's definitely not ideal. But yeah, I do think that Hawk kind of got the better trade here, for sure.
But Hawk committing to a lot more Mutalisks. This is kind of surprising. How do you feel about this king against, well, we know what DragOn's going to be doing, such a strong High Templar Archon timing. Do you think this is the right call?
I feel like as long as he makes enough defenses, if he makes enough Sunkens at home, then he'll be really in a good spot for sure. Oh my god, no! But
oh my god, he needs to be so careful.
Yeah, taking trades like that is absolutely not what he wants. He has
that
to be
was
really
scary.
careful.
That's a good way to lose the game. That's why you always need to be so on top of your Mutalisks, man. Because look at how much damage. That was 2 shots, maybe 3 shots there. And look at those Mutalisks. They're all 1 shot away from melting there. 4 Mutalisks. You know, you got to be so safe and so careful with these Mutalisks here.
He's playing a dangerous game here, flying that close to the Archon. I was kind of expecting to. It's like a game of chicken where like you just have to guess when they're going to, come back to attack. But yeah, like 1 more shot on all those stacked mutas is going to kill like 4 mutas, dude.
Such a tense moment for both players with those Archons just inches away from the Mutalisks there. But DragOn's army here isn't really that scary, and there is a lot of Sunkens up. So I think Hawk should feel pretty comfortable in holding this. Another big shot going off there from the Archon. Every shot is so crippling to these Mutalisks. They need to be so careful. Because one of those shots and all the Mutalisks could potentially just start melting. You know, they melt so quickly to Archons if you're not careful with them.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of an old school approach to PvZ where you rely on the Archons to deal with the mutas. And the thing is, like, it requires so much more effort from the Zerg player to really use these mutas effectively, whereas the Protoss player, as usual, can just be a total potato. So yeah, it's really hard for Hawk to deal with, but he's doing a great job so far. We'll have to see if he can keep making sure he picks off all the High Templar and eventually transition into Hydras.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we see Dark Archon there. Yeah, that's smart. If he can get a good Maelstrom off there, he's definitely going to be able to clean up all those Mutalisks in a second. And that's always scary for Zerg. Look at how many Sunkens Hawk has, though. 4 Sunkens at each phase. Such a huge Sunken army there. It gets to a point where the Mutalisks are just extra if DragOn isn't able to break through. DragOn going for the 3rd base, though. So he's not going all in here by any means. He's able to transition and just play the economic game. Hawk, like you said, he's been so comfortable taking the later 4th base. I wonder what time he's going to take it this game.
As long as he can, if he can actually scout this and deny it with mutas, which it looks like he is going to do right now, he'll be in a really good position. He'll definitely have some leeway as long as he doesn't lose all the mutas for nothing from Maelstrom. And, oh no, some little lag there really isn't what you want to see.
But a little bit of lag there. He needs to be so careful because that Dark Archon does have enough energy, and it's oh my god, dude, he's dancing with fire there. My god, dude, he's giving me heart palpitations.
Oh no!
How Risque's being, and there they go, completely melted. He, like Icarus, flew too close to the sun, man, and now he's gonna pay the price. His needle is disappearing in a second.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess there's still 2 there, and they're actually doing a lot of damage to this Archon. So,
but still, that was an amazing Maelstrom, an amazing,
perfect Maelstrom. Yeah.
And Hawk is in a really
8 kills on that Archon. Yeah, this is 3 bases, and now without any kind of map control and no way to pick up Archons, or I mean High Templar moving out across the map, all of a sudden Hawk just can't take his 4th base, right? Like, he doesn't have the army to. It will get denied now. And so what is he going to do? He needs to transition into a late game somehow, but he's in a really difficult position because DragOn, once again, has such a strong economy and such a scary army.
Yeah, man, this is a really tough position to play from Hawk. He is working towards getting his 4th, but he has absolutely no map control right now. This is, there's no High Templar to even pick off for these Hydras, so you really don't want to be okay, well, getting the Dark Archon is kind of nice, but I really don't think he's going to want to be transitioning back into mutas anytime soon. He does have a ton of gas, so I could be wrong, but yeah, I don't know. This is just such a strong land army for DragOn. He can just steamroll past all of these Hydras.
Yeah, we don't see any lurkers yet. That's a big difference from some of the previous games where Hawk has been able to hold off this attack from DragOn. No lurkers means these Zealots are so much stronger, man, and they're just able to push right through. The Sunkens are the saving grace here, able to keep Hawk in the game because it's going to be tough to bust through that many Sunkens. And lurkers are going to finish up now too, and I don't see any observers yet, so this army is going to be forced back. But the economy for DragOn, look, he's taking a 4th base now, and he's going to be able to deny this top Hawk's 4th base if he knows it's there, if he wants to. So far, he hasn't noticed it yet. He's going to, well, I thought he was going to scout it on the minimap there, but he's actually sending that unit top left instead, so just missing it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. This is... If DragOn catches wind of this 4th, he can just immediately go kill it whenever he chooses to. I guess he's thinking that maybe Hawk is trying to edge towards taking 6 o'clock instead, but I mean, either way, he's going to kill these Hydras for nothing. Hawk is allowed to set up a little bit, some lurker field outside of his natural, but like the thing is that this map is not really a great map for sitting behind lurker fields. And there's just so much high ground, like... If Hawk makes sets up a lurker field outside of his 4th, for example, there's going to be all of this, 2 paths that Protoss can come and attack from, one of them being on the high ground leading into it, and it's just insanely hard for Hawk to deal with, I think. But DragOn playing it safe and actually just going in and making sure he can solidify some, taking the natural in the top right, but it is going to get shut down by these Zerglings. And let's see if he can actually just barrel through this 4th.
I can't trust how important it is that Hawk was able to deny that 4th, or I mean that 5th base. If DragOn takes top right without any, without Hawk contesting it in any way, then the game is definitely firmly in DragOn's position. But here, if Hawk can just hold, which I'm not sure he's going to be able to do this, it's such a scary army, and he has no force coming in from behind this to flank this, then Hawk can maybe be in a good position, but I don't know if he's going to be able to hold, man. This army is just right on top of this base already, picking off so many free units. And yeah, this looks very intimidating, man. I don't know. I think DragOn might be taking game 6.
Yeah, this is never the position you want to be in as a Zerg player when you allow the army to quickly break your initial lurker defenses and just, you know, position themselves exactly where they want to be. What you want is to have enough of an army that you can kind of sandwich them in between the static lurkers and your reinforcements. But DragOn was able to make quick work of the static lurkers, and now there's just really nothing the Hawk can do about it. He's just getting kind of manhandled.
And DragOn just pushing through. There's not enough units here behind this force to really look at all those drones that were meant for the 4th base that are now just left without jobs, dude.
It really hurts.
DragOn definitely not
really
the working man's champion here, you know.
Yeah, just sitting in his ivory tower, you know, fat cat, disgusting. He really is the 1%
of Protoss players, man, and he's showing that right now by forcing this to Game 7. I think this game is all but over, man. It's looking so dominating for DragOn. 160 supply, almost to 80 supply, and almost doubling his supply there. And yeah, Hawk kept the 3 bases versus 4 bases. DragOn with just a dominating economic advantage. And I don't know what Hawk can do, man. This isn't like previous games where he's had other advantages going into the late game. This is one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've definitely seen Hawk work some magic, but he's really running out of steam here, and he has not a great standing army. And look at all these. This is outrageous. That's Hawk. DragOn just doesn't care anymore. He's just cannon man. Like, he knows that he has the army advantage, and he's just pouring all of his excess mineral, like, just adding salt to the wound, really. You know, just taking Hawk's backdoor and just dumping.
Look at how many gateways he has at home. Just such a powerful economy man here, just forcing his way through, ramming his army into the natural there. DragOn has turned into a full bus boy, and he's busting right through, taking game 6, going on to game 7, 3-3, man. Does it get more hype than a best of 7 going all the way and back and forth crazy games, man? This is insane, dude.
This is closer than I expected, I'll be honest. But it's actually insane how evenly matched these two are.
What a hype series, dude. What a crazy back and forth series, man. I cannot believe that we're going to a game 7 here, dude. I don't know who's going to win, man. This is anyone's game.
Yeah, I honestly don't either. I mean, coming into this, like I said, obviously I'm a little biased being a Zerg player and, you know, a Hawk fan, but I honestly thought Hawk was going to win like 4-2 or something. He's just been playing out of his mind lately, and he's been in such good shape, but DragOn proving that he's no slouch either. I mean, both players just in the tippity top shape of their Brood War lives right now. It's actually insane.
Dude. And we're going on to Sylphid as game 7. Can you ask for a better map than Sylphid as game 7, man? What an insane series, dude. I just can't even express how awesome this has been. If you guys are enjoying this content, drop us a follow. Definitely hit up the Match Reno page. Join our Discord, all that good stuff, dude. Yeah, this has been great.
Yeah, 100%. It's been a pleasure to watch, regardless of who wins. And the Blizzard gods are actually smiling on us for the first time. I think this entire series, we actually haven't had any issues with the players joining the lobby. So how about that?
So yeah, we're gonna be jumping right into game 7, man. And dude, I don't know. I'm like, I can barely sit still. Like, I want to like stand up and cast or some shit because like I'm squirming around in my chair here, like just fucking antsy for this game to start, man. I gotta see who's gonna win Rogue City Rumble. I need to know right now.
Well, we're here to show you, and DragOn starting in the top 12 o'clock position. Right off the bat, he's going for that sick economic advantage, the slight mining advantage that you get at 12 o'clock. And bottom left, we have Hawk, our red Zerg.
And I think another advantage we have to talk about DragOn taking is this color advantage. All of a sudden, Random treating him well, getting him that sick looking gray color, man. Talk about that color. That looks
talk about karma.
nice.
Like he started the series with that disgusting puke green, just the most revolting color in all of Brood War. But now, like I said, the Blizzard gods are smiling on him, and he has that gray color. It's just so badass for sure. Meanwhile, Hawk is still the red Zerg. He's just been out for blood this entire series, so he's still
classic red color. You can't complain with that, man. Perfect color for Zerg, very fitting. And it looks like we're going to see DragOn going for the Forge Fast expand in the last map of the series here. Very safe play. Hawk, is he going for the overpool there, or do you think he's going to go for the hatch first? And if he does go for the hatch first, do you think he's going to be able to get it off?
It looks like he's just playing it safe. He knows that it's three players. So he doesn't want to risk anything. He's tried going 12 hatch a couple more times in the series, but gotten it denied twice now by an early probe scout. So just not wanting to deal with any of that anymore. I don't blame him one bit.
Yeah, and DragOn, or Tim pointing out for us there, with his perfect observing that he's done all series for us, thanks again, Tim, pointing out the scouting pattern of the probe there. The probe will actually see the Overlord, and so he doesn't actually have to scout all the way to the bottom right base. He can just notice that there's no Overlord and go over to the left side of the map, and so he's going to definitely get that scout off super early, sees it's an overpool. Yeah, totally standard openers for both players.
Yeah, both players just sticking to their bread and butter, their comfort builds. DragOn, I'm honestly surprised he hasn't done Gate FE more often, but obviously he's more comfortable with Forge Fast Expand, so can't blame him for that.
It's actually surprising though, because we saw how effective he was with his Gate FEs earlier in his other series. Definitely against Tai 2, he was so good with it. So I'm surprised we haven't seen it more frequently this series, but he's obviously shown that his Forge play is stellar. So no reason to deviate if it's worked for you, right? And we'll have to see if it works for him again. 4 Zerglings. This has been pretty common for Hawk to actually go for these extra 2 Zerglings just to help deny this scout a little bit easier.
Yeah, and I do like it. I just wish he would kind of take advantage of it a little bit more. But I mean, DragOn's micro has just been impeccable, and despite investing in these early Zerglings, he's still able to just keep his probes alive for as long as possible. So I don't know if Hawk wanted to go 3-hatch Hydra in some of these games, but just didn't get the opportunity because he's been getting scouted so well. But yeah,
this time doing a very good job of denying this probe, though, getting a lot of damage done to it. I don't know if it's going to be able to stick around just long enough to potentially see the layer. It's only got one more hit left on these Zerglings. If they can deny it, that's definitely very good for Hawk. But DragOn, like you said, his probe micro this series has been so good, so clean, able to sneak it past there by doing the mineral trick, and that's going to keep it alive just long enough. You can see Hawk actually going up to quite a bit of gas here. DragOn probably questioning where the layer is because of how much gas Hawk is floating. Do you think this is just trying to deny the probe? Is this intentional?
I mean, I can't say exactly what Hawk was thinking, but the way it looks to me is that Hawk wanted to just fake that he got his lair at his natural quite late, but the probe was stuck in his main for so long. DragOn doesn't know whether that was a properly timed lair or not, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, DragOn 100% in the dark there.
I think Hawk might have wanted to do something else, like maybe a slightly delayed Hydra Den for 3-hatch Hydra, but the scouting was just so effective by DragOn. Now he's forced his hand into going into this early lair.
Like you said, the one saving grace here for Hawk is that
oh my god,
DragOn didn't see the timing on the lair there. Hawk with some clean drone micro there, denying the scout into the main, which is very important there. But once again, DragOn going for that Sairless style, going for that fast Citadel, probably just going to be going up to Archons. We saw Hawk refute this build order in the first game, right, on Polypoid by just going for a faster Hydra Den. That's what he's doing this game. He's not going to go Mutalist. Do you think this is the solution that he needs to prevent this build from just getting DragOn a huge economic advantage again?
I do, but the thing is, Hawk is still on 3. I mean, yeah, Tim is pointing out that there's a lot of gas right now. He hasn't really started the speed yet, and he's still committed to that lair. So I'm honestly not sure. He scouted that there was no Stargate. I don't know if he thinks there might be a Stargate in the natural, but it looks like he's just going to make a couple safety Hydras and then go for just an economic 5-hatch build, which I do prefer because going straight 3-hatch Hydra against a Sairless build, in my experience, isn't the best. But we'll have to wait and see here. Still no drones mining at the third.
And we see Hydra's already moving across the map. Maybe this is a delayed attack here. If this can catch, there's no scouting here for Dragon. He does not expect Hydra's this fast, this quick. If they're upgraded and they hit suddenly, this could definitely do a lot of damage for Dragon. We're on that one cannon. And like previous games, it's super close to the Forge to protect it even more, right? Which means, as I pointed out in the Eclipse game, that means it's vulnerable. It's easy to pick off. If there's only one cannon here and a bunch of speed Hydras show up with range, this could be devastating for Dragon here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Hydra's already moving across the map. He does have a DT out. He sees a lot of Lings, but I don't think Hawk recognized that there's a DT. We see, yeah, he's just expecting. Oh my God! What? Oh, it's a lurker bust. Okay, interesting.
Oh,
this
very interesting.
Yeah, I hope he gets Overlords in time to actually kill these DTs, but DT running into his main now
DT
is
getting across the map right now. Yeah. This looks very dicey. He's going to have to run all his drones. I mean, he's not going to lose that many drones because they're going to all get away, but this is just crippling to the economy. Dragon's going to know exactly what's going on here. He's going to drop more cannons. Hawk's coming in with the lurkers right now. It's going to all come down to this. Lurkers getting right on top of the cannon. The cannon's going to go down immediately. They're going to be able to pick up the Forge. Thank God for Dragon that he has 2 extra cannons in his mineral line. Supposed to defend against Mutalisk. Suddenly coming very helpful against this lurker bust. But it still might be too much here. Cannon going down. Only 1 cannon left. We have 3 lurkers left. I think Hawk's done it, man. I think he's going to be able to bust through and take Game 7 here.
Dude, this is crazy. I did not expect this to happen at all. On the same token, Dragon does have cannons in his main, so his main mineral line will be relatively safe. But I don't know. I mean, Hawk's economy is in shambles because of the delayed mining from his main. He does have his 3rd fully saturated now. But okay, if these can actually get behind the... Oh my God. I think Hawk might have done it here. This is exactly the correct
These lurkers are in range of the probes there. These probes all of a sudden not able to mine. In the main, the natural going down as well. No cannons there to help. No robo in sight. I think it's over, man. I think Hawk with the crazy cheese in Game 7. The balls it takes to cheese in Game 7 and winning, man. What an insane Game 7 win for Hawk, dude. Taking it, dude. What a crazy play. I would never in a million years have expected Hawk, of all players, to go the most ballsy build and just crush through Dragon, dude. What a sick win.
Yeah, that's absolutely fucking insane, dude. I've never even seen a build exactly like that. I mean, we've seen 2-hatch lurker recently in BSL, for example. I've used it to great effect against I believe. But yeah, 3-hatch into fast Hydrogen into fast layer and doing a kind of like wonky version of the 2-hatch lurker bust that I would assume Dragon has never seen Hawk do before. Just completely caught off guard there. That's absolutely incredible, and just the willpower it takes to pull that off in the fucking final game of this tournament with, over $1,000 in the prize pool is crazy to me.
Dude, that is the most insane part. Having the courage to risk your entire tournament of the finals, the last game of the finals, potentially just losing with a failed cheese, risking that. So insane. And just the courage, man. So respectable for Hawk there. And he's going to be joining us right now for the winner's interview. Hawk, congratulations, man. Sick final game. Yeah, dude, really insane series.
Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I thought those games were pretty good, right? A lot of fun to cast, I'm sure.
Fun to cast, man. Insane series. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling so good. That was awesome. I think we were both playing well, and so that's always the best. Is when both players can play and show really good games.
Dude, that was that series just left me speechless, dude. Were you planning that final build on Sylphid from the very beginning?
Or I didn't have anything. I thought my Muta could do it, and then I realized I don't practice against it. I don't even know the timings. And last time I played it on Shakuras, this guy had Maelstrom timed right when my mutas hit. And I'm like, I don't know the clock at all for this build. I know that if I had gone earlier and just relied on Sunkens, that probably would have been a win. But I'm like, I'm not going to go through this again. I'm not going to like mess up on whether I should push or use the muted and Sunken. I don't know. I just YOLO'd it. I thought maybe, you know what? This build can't cover everything. So Muta may work, but I thought like Lurker Bust or some shit would be better. Just because... But he had 4 cannons, natural, main, mineral line, everywhere. Like, Protoss, they have a lot of money, but they don't have unlimited money, right? I figured he must be skimping somewhere.
Yeah, dude.
100%. And how worried were you when that DT got into your main? Were you like, oh shit? Or was it at that point where you all like, I'm all in anyway? So
no. Until I saw that DT, I was worried. Once I saw it and I noticed it, then I was fine. I was like, okay, I noticed the DT. I think that's game. Because I don't care where it goes. I just want to notice it and see where it is. So it was kind of annoying that my natural Sunken wasn't timed right. But all I cared about that second, right when I saw it, was like, okay, I see it, cool. Just remove everything as long as I don't lose like 20 drones to it,
Yeah, 100%, man. Transitioning away from how crazy Game 7 was, Game 1, we saw DragOn do that build, I think 3 games in total. And Game 1, you also refuted it pretty well by just skipping Spire, right, on Polypoid and just getting up a lot of Hydralisk. And then his Zealot Archon timing didn't get that much damage done. And you were just able to overwhelm him with Hydralisk. What was were you expecting that build at all at first? Because he had done it on Polypoid before, or was this just something you had practiced previously?
I've seen the build somewhat. I just haven't played against it recently. And so that game, it's not that fair of a comparison because I got in 2 lanes early and they did actually quite a lot of damage. Because that build, you have to take your second gas super early. So Protoss already screws up their eco. And if you delay mining or kill a probe early on, it just... Yeah, that build struggles. So, I just figured he would have trouble after those 2 links got in with just some Hydra pressure. And I think no matter what the build, it would have been difficult and advantage going for Hydras. But with that build specifically, it was just a straight up win. So a bit lucky that it got in the links. But yeah, I don't want to say too much just because who knows what would have happened if they didn't get in. Would have been a different game.
Yeah, those 2 links actually were incredible to me, the amount of damage that they did. But man, what a series. I'm trying to think back on everything that happened. The Ringing Bloom game.
Let's talk about the Ringing Bloom game. Yeah,
such an insane game. What was the thought process there behind staying on 3 bases for so long? Did you think that? Sorry, go on.
No, well, yeah. So my idea coming into the series was I wanted to be aggressive and abuse higher APM, higher control, and so I want to do a lot of low eco, a lot of builds. A lot of just aggressive stuff versus him. And that's the idea behind that. I normally don't play that way. And I thought I might read really well, but he's just such a good player in terms of patience. A lot of players just get too frustrated with that kind of pressure and just, slam their army into you at some point and lose. But it's just, I think the control advantage, maybe APM advantage couldn't overcome just his patience, which is really, really good. And so once I figured after Ringing Bloom, I was like, okay, this isn't working. I was actually really upset at myself. I was like, I should have just grinded it out and played for the late game. And that's kind of what I decided for the later series.
Yeah. And after that, I believe was the Eclipse game, right? Or no, maybe it was the Benzene game after that.
Yeah, it was Benzene, yeah. And then Eclipse. So both of those were grinders.
Yeah, but the benzene game was absolutely played perfectly. I thought just really the nail in the coffin in that game, I think, was when he shoved his entire army up to the 7 o'clock base and got it kind of cut off, and then you were able to just like run with that positional advantage. How did you feel about that game?
Yeah, I want to say early on there was some frustrating zealot harass that did a lot more damage. I think I even vocally was like, said maybe a bad word during it, and I want to say that gave me the strength to to go on and just try the best from there. And from that point on, I would say it was pretty solid. I think I lost too much on his attack on the top left, but overall, I think my engages were pretty good. And then I knew Benzene, if I could just get a footing in the game, it is favored towards Zerg as you get to the end game. And so yeah, it just that was my one goal. After the I was like, no, I just need to survive, need to prolong it.
Something that I want to point out about the Benzene game was me and Keen were both talking about how smart it was for you to leave some units up at 12 o'clock. You obviously had the high ground, like right outside the bridges, and you would bust through that. And then certainly DragOn must have thought he had a good attack up into your 12 o'clock base, but you were always smart enough to leave some units there. So I just want to say, super smart of you to do that for sure.
Yeah, a lot of that, admittedly, that's not actually like an optimal thing to do. Optimally you would control the bridges and just have Hydras there. But sometimes you just gotta go with the easier idea, which is let's just protect our bases, right? Theoretically, it's not needed, but
always smart to play towards like strengths, right? Like make it easy on yourself for sure. The Eclipse game, that was a real grind, dude. There was points in that Eclipse game where it looked like you were in a really tough, hard position. You got up the 2 bases bottom right so quickly, where it was like 5 bases versus 4 bases. He was denying your top left. What was going through your mind? What was your plan to like, how can I still win this game? Because you made a great transition. Just how were you thinking about doing it during the process?
Eclipse, the only thing you can think of when you do that kind of defensive style is move my lurkers, move my lurkers, move my lurkers. Where are my lurkers? Move my lurkers. Where are my lurkers? Do I have vision of the places that are making attack? Eclipse is stupid. I hate Eclipse. That's also what I was thinking. Because Zerg versus Protoss, you just have to like go aggressively. And then if you get to Turtle Zerg, it's just the Protoss army has so much movement. And if you miss one lurker, you have to like move them around. And if you miss one movement back and forth, they just like roll you. And okay, so I was thinking, move my lurkers, like constantly. That's all I was thinking about. And then I was thinking, I hate Eclipse. And it was just those 2 thoughts for like 20 minutes of the game.
So you eventually got that high ground base, man, on all the top left. Were you feeling pretty secure once you had gotten those bases down?
Yeah, I think once I defended, and he kind of backed up on the push to my natural, and I had a defiler out. Right when he backed up, I said, okay, I think I'm in a slight advantage. I just can't get my top left bases delayed too long. So I think that was the point where I was like, I feel very comfortable here because now I have Swarm and he has a ton of goons, all of that. And so that was the point where I was like, good. But right before then, that was very close to breaking. And so, yeah, I was very happy that things turned out the way it did on that map.
Yeah, that was an absolutely amazing game. But yeah, like for me, when you did finally get that top left base, those 2 top left bases secured, I really did think you were going to roll with it. But I mean, I was actually getting kind of worried because it was taking you so long to kind of break his natural and his main, and I was worried that before you pulled off the KO move with the drop and the 2-pronged attack, that like maybe it was going to go into ultra late game and you weren't going to have any queens or anything to follow up and go play that ultra late game style. But yeah, that that final drop and final attack was actually like the perfect killing move, because it totally abused his lack of mobility and maybe his weakness in controlling all those high Templar and all the slow moving Reavers. Was that exactly what you had in mind with that, or was it just kind of like a?
So when they take those bases, they're all high ground bases, all of his expansions, and so you can't do anything about it. You can set up an attack, it won't do anything. Like, you're just going to be throwing away units, wasting time. And a lot of what Zerg versus Protoss is late game is not rushing the fight, because then your units bunch and they all die to Storm. But it's also not giving them a ton of time to bank Storm and continually trade with Storm or Reaver shots. Unfortunately, just due to the bases he took, the only place I could attack was his natural, but I just thought if I kept on the pressure and just kept on plaguing, throw units here and there, and then eventually drop, I would break it, and it turned out to be that way, which I'm pretty happy about. But there wasn't much of a choice on that one. You can't really go for expansions when they're on the high ground like that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Do you
I
have
agree
any
with you.
questions, Jess?
Yeah, I just a couple more for you. Game 6, obviously we saw DragOn taking it with just a really strong timing attack. He was able to hurt or like deny your fourth base a lot of the times there. Going into Game 7 after that, what was your were you still mentally strong? Were you worried at all? How was your mental going into Game 7? Because that is got to be some of the most tense shit ever. You the final game in a best of 7. How are you feeling going into it?
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought I'd try my best. I didn't even know what build I would do when I started the game. I was like, it's 9 pool and go fast muted to beat it. And then I built an Overlord, and I was like, why do I do this to myself? Why do I build Overlords when I say I'm going 9 pool? And I was like, I won't do that. Let's do something. Can I kill his probe? Maybe I can do like a lurker bust. And then I barely got his probe. Because one thing I noticed is in that build they never send out zealots. So I was like, he has no scouting once his probe dies. So maybe I can abuse that. It was all just like, let's see how this goes. It was yeah.
At that point, just playing such a long series, it has to be fatiguing, right? Full 7 game series, multiple games going over like 30 minutes. It's got to take a toll on you, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's tough to play that, especially with a lot of the longer games, to also go into the next one and be just as focused on your early game and hit your stuff. I mean, you have to remember, every long game, the only way you get there is if you really don't mess up for the duration of like say 15 minutes, and then you can start to make a couple mistakes here and there. But yeah, it can be tough to do that for sure. To go back in and kind of play a clean early game.
Definitely, man. And yeah, for sure. That Game 7, dude, I'm still like jazzed about it, because just so brave of you, man, to go for the crazy all in there. And when your whole tournament life is running on the line the last game. So once again, man, just congrats for winning this whole tournament. You've played so convincingly. Definitely seen just how much you've grown as a player. You seem so much more confident and just such a powerful Zerg player in the NA scene. And yeah, just big grats, man. Way to go.
I just have one more question, actually, and that is, so what are your plans moving forward? Are you planning on just keeping up the activity and keeping up your improvement and playing in more tournaments, or what do you think the future is for you as a player?
I don't know. That's one of the harder questions. That there is no other tournaments right now, at least for me. Yeah, so
Well,
yeah, I'd definitely like to play in more. I'll tell you what. I'll make my own. Okay, so as of right now, I'm officially number 1 NA. Okay, and if anyone is upset by that, I will offer them a challenge. Okay, we can put our own money on the line. $10 per game, series of 5 games each, and we can stream it. So if anyone in NA is upset that my stream title from now on is going to say #1 USA player, #1 NA player, they can take it from me. Okay? I'm offering that a public challenge to all NA players. So
That's awesome, man. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. That does sound awesome, and I hope someone takes you up on that offer.
Hell yeah, man.
And I hope to see you keep streaming. It's been a real joy to watch your stream, and I'm super glad you're doing it consistently now.
Yeah, man. Any shout outs you want to give, or shout out your own stream, obviously. Anything else you want to say?
Yeah, my own stream, HawkSC, and my YouTube, HawkSC, spelled just like you would think. And then TT1, of course, for helping me practice. That's always very nice. And then, of course, the NA scene. I just offered a challenge, but I actually love them. They're great. And I think I would at least say we're mostly friends. It's all in good fun. But the challenge is there. And so, yeah, that's a shout out. NA scene, my Twitch and YouTube, watch it. And then TT1 for helping me practice. Thanks to all of them. And, of course, viewers, Rogues Gallery, you guys are awesome. This tournament has been just very well run. It's a community thing, and that's just incredible that we were able to do it as well. So shout outs to you guys and all the viewers.
Thank you so much, man. And congratulations again on the sick victory.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks, Hawk. Congrats, man. Awesome. So I think that's going to be it for us here at Rogues Gallery. Thanks so much to all the viewers tuning in to our Rogue City Rumble here. Casting with me has been Keen. I'm just too juicy. We had Tim observing tonight. Big shout out to all the viewers. Big shout out to Strom Carlin. She's so diligent at making sure this tournament goes over smoothly. Such a great host, or like an event organizer. So big shout out to her. Yeah, Keen, you have anything you want to say?
I just want to, mention again, if you want to continue following our events or, join the community, please hop on to our Discord. This definitely isn't the end of our events. We will be taking a short break, but we'll be having more events in April and May that we should be announcing soon. So stay tuned.
Yep. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Please drop us a follow and keep supporting us in the future. And yeah, that's going to be it for us here at Rogues Gallery. Have a great night, guys. Enjoy your Friday.